Chapter 1. The Earthbound Spirit. As I slowly opened my eyes, it felt as though I had slumbered for a century, my mind a blank canvas. It seemed I had succumbed to amnesia following a grievous injury. According to the prison staff, my name is Liu Changsheng, a former soldier with a once happy family of 3. That fateful night, I drove my vehicle into 3 individuals, and my wife perished in the ensuing catastrophe. Due to the circumstances of driving under the influence, I now faced the grim prospect of a death sentence. Across from me sat an elderly gentleman, puffing on a cigar, clad in a suit that seemed utterly incongruous with his demeanor. He introduced himself as Liu Changsheng, the captain of the 7th Division of the Anomalous Investigation Bureau. I believe that summarizes everything. If you have no objections, please sign here, he said, noticing my vacant stare fixed on the blue document before me. He added, "This pardon is hard-earned. I hope you will cherish it." I was unfamiliar with the Anomalous Investigation Bureau, yet he assured me that signing this document would spare me from the gallows. This pardon, dispatched by high-ranking officials, was undeniably binding. Even if not for yourself, you ought to consider your daughter. She is merely 5 years old and has just lost her mother. What if her father were to meet the same fate? In truth, following the accident, I had completely forgotten I had a daughter, her name and visage lost to my memory. I do not comprehend. I have made myself quite clear. Join the Bureau, complete 7 tasks, and thereafter you shall be free. No, what I mean is I do not understand why you seek me. Surely, there are other death row inmates in this prison. Liu Changsheng chuckled softly. There are 2 reasons. First, you come from a military background with exceptional physical capabilities. The work we undertake at the Bureau is among the most perilous in this world, and that is crucial. Second, while your crime may not align with the law, from a humane perspective, it is not beyond forgiveness. You are not a drug lord, nor a terrorist, nor someone who has committed murder or arson. A fundamental sense of morality is the second criterion for joining our Bureau. Instinctively protective of my kin, I ultimately signed the document. Upon my release, Liu Changsheng escorted me to an upscale Western restaurant, claiming it was to dispel my misfortunes. Indulge in a good meal this afternoon. I will take you to see your daughter. He handed me a black card, assuring me that once I became an agent, I would have unrestricted access to the funds within. Furthermore, to ensure my peace of mind while working, my daughter would receive the finest care at the Welfare Institute. 90 million? Liu Changsheng, nonchalantly wiping his mouth with a napkin as he savored his pasta, replied, "As I mentioned, we engage in the most dangerous work in the world. Thus we are entitled to the highest remuneration. Beyond our professional duties, nothing in this society should burden us." Having said that, he ordered 2 bottles of red wine, priced at 16,000 each, and patted the chair at the adjacent table. "Hey, we're trying to enjoy a meal here. Could you keep it down?" The trio at the next table had just disembarked from a brand new McLaren, clearly the epitome of spoiled youth. "Old man, do you know who I am?" "No, and I have no desire to find out." "Huh, quite the bold one, aren't you?" With that, a fist was thrown, only to be caught by Liu Changsheng, who retaliated by smashing the bottle of $16,000 wine over the assailant's head. The 3 young men were taken aback, leaving behind a threat. "Old fool, just you wait." The nearby waiter panicked, exclaiming that one of them was the nephew of the police chief. Yet, Liu Changsheng remained unfazed. "Let's just eat. Don't let it spoil our mood." Moments later, a group entered the restaurant, led by none other than the police chief, intent on arresting us for disturbing the peace. Without lifting his gaze, Liu Changsheng casually addressed him, "Old Deng, what have you been up to lately?" The police chief appeared momentarily bewildered. "Liu, is that you? Oh, this is quite the situation. Watch where you're going, you reckless youth." Once they departed, I inquired, "Do you know the police chief?" Indeed, even if I didn't, flashing this would deter anyone from creating trouble for us. With that, he revealed a blue badge, the insignia of the Investigation Bureau. Just as he claimed, those affiliated with the Bureau need not divert their focus from any external matters. My curiosity regarding this anomalous investigation bureau intensified. Upon settling the bill, the total came to $370,000. Given such expenditure, the $90 million on the black card seemed rather modest. However, Liu Changsheng assured me that upon achieving merit, the card's limit would be increased. With such benefits, why seek out death row inmates? A simple recruitment advertisement would attract a flood of applicants. Liu Changsheng lit a post-meal cigarette. Kid, don't speak too soon. This job isn't for just anyone. In simple terms, those capable do not seek it, while those who wish to join often lack the necessary skills. Individuals like you can only be unearthed from prison. At the Welfare Institute, I encounter my daughter, Xiaoying. Yet, much like I had forgotten her, the little girl appeared equally estranged from me, hiding behind a female caregiver. Liu Changsheng chuckled. It has been a while since you last saw her. Children often behave this way. Visit her more often, and she will soon warm up to you. Before darkness fell, Liu Changsheng led me to the bureau. Although he referred to it as the Anomalous Investigation Bureau, the sign read Miscellaneous Department. Do not be perplexed. The Bureau is a clandestine organization established by high-ranking government officials, and our work must remain confidential. The Miscellaneous Department is merely a facade. The Bureau is the reality. He then introduced me to 4 colleagues within the Bureau. A young woman in her 20s named Liu Ching was responsible for intelligence gathering. A mature woman in a white lab coat, Lan Zhu, worked as a forensic expert. A young man in a suit named Liu Changsheng managed the finances. Lastly, a bespectacled individual responsible for communications, Sun Jiming. Following the introductions, Liu Changsheng led me into the inner chamber. These are your former teammates. You will see them often, so go ahead and light some incense. One wall was adorned with countless memorial tablets. Liu Changsheng chuckled. Do not bother counting. There are a total of 108, all dedicated to the heroes of Liangshan. Including you, there are only 7 of us still breathing in the bureau. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Jiming received a phone call. There are 6 now. Monkey is gone. It turned out that an agent known as Monkey had just perished. Yet, the others appeared remarkably composed, as if such occurrences were all too familiar. Liu Changsheng remarked, well then, one more to add to the list of former teammates. You, kid, are fortunate to encounter an incident on your first day. I followed Liu Changsheng and the others to a crime scene located at an art academy. The agent named Monkey lay beneath a blood-soaked sheet. Liu Changsheng lifted the covering to reveal a gruesome sight. His throat had been cleanly severed by some sharp instrument. Liu Changsheng explained that Monkey had once been a spy who stole government secrets and committed treason, only to be extricated from death row 3 months prior. I was perplexed. A skilled international spy must possess exceptional abilities. Who could have decapitated him? Liu Changsheng chuckled. If the one who severed his head was human, this case would fall under the jurisdiction of the local precinct. Forensic expert Lan Zhu examined the corpse while Liu Qing assisted her. Both young women, possessing delicate features, appeared remarkably adept at handling the decapitated body. Particularly, Lan Zhu seemed to revel in the macabre process. Noticing my gaze, she shot me a playful wink. Liu Qing discovered a hair over a meter long lodged in Monkey's wound, determining it to be the weapon that had severed his head. A hair could do that. Before I could finish my thought, Lan Zhu effortlessly used the hair to slice through Monkey's wrist. I stood dumbfounded, both astonished by the hair's resilience and appalled by the woman's apparent disrespect for a fallen comrade's remains. The others, however, seemed unfazed, stating that given Monkey's crimes, he should have met his end 3 months ago. His survival until now was owed to the Bureau. In that moment, I envisioned my own sacrifice, my corpse being toyed with by Lan Zhu. Liu Changsheng lit his cigar and stated, 2 months ago, 3 girls from that art academy tied their hair together and leaped from the rooftop. Following that, many bizarre incidents occurred within the academy, including the headmaster's decapitation in his office. We suspect the girls who jumped may have been victims of the headmaster's lewd advances. I furrowed my brow. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that the girls, upon dying, transformed into spirits seeking vengeance on the headmaster with their hair? Lanju interjected. Didn't your mother tell you there are no ghosts in this world when you were a child? Luo Qing added, they're earthbound spirits. I was even more bewildered. Luo Jinshan elucidated, stating that earthbound spirits are akin to the ghosts I had mentioned. They are entities formed from the resentment of humans, animals, or even plants after death. Scientifically, they are described as a unique magnetic field, which can lightly influence human brainwaves, causing hallucinations. In more severe cases, they can create force fields that directly affect physical reality. Such entities are often bound to specific areas, hence the term earthbound spirit. Chapter 2. Here such a phenomenon exists objectively, yet it must remain concealed from the public, for its revelation would undoubtedly incite societal turmoil. Over 90% of the supernatural occurrences and paranormal events in this world are intricately linked to earthbound spirits. The very essence of the Investigation Bureau is to probe into these spirits, discreetly managing the situation to uphold societal stability. These three young women hail from illustrious backgrounds, not a vulnerable group that can be belittled by a mere art school dean. As he spoke, Sun Jiming promptly printed out a document from his computer and handed it to the others for perusal. This, the wealthiest among the three deceased girls, was named Zhou Ting. 6 months prior, she had undergone a kidney transplant. Lai Shanyo remarked, that truly signifies a disregard for life. In this day and age, organs are in such short supply that dozens of individuals languish on waiting lists. And if they do not receive an organ in time, they are doomed to perish. This is the crux of the matter. According to the records, this kidney was intended for a girl named Lin Fang, who suffered from uremia. Zhou Ting's father, wielding considerable influence, used his connections to secure the transplant for his daughter. Lin Fang, raised in a single-parent household, saw that kidney as a beacon of hope for her and her mother. However, after waiting for 6 months, their hopes were shattered. Overwhelmed by grief, her mother took her own life by jumping from a building, and Lin Fang herself succumbed to uremia not long ago. The group scrutinized the photographs included in the document. Why does she appear bald? One asked. For heaven's sake, have a modicum of medical knowledge. Late-stage terminal illnesses often result in such appearances. Imagine, if you will, a blossoming young woman, in the prime of her beauty, only to have her hair fall out entirely. Perhaps this is why she resorted to using her hair as a weapon in her vengeance. I, somewhat perplexed, interjected, are you implying that Lin Fang, having died with unfulfilled grievances, transformed into an earthbound spirit to exact revenge on Zhou Ting, who usurped her kidney? Isn't it rather obvious? Replied another. The dean has shown particular favoritism towards Zhou Ting, and the two girls were her close confidants. I countered, even so, shouldn't she first seek retribution against Zhou Ting's parents? You simply do not understand girls well enough, Luo Qing responded. When it comes to a cake, the most delectable strawberries are often saved for last. Clearly, Lin Fang intends to eliminate anyone associated with Zhou Ting, starting from the periphery and working her way inward. Who might be next? I inquired. Uncertain, perhaps it will be her boyfriend or someone of that ilk. It is likely not yet time for Zhou Ting's parents. Old Luo promptly passed me the monkey's identification badge, instructing me to assume his duties. This case had previously been under the purview of the monkey and Luo Qing. Changsheng, here's your chance to shine. That I appeared somewhat flustered, yet in pursuit of completing my 7 tasks to leave this place, I had no choice but to acquiesce to old Luo's directives. As anticipated, the following day, another individual met their demise by decapitation via hair. This victim was named Wang Peng, Zhou Ting's ex-boyfriend. Luo Qing remarked to me, this is quite evident. After the ex-boyfriend, on the following day, Sun Jiming received new information. Someone had indeed died last night, but it was not Li Wen. The deceased was Sun Jun, who turned out to be Zhou Ting's ex-boyfriend. Wang Peng was her previous partner. With a hint of exasperation, I inquired, how many boyfriends does Zhou Ting actually have? Sun Jiming chuckled softly. Coming from a wealthy family, it's understandable that she enjoys her freedom. Recently, there have been these 3. If you go to Li Wen's house tonight, you should be on the right track. Thus, Luo Qing and I returned to the balcony to stake out once more, but an awkward tension hung between us. When suddenly, the girl clinging to Li Wen's arm changed her expression dramatically. I discerned a vague silhouette on her. It was a girl in a hospital gown, devoid of hair. Unable to contain myself, I exclaimed, it's a ghost. Luo Qing shot me a disdainful glance, her expression icy. What are you shouting about? I've already told you. That's a vengeful spirit, not a ghost. Our voices startled Li when inside the house. And he too sensed something amiss with the girl, hastily pushing her away. Luo Qing informed me that Lin Feng's vengeful spirit grew stronger with each life it claimed, and it was imperative that we did not let it escape tonight. Swiftly, she broke through the window, aiming her gun at the girl, but the latter suddenly shoved Li Wen forward. Luo Qing was knocked to the ground, her weapon slipping from her grasp. Liu Changsheng, desp, old Luo remarked. Based on the strength of the earthbound spirits, the Investigation Bureau has roughly categorized them into several ranks: C, B, A, and S. Of course, those that can be classified are far from ordinary earthbound spirits and warrant special attention. It seems that Lin Feng has accumulated a great deal of resentment after taking a few lives. Luo Qing interjected. Lin Feng's next targets are likely to be Zhou Ting's parents. However, given her injuries, she probably won't act in the short term. Consequently, for the following days, Luo Qing and I discreetly monitored Zhou Ting's parents. That on one occasion, I visited the Welfare Institute to see my daughter. She still regarded me with unfamiliarity and refused to call me father. I, in turn, felt a profound disconnection, even doubting her identity as my daughter. My memories of my late wife had completely faded. Upon arriving at the Zhou family's villa, I found the elderly couple dining. Luo Qing mentioned that Mrs. Zhou appeared somewhat peculiar to prevent her from harming Mr. Zhou. We disregarded the housekeeper's objections and barged in, guns drawn, aiming at Mrs. Zhou. Her expression twisted grotesquely, and Luo Qing and I fired simultaneously. Mrs. Zhou collapsed, her chest splattered with the blood from the blank cartridges. That Mr. Zhou was left in shock, believing us to be armed robbers, and the housekeeper had already called the police. Before we could tidy up the aftermath, the officers arrived. After he offered us a faint smile. Old Luo, somewhat uneasy, urged me to come over and take a look. It seemed I had arrived just in time. That evening, in celebration of my successful completion of my inaugural task, old Luo organized a banquet. Sun Jiming remarked. What's this? Luo Qing is personally preparing the meal. It was rumored that Li Shangyo harbored feelings for Luo Qing, and at that moment, he wore an expression of disdain. What is going on? That woman was clearly defeated by me. Lan Zhu chimed in. You're jealous that she's taken a liking to him. You've vanquished plenty of earthbound spirits before. When have you ever enjoyed such treatment? I said, puzzled. Taken a liking to you. Li Shang and I. Do you understand? The others exchanged knowing smiles. Soon, Luo Qing presented a table laden with delicacies. Xiao Qing. That's enough. Please sit and eat. Wait, there's one more dish. Just then, a large white cat dashed in from outside, leaping onto the table and snatching a chicken leg. I thought to myself, where did this feral cat come from? Just as I was about to shoo it away, old Luo stopped me. Don't be so agitated, Changsheng. This is my pet cat, named Xiaogou. I was perplexed. Why would a cat be given such a name? Li Shangyo quipped. In ancient times, Zhao Gao pointed at a deer and called it a horse. Now we have old Luo calling a cat a dog, embracing rebellion. Old Luo lit his cigar. Nonsense. This cat is named Xiaogou. Symbolizing our bureau's work, we investigate spirits. Yet outwardly, we must prevent people from believing in them, convincing them that ghosts do not exist. As he spoke, a sense of melancholy washed over us. Indeed, consider this. In a world steeped in materialism, where economics, politics, and culture intertwine with earthbound spirits, people's beliefs would be upended, plunging society into chaos. The government's clandestine establishment of this agency and the generous treatment we receive is not without reason. As Luo Qing presented the final dish, Lan Zhu uncorked a bottle of champagne, and we raised our glasses in a toast. Sun Jiming, eager to dig in, was abruptly halted by my sudden clamp of his chopsticks. What's wrong? I asked, my expression grave, gesturing towards Xiaogou beneath the table. Having devoured a chicken leg moments ago, it now appeared to be in agony, foaming at the mouth and rolling on the floor. Old Luo was visibly shaken. This cat had been his beloved companion for over a decade. Before he could intervene, the cat breathed its last. The chill ran down our spines as we lamented. The food was poisoned. 5 pairs of eyes turned in unison towards Luo Qing, who stood up, shaking her head and retreating. Old Luo declared, it seems that Lin Feng's earthbound spirit can possess anyone it comes into contact with. I recalled the earlier incident when Luo Qing was captured by the constables. It must have been at the moment Li Shangyo fired his weapon that the spirit took hold of her. Li Shanyo cursed. Damn it. Our bureau nearly fell victim to her. We swiftly apprehended Luo Qing, only to discover that the earthbound spirit appeared to be absent from her. Lan Zhu slapped his forehead. Oh no, anyone who has touched her could potentially be possessed. That means all 5 of us? Li Shanyo interjected, so she could be within any one of us. How do we extract her? Sun Jiming proposed. I have a method, using blank rounds. Many believed it to be reasonable. This blank cartridge posed no threat to anyone that we merely needed to fire at each other, for regardless of who it was aimed at. None could escape unscathed, Li Shanyo remarked. What a splendid idea that he promptly directed the barrel of his gun at Luo Qing's forehead, as she bore the greatest suspicion. Yet, at the very moment he pulled the trigger, a sense of foreboding washed over me. No. I forcefully shoved Luo Qing aside, but it was too late. The shot did not strike her head, but instead found its mark on her shoulder. The others were bewildered. Yet upon hearing Luo Qing's agonizing scream and witnessing the blood gushing from her wound, the truth became painfully clear. Li Shangyo's gun was loaded with real bullets that ITSU. They cried, turning their weapons toward him. No, I shouted, it may not necessarily be him. Soon, we discovered that our own guns had all been swapped for live ammunition. Even the weathered Lao Luo broke into a cold sweat. That vengeful spirit was indeed malicious. It sought to incite us into mutual destruction. Yet, we still remained unaware of whom it had possessed. ITSU, Luo Qing said, clutching her shoulder, her expression one of resignation. Li Shanyo hurried to calm me. Stay composed. Normal bullets cannot kill a vengeful spirit, I replied. She must have switched our magazines, but out of habit from my time in the military, I prefer to keep a single bullet chambered. Thus, my shot will surely be a blank. Even if I am mistaken, it matters not that the others were about to concur with my intention to fire. Luo Qing interjected. How can we trust you? What if the vengeful spirit lies within you? You could concoct a pretense of having a bullet in the chamber merely to eliminate me, and then the rest of us. Li Shangyo swiftly aimed his gun at my forehead. Liu Changsheng, lower your weapon. From this moment forth, no one is to fire. I felt a surge of agitation. I am not possessed. Everything I say is true. He added, and one more thing. We cannot trust a word spoken by anyone here. Gritting my teeth, I recalled the peculiar change in Luo Qing's demeanor. The vengeful spirit must be within her. The opportunity was fleeting. Just as we seemed trapped in a stalemate, Lao Luo suddenly stepped forward, attempting to turn the tide. Liu Changsheng, fire. I believe you. But Lao Luo, if this continues, we will all perish here. The true Luo Qing would sacrifice herself for the sake of us all without a hint of complaint. Finally, Lan Zhu and Sun Jiming also consented to my firing. That moment, Luo Qing revealed a ghastly visage. A headless specter erupted from her form. Attempting to flee, I swiftly pulled the trigger, striking her in the back of the head. That day, I returned to the orphanage to visit my daughter, Xiaoying. I found her curled up in a corner, weeping sorrowfully. I inquired with the caretaker if someone had bullied her. The caretaker replied that a friend of hers had passed away. A friend? Upon hearing Xiaoying mention dog, I presumed it must have been a stray, as children often take a liking to little creatures. Mr. Liu, you need not worry. In a few days, she will forget in the afternoon. We visited the hospital to see the injured Luo Qing. Li Shangyo expressed deep remorse for having shot her shoulder, bringing numerous gifts and showering her with attention at her bedside. Yet Luo Qing utterly ignored him. Luo Qing inquired, Liu Changsheng, how did you come to know that the earthbound spirit was attached to me? I replied, you have always worn a face as expressionless as that of a dead fish. However, on that occasion, I witnessed you smile at me. Lan Zhu and Sun Jiming erupted into laughter, while Luo Qing once again donned a frigid, impassive visage. To alleviate the awkwardness, I turned to Master Luo and asked, Master Luo, how did you discern that I was not possessed by the earthbound spirit? With a smile, Master Luo responded, it is through your eyes. A person's lips may utter falsehoods, yet the eyes remain truthful. Li Shanyo interjected, if that is the case, why didn't you simply observe our eyes from the start? Why create such a fuss? Different people exhibit different expressions. With your shifty eyes, I cannot ascertain anything. Regardless of whether you are possessed or not. My brothers, it seems we are in for some work again. A few individuals gathered closer. What is this all about? I queried. This matter has recently stirred quite a commotion. I presume you have heard some whispers regarding it. Li Shanyo remarked. Are you referring to that Eerie videotape, which stipulates that anyone who receives it must make 10 copies and send them out, lest they suffer misfortune? Indeed, that is the very item. Chapter 4. Nightmare, are you jesting? Do you think this is akin to filming The Ring? It is clearly a prank devised by some idle individuals. Such matters should be left to the police. Currently, the authorities have severed the distribution of the videotape, yet they cannot ascertain how many individuals received it prior. Surely not. Could it be that sinister? Jiming exclaimed. Quickly, let us view it and uncover its secrets. But if we watch it and do not send it out promptly, we may encounter misfortune. Nonsense. Do we, as investigators, fear such things? Master Luo stated. It seems sending it out is futile. Several deceased individuals had already copied and mailed the tape. Upon hearing this, our curiosity intensified. Thus, Sun Jiming hastily played the videotape, and we gathered around as if we were children watching a horror film. The tape lasted a mere 3 minutes, depicting a dimly lit room where a woman in a red dress, with long hair obscuring her face, danced beneath a bright white light. Throughout the duration, she danced silently, her face hidden. What a letdown. I expected something far more terrifying than I'm used. Surely this woman will not crawl out of the screen like Sadako. Sun Jiming commented. The inscription indicates that her name is Yumarin. Master Luo advised, let us wait for further news from the police. If it is a human contrivance, we need not involve ourselves. That evening, Master Luo drove to pick up Liu Changsheng from the hospital. After which the 6 of us gathered for dinner. In a hazy state, I glimpsed the woman in the red dress, Yumarin. She possessed a pallid face, her neck adorned with a chain, and in each hand, she clutched a knife and fork meant for Western dining. Unlike the videotape, I could hear her voice. She sang mournfully while dancing. The melody was haunting, and I could not comprehend the lyrics. Most striking was her Eastern classical appearance, juxtaposed with the Western utensils she wielded, which created a stark dissonance. Not to mention the chain around her neck resembling that of a dog collar. At that moment, she noticed me and slowly approached. I, filled with bewilderment, asked, Who exactly are you? Are all those who received the videotape killed by you? She remained silent, but suddenly quickened her pace, the sound of her red high-heeled shoes echoing in the vacant room. The scene was indeed quite terrifying. Could it be true, as Liu Changsheng had said, that this Yumarin was akin to a vengeful spirit like Sadako? Before I could ponder further, she swung the kitchen knife in her hand, slicing into my arm that I attempted to draw my gun, only to discover my waist was empty. Left with no choice, I seized her arms, engaging in a struggle. Despite her eerie demeanor, Yumarin seemed no different from an ordinary woman. Her physique was frail, proving no match for me. After a brief tussle, she turned and fled into the surrounding darkness. I wanted to pursue her, but suddenly felt a jolt. Opening my eyes, I realized it had all merely been a dream. I walked to the restroom, and as I glanced into the mirror, I was startled to see a bleeding wound on my arm. Shock washed over me. Was that not a dream? Or was it that those who had watched the videotape would have Yumarin appear in their dreams? The injuries inflicted by her in the dream could manifest in reality. What if I were to be killed by her in the dream? The thought sent a chill down my spine. After much hesitation, the next day I confided in a few members of the investigation bureau. To my surprise, they revealed that they too had dreamt of Yumarin the previous night, with content strikingly similar to mine. Liu Changsheng slapped his forehead. Sun Jiming received a call informing him that yet another person who had received the videotape was dead. The group hurried to the scene, discovering that the deceased was a high school student who had evidently committed suicide by slitting his wrists. That night, the group convened in the lobby of the investigation bureau, too frightened to sleep, fearing another encounter with Yumarin, the one who could kill in dreams. However, the bureau was extremely busy, and everyone had hardly slept the previous night, let alone during the day. As the early hours of the morning approached, our eyelids felt as heavy as lead. Sun Jiming brewed several cups of strong coffee. You know the limit of how long a human can go without sleep? The former Soviet Union once conducted an experiment. They confined 5 war criminals in a sealed room and released a gas called Nikuleva, which caused extreme agitation, preventing sleep. On the 9th day, the 5 criminals went insane, screaming incessantly. By the 15th day, they had quieted down, beginning to self-mutilate, peeling their own skin. Liu Changsheng waved his hand. Enough of that. We cannot continue like this. We must devise a plan. Lanju proposed, among us. Only Xiao Qing has not watched the videotape. How about this? Let us all sleep in sleeping bags in the lobby, and have Xiao Qing stand guard. If anyone has a nightmare, there will surely be some reaction. And she can wake us in time. But doesn't Xiao Qing need to sleep? We can take turns. We rest at night, and she can catch up on sleep during the day. Everyone found this reasoning sound, and decided to adopt this method of sleeping until they uncovered the truth about Yumarin. In the early hours, Luo Qing said to me, "Why aren't you resting? Are you afraid?" "No, my sleep has never been good. I'm not particularly tired," I tea that moment. Lao Luo also sat up. "Heh, the elderly also sleep little. Unlike these two, who fall into slumber like dead pigs, with idleness at hand, shall we engage in a game of landlord?" Saying this, I fetched a deck of cards. "Lao Luo, I find myself perplexed. You mentioned that a binding spirit is a vengeful soul formed from the death of a human or animal, confined to a specific area. Yet how can the poppy spirit infiltrate the dreams of individuals?" Lao Luo sighed and replied, "In my view, the key lies within the videotape. It serves as a medium. The poppy spirit is unlike other binding spirits. She cannot roam freely. Hence she resorts to this peculiar method of causing harm. Similar to Lin Feng from before, once the number of her victims reaches a certain threshold, the atmosphere of resentment may escalate, potentially breaching this barrier, leading to further complications." Luo Qing interjected, "Are you suggesting that the poppy spirit in dreams possesses a physical form in reality, and locating that entity is pivotal to overcoming her?" "Indeed, the police are already investigating, and I believe they will soon uncover the origin of the first videotape." At that moment, Liu Changsheng, nestled within his sleeping bag, suddenly appeared to be in great distress. "Don't come near me. I have no money." "Mom, it was unintentional." I hastily roused him from his dream, and he was drenched in cold sweat. "Damn, you nearly scared me to death," I inquired. "What on earth were you dreaming about?" Liu Changsheng was about to respond, but abruptly halted, as if the content of his dream was too difficult to articulate. "What business is it of yours?" Luo Qing remarked. "What else could it be? Surely he dreamt of his mother and those debt collectors." Subsequently, I learned that Liu Changsheng hailed from a humble single-parent household. His mother toiled tirelessly to fund his education, hoping he would achieve greatness. And he did not disappoint, gaining admission to a prestigious finance university. After graduating, he secured a position at a bank, with a promising future ahead. However, his ambition led him astray. He clandestinely embezzled funds for investment, and upon incurring losses, he resorted to misappropriating company funds to cover his debts, resulting in an ever-growing deficit. When the truth emerged, his embezzlement totaled a staggering 700 million, alongside other financial crimes, culminating in a life sentence. While his mother succumbed to a heart attack from the shock, this incident became the greatest burden in Liu Changsheng's heart. The poppy spirit seems capable not only of manifesting in dreams, but also of deliberately targeting an individual's most vulnerable points. Even the usually carefree Liu Changsheng was rendered pale by a single nightmare. Within half an hour of Liu Changsheng awakening, Sun Jiming also let out a pained scream that I discerned a pattern. The poppy spirit could only appear in one person's dream at a time. The following day, Sun Jiming received news from the police, stating they had traced the origin of the first videotape. We arrived at a single apartment in the eastern part of the city, where a man named Liu Yong, a courier, resided. "Officer, please cooperate." Liu Yong was brought to the police station, and he was already aware of the recent happenings concerning the poppy spirit. Fully understanding the situation, when the police began their inquiry, he promptly confessed, "The tape wasn't recorded by me. It was given to me by someone else." "Who?" "My ex-girlfriend. Her name is Wang Shui." Chapter 5. Meditative state. Liu Yong informed us that he and Wang Shui had been separated for 10 years. At that time, Wang Shui was quite young and possessed striking beauty. Behind her boyfriend's back, she became romantically involved with a wealthy old artist, eventually finding herself in a situation of being kept. Upon discovering the truth, Liu Yong decisively ended their relationship and left the city, and for a decade, they had no contact. One evening, Liu Yong dreamt of Wang Shui, in which she revealed that she had died unjustly and sought his assistance. She implored him to retrieve a videotape from a certain sewer, copy it 10 times, and disseminate it. Otherwise, she would haunt him indefinitely. Upon waking, Liu Yong found it hard to believe that his former girlfriend had passed away and reached out to him in a dream. Skeptical yet compelled, he ventured to the specified sewer and indeed found a videotape. Thus, Liu Yong became convinced that the dream was genuine. Without hesitation, he complied with Wang Shui's request, promptly making 10 copies of the tape to send out. This marked the origin of the Yumarin videotape. "Sir, I assure you, everything I have said is true." Lao Luo squinted slightly. "Are you suggesting that the Yumarin in the videotape is, in fact, your ex-girlfriend Wang Shui, who is now deceased?" "Indeed, but I am uncertain about the circumstances of her death." Lao Luo sighed that it seems my suspicions were accurate. She intends to propagate her grievances through this medium, subsequently committing murder to absorb more resentment and enhance her power. I inquired, where is that sewer located? It's on Sanha Road, but that serves as the main conduit. The videotape must have originated from a building nearby. Typically, a building's plumbing would not accommodate a videotape. Luo Qing remarked that it is likely a private villa with a dedicated sewage outlet, Liu Changsheng added. However, the area surrounding Sanha Road is affluent, with no fewer than 800 villas. Who knows in which wealthy individual's residence Yumarin is concealed? I speculated. It is highly probable that it is the old artist who was keeping her, though you know where he resides. Liu Yong shook his head, indicating that after discovering his girlfriend's entanglement, he had left the city in anger a decade ago, having no knowledge of the old artist whatsoever. Faced with this dilemma, the group could only rely on Sun Jiming, who was in charge of intelligence, to gradually investigate the surrounding villa district. Before nightfall, we received a call from the police station informing us that Liu Yong had died. He had dozed off in the interrogation room, only to succumb to a fatal hemorrhage. A chill ran down our spines. If this continued, none of us would find respite. The most alarming aspect was that with every life Yumarin took, her power would increase. Even if we stationed Luo Qing as a lookout, we might perish in our dreams before being roused. Liu Changsheng, in a fit of desperation, exclaimed, "Damn it! If this continues, I truly cannot endure it any longer." Lao Luo, drawing on a cigarette, slowly proposed, "I have a method that might be worth trying. An old friend of mine is a monk at the temple on Yuntai Mountain. To my knowledge, these ascetics possess a technique of meditation that, through psychological suggestion, allows one to exert a degree of control over their dreams. If Yumarin can kill in dreams, then if we master our own dreams through meditation, she should be powerless against us." Though the others found this solution somewhat esoteric, it was deemed worth a shot. Thus, that evening, we journeyed to the temple on Yuntai Mountain to seek out Lao Luo's friend. He is the abbot here, known by the Dharma name Liaochen, and is commonly addressed as Master Liaochen. Master Liaochen spoke to us, stating, "Dreams do not arise from a void. As the saying goes, what one contemplates during the day, one dreams of at night. If you wish to liberate yourselves from the torment of nightmares, it is essential to open your hearts, untangle your emotional knots, and confront the vulnerabilities within yourselves with composure." Master Liaochen expressed his hope that we would share our innermost thoughts, so he could provide clarity for each of us. Clearly, apart from myself, several members of the investigation bureau harbored secrets they found difficult to articulate that I, however, remained unburdened, primarily due to my amnesia resulting from a prior car accident. The first to speak candidly was Liu Changsheng, who revealed matters concerning his previous debt collectors and his mother. Next was Sun Jiming, who had once been an honest delivery worker but had been falsely accused of theft, leading to a fatal altercation. Following them were the forensic expert Lan Zhu and Captain Lao Luo, who were reluctant to divulge their inner secrets, opting instead to converse privately with Master Liaochen in a separate room. Liu Changsheng and Sun Jiming were taken aback, questioning if they were to be the jesters in this scenario. After hearing their confessions, Master Liaochen drew a conclusion. The strength of Yumarin is rather feeble. She finds it challenging to kill directly within dreams, often preying upon the vulnerabilities of the human psyche, targeting their weak points. That is, for someone like me, who possesses neither memory nor weaknesses, she can only resort to brute force. However, it is evident that she failed in her initial attempt. In a one-on-one confrontation within the dream, she was no match for me. Master Liaochen assured me I could rest easy while the others meditated alongside him. Indeed, that night, everyone enjoyed a peaceful slumber, free from nightmares. Furthermore, through their meditative state, they managed to glean some clues regarding Yumarin from their dreams, that why Yumarin is indeed Wang Shui, the girlfriend of Liu Yong. 10 years ago, she was kept by a wealthy old artist. This old man was a deviant, imprisoning Wang Shui in his basement. Chained by the neck, he forced her to wear a red dance dress and perform for him, turning her into his exclusive plaything. The peculiar videotape was, in fact, recorded by the old artist during that time. Not only was he affluent, but he also had a penchant for Western culture, devoting himself to the study of Western art and dining exclusively on Western cuisine. Except for her lack of freedom to leave the basement, Wang Shui's living conditions mirrored his. Thus, in my dream, Yumarin appeared as a figure clad in a red dance dress, adorned with chains around her neck, wielding a knife and fork as her weapons. Not long ago, That old artist passed away in public. He was a figure of prestige, and no one suspected that he had kept Wang Shui imprisoned. Consequently, after his death, Wang Shui was forgotten in the basement, deprived of both food and water, and having already suffered mental anguish at the hands of the old man, she perished and became a vengeful spirit bound to that basement. Her soul is likely trapped within those confines, unable to escape. However, her resentment could propagate through the videotape. Yumarin must have sought to utilize this means to accumulate vengeance and ultimately break free from her subterranean shackles. What do you see here? A music box adorned with a wooden carving of a red-dressed dancer, which twirls gracefully when wound, unmistakably resembles Yumarin from the videotape. Everyone was astonished. Where did this come from? From Zhou Ting's home. This morning, I unintentionally accompanied Liu Changsheng to Zhou Ting's residence to settle matters from before, and chanced upon this music box, according to the housekeeper at Zhou Ting's home. This music box was a birthday gift from the former director of the art academy. Our spirits soared with joy upon realizing that the deranged artist was none other than the director who had been beheaded by the earthbound spirit. Truly, he reaped what he sowed. That we promptly discovered the director's address and made our way there, only to find it was indeed a standalone villa. The director had neither wife nor children, and the place had been sealed since his death. Upon entering the house, we swiftly located the door to the basement. Liu Changsheng procured a fire axe. Once prepared, I opened the door, instructing everyone to fire if she made any move. With a resounding clang, he shattered the rusted iron chains that we shone our flashlights inside, yet saw no figure. Although the true form of Yumarin was absent from the basement, there were indeed iron chains and cages, with numerous photographs of Yumarin dancing adorning the walls. Clearly, this was the very place of her captivity. Had she accumulated enough resentment to breach the barrier between dreams and reality, escaping from here? Luo Qing inquired. Master Luo, what is happening? Old Luo, puffing on his cigarette, let out a long sigh. Master Liao Chun has departed, having died while meditating, with numerous knife wounds on his body. But how could it be? A monk, with his senses purified, could not evade the calamity of Yumarin. Old Luo stated, not all monks are free from worldly desires. He candidly revealed that Master Liao Chun had been a murderer in his youth. Later joining the investigation bureau, after completing 7 missions, he retired and embraced Buddhism. That it seems the past events were ultimately burdens he could not relinquish, providing Yumarin with an opportunity, Liu Changsheng remarked. But the master has never watched the videotape. I responded. It appears that Yumarin has indeed transcended the barrier between dreams and reality. Her resentment can now spread without the need for a videotape. I shudder to think what may unfold if this continues. Chapter 6. Counterattack. As anticipated, that night, Luo Qing, who had not viewed the videotape, dreamt of Yumarin. Fortunately, she was awakened just in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The entire investigation bureau was enveloped in fear, leaving us utterly unable to sleep. Suddenly, Sun Jiming conceived a plan. He pulled a piece of torn red cloth from his pocket. That day, in my dream, I grappled with her, tearing her dress apart, and upon waking, I found this in my hand. Are you suggesting? Indeed, if her dress could be brought from the dream to reality, then I believe she could be as well. Since we cannot kill her in the dream, perhaps we could bring her into the real world. Thus, Sun Jiming devised a plan wherein he would enter the dream as bait. After he fell asleep, we would remain vigilant, ready to awaken him at a critical moment, allowing him to pull Yumarin from the dream into reality, whereupon we would collectively fire blank rounds at her. Old Luo deemed this somewhat perilous. Yet Sun Jiming insisted on proceeding, and we had no choice but to comply. Sun Jiming took a sleeping pill and soon drifted into slumber. Initially, for over an hour, he remained calm, but suddenly his expression shifted to one of tension. Cold sweat beading on his forehead, we watched in horror as a deep gash suddenly appeared on his cheek, blood streaming forth. I remarked, "It is time." Several individuals shouted and shook Sun Jiming's body, forcibly rousing him from his slumber. With a sudden whoosh, a crimson figure materialized before us. She was pinned to the ground by Sun Jiming, leaving several of us momentarily astonished. Our disbelief, it had truly succeeded. We hastily pulled the trigger. The poppy was struck 5 times, letting out a heart-wrenching shriek. Before her soul departed, Sun Jiming exhaled in relief, sharing a knowing smile with us before collapsing to the ground. Liu Changsheng fetched a few bottles of tequila, stating, with an excess of caffeine coursing through us, "Even the desire for sleep is futile now." At least we have rid ourselves of this wretched being. Let us raise a glass in celebration. Sun Jiming, having bandaged his facial wound, replied, "You all drink. I just ingested a sleeping pill and need to rest a little longer." Lao Luo, acknowledging his age, declared he too would retire for the night. The cases encountered by the Investigation Bureau were invariably perilous, yet the aftermath was always eerily tranquil. We intended to indulge in a drunken slumber, but scarcely had we consumed 2 cups when a piercing scream echoed from upstairs. We hurriedly ascended and burst through Sun Jiming's door, only to find him sprawled in a pool of blood, his abdomen brutally slashed open, life extinguished. How could this be? Hadn't the poppy been vanquished already? Simultaneously, peculiar noises emanated from Lao Luo's room, compelling us to break down his door. That we discovered him in anguish, calling out Jiuqiu. Thankfully, we managed to rouse him just in time to avert disaster. That night, 36 souls perished throughout the city. Even if one were killed every hour, the poppy would scarcely have been able to keep pace. Thus, we could ascertain that the poppy had not only shattered the boundary between dreams and reality, but could now manifest simultaneously in the dreams of multiple individuals. The entity we had dispatched was merely a fragment of her being. In less than a month since my arrival at the Bureau, I had already witnessed the deaths of 2 agents. My spirits growing increasingly heavy. Fear once more enveloped us. I gazed at Sun Jiming's memorial tablet upon the altar and addressed my companions. Is there truly nothing that can instill fear in her? The more people she slays, the stronger she becomes, and with that newfound strength, she can claim more lives. This is an unending cycle. The group fell silent, considering the Bureau's classification of earthbound spirits. Clearly, the poppy had reached level B. Categorizing her as a formidable threat at that moment, an idea struck me. No, she does have something to fear. The old artist. The poppy is our nightmare, while that old artist is hers. Yet he is already deceased. Can we truly rely on a corpse to confront the poppy? Lao Luo mused. Not necessarily. Sometimes the dead can be more useful than the living. Thus, we returned to the old artist's villa, meticulously examining it from top to bottom. Through his diaries and various artifacts, we gleaned insights into the artist's past. Setting aside his character, in terms of artistry, this old fellow could be deemed a polymath. He excelled in music, dance, painting, and sculpture, yet lamentably, his talents went unrecognized. In his earlier years, some had pilfered his creative ideas, flourishing in the art world while he remained obscure, eventually becoming merely the head of a small art academy. Moreover, in middle age, his wife had departed from him. The artist's mind began to warp, leading him to take Wang Shui as his mistress, bestowing upon her the name of Yu Marin. Yu Marin, in truth, is the title of a painting. The old man had long since lost any physiological desires. After taking Wang Shui under his wing, he imprisoned her in a basement, dressing her according to his whims, teaching her to dance, and allowing only himself to admire her. Any hint of disobedience from Wang Shui would result in punishment. He took pleasure in referring to her as Little Lark, as if Yu Marin were merely a pet caged in his world. Upon returning to the Investigation Bureau, the group devised a plan. Yu Marin now possessed countless avatars. Even if we managed to draw her into reality, it would be futile to eradicate her. We would need to target her psyche. For while her avatars were many, her consciousness remained singular. We would employ Master Chen's method of meditation to control the dreamscape, disguising ourselves as the old artist, using poison to counter poison, in an attempt to frighten Yu Marin to death. Considering that I was the only one among them without a vulnerability, the task of entering meditation fell to me. Once I succumbed to sleep, Yu Marin swiftly entered my dream at this point. She no longer needed to attack my weaknesses to destroy me. Her power far surpassed mine. As I watched her approach, I fervently recited Master Chen's incantation for meditation. The Bodhi tree is no tree. The bright mirror is not a platform. Originally, there is not a single thing. Where then can dust alight? She stood before me, brandishing a knife and fork, poised to strike, when I suddenly exclaimed, "My little lark." She froze in surprise. "What did you say?" I lifted my gaze, revealing a sinister smile. My little lark, why have you stopped dancing? It was evident that in her eyes, I had morphed into that twisted artist. She began to retreat slowly. "You stay away." My laughter grew more maniacal. "Obediently step into the cage and accompany me for 100 years. This was, in fact, a direct quote from the old artist's diary. And her face contorted in terror. "Don't come near. Quickly, put on your necklace. Go away. Dance for me. I beg you. Let me go." "What about a red dress?" or white. Please, don't approach me, you wish to flee. Don't be foolish. Once you enter here, you shall forever be my little lark. Even in death, you will accompany me into the coffin. I refuse. I refuse. I have painted a picture for you. Do you find it beautiful? No, do not run, or I shall sever your tendons and break your spine. Please, forget it. You may leave. That I have decided to set you free. Really? Haha. I was deceiving you. You will never escape. At last, she succumbed to emotional collapse. Her features contorted as she lunged at me. I shouted, "What? Do you wish to rebel?" "No, I dare not. But I will not allow you to succeed. I cannot forever accompany you, you old wretch." With that, she drew the knife across her own neck. She fell to the ground, blood spreading like ink, her body evaporating rapidly like melting dry ice, until she vanished completely from my sight. The following day, the police discovered a female corpse in the city's sewers. Clutched in her hand was a knife, and her neck bore a wound, suggesting a suicide. Strangely, the forensic examination revealed that she had been dead for quite some time, and the wounds were inflicted post-mortem. Following Sun Jiming's funeral, the mood among a few individuals was profoundly somber. Although the Bureau's strict regulations dictate that emotions must not interfere with duty, the bonds formed over such a lengthy period could not be easily dismissed. I contemplated the possibility that I too might one day face a similar fate, and thus found some solace. During dinner that evening, I unexpectedly inquired of Lao Luo, "What is Jochio, and why does it represent your Achilles heel?" Lao Luo, who had been drinking, suddenly froze. I hastily added, "Master Luo, please do not misunderstand. I merely recalled that night when I heard you call out Jochio in your dreams, and it struck me that it must be something extraordinary." As the captain of the 7th team, Lao Luo had undoubtedly experienced more than we could fathom. The mere thought of something capable of instilling fear in him piqued my curiosity at that moment. The expressions of the others shifted to one of bewilderment, as if I were the only one in the entire bureau unaware of Jochio. Chapter 7. Shun Haichuan. After a brief silence, Lao Luo finally spoke. "It is merely a matter of the past. Jochio is the name of a Class S earthbound spirit." My heart trembled at this revelation. According to the Bureau's classification, Lin Fong, who was adept at possession, was deemed Class C. The malevolent entity responsible for Sun Jiming's demise, Yumarin, was classified as only BTO. Contemplate, an S-class earthbound spirit invoked a sense of dread. Noticing my stunned silence, Lao Luo continued, "We lost 3 agents during that incident. Xiaoqing's father also perished at that time." I nodded, realizing my inquiry had been somewhat intrusive, and offered an apology to Luo Qing. She maintained her customary aloof demeanor, yet my recent elimination of Yumarin had seemingly altered her disposition towards me. Regardless, it was all in the past now, that I could only lament not having vanquished Jochio myself. The Public Security Bureau entrusted Wang Shue's body to the Investigative Bureau for examination. That evening, Lan Zhu conducted an autopsy on Wang Shue and uncovered some peculiarities. Numerous tiny needle marks adorned her eyelids and lips, which appeared to have been torn. Drawing upon her extensive experience as a forensic expert, Lan Zhu deduced that someone had previously sewn one. The director of the 9th Bureau is named Shun Haichuan, and Lao Luo is quite familiar with him. Shun, who was once a teammate of both Lao Luo and Luo Qing's father, also belonged to Team 7 following the resolution of the S-level case involving Jochio. Shun Haichuan was promoted to director. Upon hearing that Team 7 had acquired a new investigator who successfully cracked the B-level case of the Yumarin, he expressed a desire to meet me, perhaps to pay a visit to his old teammates, and to present some accolades. Agents within the Investigation Bureau are not lacking in financial resources. Even the lowest ranking among them possesses a staggering 90 million in their accounts. However, when meeting a superior, it is essential to observe basic courtesies. Lai Shangyo mentioned that Director Shin does not indulge in tobacco or alcohol, but has a penchant for sweet treats. Consequently, we procured some exquisite chocolate donuts and similar confections. The headquarters of the 9th Bureau is situated in an antiquated archive building, resembling an oversized storage room. Inside the director's office, there was an air of casualness. The director, a portly middle-aged man in his 50s, sported a pair of distinctive mustachios and wore a benevolent expression, reminiscent of a well-known comedic actor from television. His office was in disarray, cluttered with towering piles of documents and boxes that once contained donuts. He casually accepted our gift box and, without hesitation, began to indulge in its contents. "Do not stand on ceremony. Make yourselves at home," he urged, Lao Luo is typically amicable, yet he exhibited an inexplicable coldness towards this old comrade. He chose to ignore him, instead moving to the window to light his cigar. Director Shen warmly extended his hand in greeting to us younger individuals and subsequently presented a banner that read Best Diligent Team. He chuckled, "I apologize, but according to the Bureau's regulations, matters pertaining to earthbound spirits cannot be discussed openly." I sighed inwardly. It was for this very issue that Sun Jiming had lost his life. And Team 7 was left with nothing but this tattered banner. Yet, considering the Bureau's treatment, other forms of reward seemed rather inconsequential. As we conversed, Director Shen made a phone call downstairs, summoning an individual. "Yes, I am aware that Team 7 has made considerable sacrifices for this case, resulting in the loss of an investigator, but I believe it is imperative to adequately compensate you." He gestured towards a young man. "This is Jiang Baijun, a hacker by trade, skilled in gathering various intelligence. He will henceforth assume Sun Jiming's responsibilities." "Xiao Jiang, what are you waiting for? Call the others," he instructed. Jiang Baijun appeared to be in his 20s, with long, light brown hair and clad in a white casual sweatshirt. His gaunt face bore an expression of nonchalance, giving him the appearance of a streetwise rebel, with his hands buried in his pockets. He offered a casual greeting to the three of us. "I look forward to working together. That is your team leader, Liu Changsheng." Without acknowledging Jiang Baijun's greeting, Lao Luo slammed his hand on the table in anger. "Shen Haichuan, what gives you the right to assign someone to my Team 7 without my consent?" I was taken aback, having never witnessed Lao Luo this furious before. Director Shen maintained a cheerful demeanor. "Lao Luo, I mean no offense. I merely thought Team 7 was in need of personnel. That if we need someone, I will find them myself. There is no need for you to meddle," Lao Luo retorted. "Lao Luo, that sounds rather dismissive. After all, we are both part of the 9th Bureau. Your affairs are my affairs." "That is utter nonsense. Team 7 has no connection to the 9th Bureau." Jiang Baijun was not intimidated by Lao Luo's imposing demeanor. Rather, he responded with a mocking expression, saying, "Oh, isn't Team 7 part of the 9th Bureau? How bold of a captain to speak to the director in such a manner." This statement was akin to pouring gasoline on a fire, prompting Director Shen to swiftly slap Jiang Baijun across the face. A clear display of disrespect. I had begun to perceive that the comedic facade, the fondness for donuts, were merely superficial traits of Director Shen. The aura he exuded and his demeanor unmistakably suggested a man of formidable character. "Lao Luo, this is not solely my opinion. The higher-ups have also resolved to send Xiao Jiang to your Team 7 for practical training." Left without a retort, Lao Luo turned and walked away. On the way back, I inquired of Lai Shangyo and the others, "Is there some conflict between Lao Luo and Director Shen?" It's more than just a conflict. In the past, Team 7 was the strongest investigative team of the 9th Bureau, primarily due to the iron triangle formed by Lao Luo, Xiaoqing's father, and Shen Haichuan, who collaborated closely on cases and achieved significant results. In terms of capability, Lao Luo surpassed Shen Haichuan, while in terms of sacrifice, Xiaoqing's father lost his life while confronting the 9 dragons. And yet, it is Shen Haichuan who has been promoted to the position of director. What is the basis for this? A silver tongue for boasting and a hand for flattery. Wouldn't that infuriate you? I nodded in understanding. Now it was clear, but I believed Lao Luo was not a petty individual. If it were merely a matter concerning the director, Lao Luo would not be so affected. The main issue lay with Shen Haichuan, who was quite insidious, aware of his own inferiority to Lao Luo. He had deliberately suppressed Team 7 over the years, constantly undermining our efforts. After Team 7 had successfully dealt with Lin Fong and captured Yumarin, he felt his position as director was in jeopardy. Do you think he arranged for Jiang Baijun to come here out of goodwill? No, this is merely placing a spy within Team 7. That I had not anticipated that the internal affairs of the Investigation Bureau would also be entangled in worldly strife, rife with both overt and covert conflicts. However, I was indifferent to who held the title of director or captain. My sole desire was to complete the 7 tasks assigned to me and regain my freedom. The members of the Investigation Bureau had always supported Lao Luo, subsequently making a concerted effort to isolate Jiang Baijun. Yet that yellow-haired fellow seemed unfazed, diligently completing his work day by day. Moreover, he appeared intent on winning me over, seeking to align our interests, which vexed me considerably. Liu Changsheng, you are different from them. Director Shen holds you in high regard if he were to lend you a hand. You wouldn't remain a mere ordinary investigator in this small Team 7 at this moment. I had already concluded that Jiang Baijun was indeed the spy that Director Shun had placed within Team 7. Yet I had no aspirations regarding the so-called promotion. I apologize, but please inform the director that I only wish to leave the investigation bureau swiftly. I appreciate his goodwill. Jiang Baijun smiled knowingly. Liu Changsheng, you might. Just then, Lan Zhu and Li Shangyo emerged from the inner room. Interrupting our conversation, it was quite uncanny that I turned to Lan Zhu and asked, Sister Lan, what is the matter? It's about that Yumarin. I followed them to the morgue, where Wang Shui had been deceased for approximately 2 months. The body showed no signs of decay, and astonishingly, even the muscles had not stiffened. During the autopsy, Lan Zhu made a surprising discovery. Chapter 8. The painting Wang Shui had ceased to breathe, yet her heart continued to beat faintly every few seconds, and blood still flowed through her veins. That I was taken aback. How could this be possible? Lan Zhu remarked, it is indeed astonishing, but from a medical standpoint, Wang Shui is not truly dead. She is in a state akin to that of a vegetative existence. No, this heartbeat frequency is beyond what a comatose individual could achieve. The others grew increasingly alarmed. If Wang Shui was alive, did that imply that Yumarin was also still among the living? Li Shangyo suggested, why not just burn her? Let us end this once and for all. However, Lao Luo shook his head that we must not act rashly. With a hint of jest, Lan Zhu turned to Jiang Baijun and inquired, so, genius of computers, how fares your research? Director Shin had mentioned that Jiang Baijun was a top-tier hacker, having successfully infiltrated government computers with a virus at the tender age of 13. He was adept at gathering information both overtly and covertly. Jiang Baijun smiled faintly. This trivial matter has long been resolved. We were skeptical of his bravado. Regarding the stitching of Wang Shui's eyes and mouth, we had previously perused a considerable amount of literature, regardless of whether it was social sciences, metaphysics, or religious texts. None contained pertinent accounts. Jiang Baijun promptly connected his laptop to the projector and presented us with a document that revealed that the creator of the painting of Yumarin was not a perverse artist, but rather a folk artisan. The painting had been purchased for 50,000 yuan at a private auction. Because the artisan was unknown and the auction itself was illicit, no one was aware and mistakenly assumed the artwork was the work of a renowned artist. Thus, our conjecture was accurate. Yumarin and Wang Shui were not the same individual. She indeed had a different origin to that moment. Luo Qing interrupted Jiang Baijun, saying, since it was an illegal private auction, how do you possess this information, and how credible is it? Jiang Baijun replied confidently, the credibility is 100% that as for the source of the information, that is even simpler. Are you familiar with the dark web? The so-called computers and the internet merely operate on a collection of binary data. Beneath the visible internet lies the dark web, which is inaccessible to the general populace. Those unlawful transactions and illicit information flow within the dark web. And let us not forget that I am a hacker. As long as it is digital data, there is nothing I cannot procure to evade a hacker's scrutiny. You would have to resort to writing on stone like a primitive man. Luo Qing remained unconvinced, while Li Shangyo teased, is it truly that remarkable? If you're boasting, at least prepare a draft. Right now, I want to know the size of the President of the United States' wife's bra. Can you acquire that data? Jiang Baijun chuckled. Theoretically, it's not an issue. It would just take some time. However, obtaining your information will be much simpler. With that, he casually typed a few commands on his computer. As for Miss Luo Qing, last week she purchased a B-cup bra from Taozi, along with a pair of pads. No, make that 2 pairs. Are they really that high? Luo Qing's face flushed crimson. She wanted to retort that he was speaking nonsense, but feared the next moment he would project a screenshot onto the large screen, causing her to stamp her foot in frustration. Li Shangyo was momentarily stunned, while Lan Zhu shared a knowing smile. Jiang Baijun continued, saying, as for this gentleman, last week he purchased. Li Shangyo hurriedly covered his mouth. Don't say any more. Have you been peeking at our phones? Jiang Baijun pointed to the public router of the investigation bureau nearby. Is there really a need to sneak a look at such trivial matters? The others secretly sighed, realizing they would think twice before connecting to this Wi-Fi again. Otherwise, even the size of their undergarments would be laid bare before this fellow. Yet Jiang Baijun remarked, as long as he wishes, even if we refrain from using the public network, he could still unearth our information. It simply depends on the complexity and necessity of the endeavor. I cleared my throat and then inquired. The artist acquired this painting, but what connection does it have to the witch from that dream? Jiang Baijun retrieved another document that revealed that the author of the poppy, that folk artist, was actually a journalist. This individual, active at the grassroots level of society, specialized in reporting peculiar anecdotes, in a report written in 1995. This journalist recounted an incident that it spoke of a certain region in southwest China where a peculiar form of witchcraft, known as Xian Sha, was prevalent. The character Sha, when dissected, signifies human and difficulty, symbolizing calamity and misfortune. Xian Sha involves the act of sacrifice to dispel disasters and avert misfortune. It is said that the true name of the poppy was Shun Mengzhu, born into an old theatrical troupe. She excelled in playing the Dan roles, particularly the character Yu Ji from the classic Farewell, My Concubine, thus earning her nickname. In the 1990s, traditional opera troupes found it increasingly difficult to survive, often wandering from place to perform at various weddings and funerals for profit. That year, the troupe arrived at a place called Muzhuang, where they staged a grand performance of Farewell, My Concubine. The rustic townsfolk likely knew little of Xiang Yu and Yu Ji, nor could they comprehend the traditional operatic melodies. They merely sought to revel in the spectacle. For the village elders, their primary interest lay in watching the women. Some, hosting funerals, even invited scantily clad women to perform pole dances, which was far more visually appealing than the opera. However, Shin Mengzhu, being young and beautiful, enchanted a great number of men in Muzhuang, especially in her portrayal of Yu Ji. One local bully, rebuffed after attempting to flirt with Shun Mengzhu post-performance, was infuriated and concocted a sinister scheme that he insisted that Shin Mengzhu was a Sha Nu, an ominous witch, and that she was the one spreading calamity and illness throughout Muzhuang. He declared that the afflictions must be returned to this witch. Otherwise, those suffering from illness could not escape death. The term return essentially implied that he wished to have relations with Shin Mengzhu. Consequently, Shin Mengzhu was subjected to a series of humiliations by the men of Muzhuang. They then proceeded to sew her facial orifices shut with needles, symbolizing the entrapment of calamity within her body. Following this, they conducted a Xian Sha ritual, constructing a pyre to burn Shun Mengzhu alive. The journalist witnessed the entire tumult. Yet, in the face of such hostile villagers, he dared not provoke them. In her final performance of Farewell, My Concubine, Shin Mengzhu, in an attempt to appease their tease, several collectors of the poppy flower met untimely ends, and the artist who imprisoned Wang Shui was the last buyer of the poppy flower. Upon hearing this, the group was astounded. We had never anticipated that all the troubles stemmed from that very painting. That we revisited the artist's villa, yet the painting was nowhere to be found. That evening, we gathered at a roadside stall for dinner, continuing to isolate Jiang Baijun, not extending an invitation to him. I remarked, even if he is Director Shin's associate, our treatment seems rather excessive, does it not? However, Luo Qing contended that it was not at all excessive and proceeded to recount an incident from the past. Initially, among the Iron Triangle, it was old Luo who held the most promise for promotion, bolstered by the support of Luo Qing's father. This caused great distress for Shun Haichuan, who seemed to deliberately position Luo Qing's father at the forefront of an S-level mission, almost as if to send him to his demise and eliminate this thorn in his side. After Luo Qing's father perished, old Luo fell into despair, creating an opportunity for Shun Haichuan to exploit. I nodded inwardly, understanding why Luo Qing harbored such animosity towards Jiang Baijun. After dinner, I went to the supermarket to procure some daily necessities and unexpectedly encountered Jiang Baijun at the intersection, clearly waiting for me. Given that we worked under the same roof, I offered him a perfunctory greeting, and he maintained that enigmatic half-smile. You must have had quite a bit to drink earlier. Let me give you a ride. I offered. Thank you, but I can simply call a taxi, he replied, blocking my way. Liu Changsheng, Director Shin wishes to see you privately. Can't you show a bit of courtesy? I retorted, if the director has orders, they should first be relayed to the team leader, who will then inform me. As an investigator, I am obligated to fulfill my responsibilities. He chuckled. Why be so cold? Are you, like those other fellows, also under Luo Jinshan's influence? Chapter 9. Memory. I must reiterate, I am grateful for the director's recognition, but I have no intention of seeking promotion within the investigation bureau. I merely desire to regain my freedom swiftly. He smiled. Ultimately, you still seem to support Luo Jinshan. That's fine. Everyone has their own ambitions. However, I must caution you. Not everything Luo Jinshan has told you is the truth. I discerned his attempts at sowing discord, but could not resist inquiring. What do you mean? You claim to have been driving under the influence when you killed 3 people, resulting in a death sentence, and that Luo Jinshan rescued you from death row. However, I perused the recent traffic accident reports in this region. And guess what? In the past year, There have been no fatalities due to drunk driving, and I didn't even find the name Liu Changsheng mentioned. I replied. Of course, you wouldn't find it. Don't forget, the work of the Investigation Bureau requires absolute confidentiality from the outside world. After I joined the Bureau, all past records were expunged, but that is merely the surface. How can you access the data within the files? Don't forget, I am a hacker. If I couldn't uncover any information, it can only mean that the incident never occurred. Enough of this. I do not wish to waste words with you. If you have questions, seek out old Luo. I am merely a lowly investigator, yearning for liberation. That night, Lan Zhu continued her examination of Wang Shui's remains, uncovering new revelations. Wang Shui lay unblinking in death, her pupils dilated, exhibiting characteristics of both the deceased and the living. There was a heartbeat, yet no breath. Blood coursed through her veins, yet her body lacked warmth. Her pupils were enlarged, yet her eyes held a certain spark. Lan Zhu, holding a magnifying glass, suddenly gasped. "What's the matter?" she exclaimed. There's something moving in her eyes. Li Shangyo and I took turns examining the pupil of Yu Marin through the magnifying glass, only to discover a woman in red dancing within. This was reminiscent of the earlier content from the tape, yet the scene had shifted. Now Yu Marin stood beneath a lamppost. Li Shangyo exclaimed, "What is going on? Is this dead person's eye playing a video?" Lao Luo remarked, "Perhaps it is a vision she witnessed." The previous Yu Marin must have sought to harness Wang Shui's resentment. However, with Wang Shui's death, their connection has not been entirely severed, which explains why Yu Marin still lingers in her gaze. Li Shangyo, peering intently through the magnifying glass, declared, "Hey, another person has appeared. Looks like a postman. This fellow has quite the nerve. He doesn't even consider fleeing upon seeing Yu Marin." Jiang Baijun stated, "The matter concerning Yu Marin has been suppressed by the Investigation Bureau. The outside world is merely left with an eerie urban legend. Who would believe in the existence of a red-dressed ghost? To the postman, this must seem like a romantic encounter, while we could see Yu Marin in Wang Shui's eyes. We could not hear any sound. It appeared the postman had engaged in some form of transaction with her. The two were entangled, moving into a nearby alley in a rather suggestive manner. Goodness, that fellow is courting disaster." As expected, the following day, the police reported the discovery of the postman's lifeless body in an old alley in the eastern part of the city. His complexion was ashen, his frame gaunt and skeletal, as if he had encountered a vampire. Lao Luo sighed heavily. It seemed that after Wang Shui's demise, Yu Marin had to take matters into her own hands. In the ensuing days, we observed Yu Marin seducing numerous men under the cloak of night through Wang Shui's eyes. Their corpses were discovered the next morning, each meeting out a fate identical to that of the postman. It appeared that the scenes within Wang Shui's gaze were unfolding in real time. Our attempts to intervene were futile. Yu Marin's deadly exploits transpired in mere seconds, and her area of activity was unpredictable. By the time we deduced her location, she had already vanished. Each night, we watched her commit murder right before our eyes, powerless to intervene. Yet, we gradually discerned a pattern. Yu Marin targeted solitary men, predominantly middle-aged bachelors. The most recent victim was a stout man donned in a floral shirt and flip-flops, topped with a tall hat. To facilitate our observations, Li Shangyo designed an instrument that could project the scenes from Wang Shui's eyes onto a screen. As Li Shangyo gazed at the ensnared man, he sighed in resignation. In this day and age, single men truly have it hard. Even a ghost chooses only to prey upon them. That moment, Luo Qing suddenly remarked, "That silhouette, doesn't it seem familiar to you all?" I replied, "Director Shin?" Lao Luo and the others were taken aback, and upon closer inspection, the figure's shape and stature indeed resembled Director Shin Haichuan. Most tellingly, the stout man was holding a bag containing donuts. Those familiar with him knew well that Director Shun had a particular fondness for that brand of donuts, yet he appeared utterly unconcerned. Casually shrugging his shoulders, Li Shangyo inquired, "By the way, has our director settled down? Could it be that he has a penchant for such matters?" I replied, "Even if the director is of questionable character, it is inconceivable that he would be unfamiliar with Yu Marin. Are you suggesting that the director has taken matters into his own hands, just like those men before?" Director Shun wrapped his arms around Yu Marin's waist and led her into a shadowy alley. The hearts of several individuals raced with curiosity about what would transpire next. That moment, Wang Shui, lying on the autopsy table, suddenly reacted. Her eyes widened, and her body began to tremble. Had she transformed? In the next instant, she spewed a mouthful of blood, and subsequently, her body ignited spontaneously. Li Shangyo shouted, "Quick, Fetch a fire extinguisher. By the time we extinguished the flames, Wang Shui's body had been reduced to ashes. The following day, there were no reports of further victims from the police, and Director Shun was back to his usual duties at the bureau. Having personally dealt with Umarin, it was likely that such a significant event would have circulated through the investigation bureau, especially given Director Shin's penchant for taking credit. Yet we heard not a whisper. The serial offender, Umarin, had seemingly evaporated from existence. Lao Luo and Luo Qing suspected that something was amiss, but with Director Shin's informants lurking among us, we dared not speculate too freely. That day, we once again made things difficult for Jiang Baijun, burdening him with an abundance of tasks while we dined out. Shen Haichuan undoubtedly had something to do with it. It was possible that he was the one who unleashed that malevolent force. Yet, didn't Umarin originate from that painting? That was all Jiang Baijun's assertion, making it difficult to discern truth from fiction. Whenever matters concerning Shen Haichuan arose, Luo Qing displayed an unmistakable enthusiasm that I turned to Lao Luo and asked, "Master Luo, what is your perspective? It seems improbable that the head of the investigation bureau would harbor a bound spirit. Yet there is indeed something off about Shen Haichuan. Shaqing, I entrust this matter to you to investigate thoroughly." Luo Qing appeared resolute, while I remained apprehensive. It may not be appropriate for our junior investigators to delve into the affairs of the bureau chief. What is inappropriate about it? We serve to ensure the stability of society. If there are corrupt elements within the investigation bureau, it is our duty to eliminate them. I responded, but the bureau chief is at the headquarters. How can we investigate? Luo Qing retrieved a bag from her purse, containing donuts. From my observations, Shen Haichuan had a particular fondness for sweets, especially donuts, and he consistently patronized the same establishment. The donuts he favored were produced by a local artisan shop, adorned with a mushroom logo. We referred to them as mushroom donuts. There was only one shop selling these delicacies, located directly across from the headquarters, owned by a plump middle-aged woman. Shen Haichuan visited the mushroom donut shop daily, maintaining a close relationship with the woman, and Luo Qing suggested we investigate her first. That I realized she had already begun her inquiries behind the scenes, effectively bypassing protocol. Over the next few days, Jiang Baijun sought me out several times, attempting to persuade me to align myself with Shen Haichuan. That I found myself caught in an uncomfortable position. Liu Changsheng, you dismissed my previous remarks about the accident. Shall we discuss something else? What was the name of your wife, who perished in that car crash? Su Min, how old is she? What does she look like? Is she plump or slender? Does she have long hair or short? Oh, do not misunderstand me. I bear no disrespect towards your deceased wife. These are merely the fundamental characteristics of my spouse. Yet I am unable to recall a single detail. That I lost my memory after the car accident. And thus, everything is completely forgotten. Even this name was revealed to me by Lao Luo. Jiang Baijun smiled slightly. You cannot remember your lawful wife at all. Is this true amnesia, or have you been brainwashed? What are you truly trying to convey? I wish to express that, akin to that car accident, your late wife Su Min is a mere fabrication, conjured up by Luo Jinshan. You speak nonsense. She bore me a daughter. How could she possibly not exist? Quite simply, your daughter is also an illusion. This is becoming increasingly absurd. You and Director Shun have truly gone to great lengths to win me over. This time, I completely severed ties with Jiang Baijun. Yet that night, as I lay in bed, his words echoed in my mind. If I could just remember even a fragment, I could dismantle Jiang Baijun's deceit. Yet regrettably, my mind remained a void. Chapter 10. The corpse bacteria. In medical terms, the human brain does indeed experience amnesia following severe trauma, but typically, it results in the loss of the vast majority of memories. Not all. However, in my case, the memories preceding the accident are a complete blank. I began to doubt whether I was truly suffering from amnesia or if I had been brainwashed, unable to sleep. I decided to drive to Shengshui Cemetery, where my wife's ashes are interred. Gazing at the photograph on the gravestone, the unfamiliar visage only heightened my agitation. A bold idea sparked within me. I began to pry up the stone slabs behind the gravestone. To my astonishment, the grave was empty. Could it be that this entire charade was an elaborate deception orchestrated by Lao Luo? I refrained from voicing my suspicions for the time being, and the next day, I visited the orphanage to see my daughter Xiaoying, who still refused to call me father. Exiting the orphanage, I noticed Jiang Baijun's vehicle parked by the roadside. That if you trust me, I can handle this matter for you. I furrowed my brow. What are you implying? He smiled and pointed at the sealed bag in my hand. Isn't this your daughter's hair? You wish to conduct a personal identification. Fortunately, I have connections, rest assured. While my words may deceive, the identification report will not. That day, Luo Qing took me to Mushroom Sweet Donuts to stake out to eye in the expansive dessert shop. Only the owner was bustling about. This woman certainly raised suspicions. Luo Qing handed me a bag of donuts. Give it a try. I took a bite. Delicious, indeed, fragrant and sweet. However, I am not particularly fond of desserts. Speaking of such treats, aside from someone like Director Shun, who is rather portly, I dare say only you girls would appreciate them. As I spoke, I suddenly realized something. Luo Qing smiled at me. Dio, you understand now. We had been loitering in the dessert shop for 3 days and discovered that her business was not thriving. Aside from Director Shun, who visited morning and night, the other patrons were merely a collection of gaunt men. This clearly contradicted the typical demographic for such sweets. She continued, if you savor them carefully, you will find she has added some rather unusual ingredients. It is blood. I have tasted a metallic sweetness. Whether it belongs to an animal or a human remains unclear, but adding blood to a dessert, rather than to a dish like hairy blood hot pot, is evidently abnormal. As night fell, the two of us ascended the rooftop using grappling hooks, witnessing the plump proprietress in the act of crafting desserts. In addition to the usual ingredients, she incorporated 2 rather sinister elements. One was fresh crimson blood, and the other a peculiar green mushroom. Given Luo Qing's impatient nature, she was eager to catch her in the act. Yet I restrained her. Let us wait a moment longer. We must not alert the snake in the grass. To our surprise, the dessert shop's business thrived after dusk, with a steady stream of customers purchasing donuts. Though these patrons were a mix of men and women, they all bore gaunt faces and pallid complexions. Goodness, are these individuals even human? What astonished us further was the presence of a ledger in the proprietress's possession. Inscribed with the names of certain customers, it was clear that her clientele was divided into 2 categories. Ordinary customers received standard donuts, while those on the list were served the concoctions laced with blood and green mushrooms. I expressed my confusion to Luo Qing. Could it be that you are also on the list? I had not claimed that the bag of donuts was purchased. The proprietress likely finished her work around 4 in the morning and opened the shop by 7, leaving her a mere 3 hours of rest. Luo Qing stealthily acquired the proprietress's list, which contained nearly 100 names, with the first being Shun Haichuan. Moreover, each name was accompanied by a note, some marked as corpses, others as wolves, and some as spirits. I was baffled. Was this a code of some sort? Notably, besides Shun Haichuan's name were the words Hungry Ghost. Luo Qing and I were taken aback. Perhaps this was not merely a code, but a literal interpretation. These customers were not human. Yet, I could not comprehend the distinction between a hungry ghost and a spirit. Surely, they all fell under the category of earthbound spirits. Luo Qing admitted her uncertainty, but mentioned that there exists a notion in Master Chen's Buddhist texts. Hungry ghosts are said to be eternally insatiable, perpetually tormented by hunger, requiring constant sustenance. Their mouths are vast, yet their throats are as narrow as a syringe. Of course, this is merely a religious legend, and neither Luo Qing nor I dared to assert its truth. However, Shun Haichuan, as the director, abstained from smoking and drinking, yet had an insatiable appetite, which seemed to align with the concept of the hungry ghost in Buddhism. The Investigation Bureau's purpose is to eliminate earthbound spirits. Should the head of the 9th Bureau himself be one, it would be rather ironic. Upon returning to the Bureau, we presented the photographs to old Luo. As this matter could not be disclosed to Jiang Baijun, we could only permit Lai Shangyo to examine the relevant materials. Subsequently, a startling revelation emerged. Approximately 50 individuals on the list were documented earthbound spirits. Confirming that the proprietress was indeed catering to them, I expressed my bewilderment, posing the question, if they are all earthbound spirits and documented, why does the Investigation Bureau not take action against them? Old Luo responded, Changsheng, there is something you may not have grasped. The Bureau's establishment is to maintain social stability, not to apprehend earthbound spirits. Are you implying that if earthbound spirits do not pose a threat to society, the Bureau will refrain from intervening? Indeed. However, precautions will be taken. Should they overstep their bounds, the Investigation Bureau will act promptly. I continued, what do wolf, corpse, and ghost signify? I recall you mentioning that there are no ghosts in this world. Lao Luo replied, wolf refers to werewolves, corpse to zombies, and ghost to vampires. Of course, this is merely a reflection of regional cultural differences in naming a certain class of earthbound spirits. In essence, they are deceased bodies that do not decay. This type of earthbound spirit differs significantly from the likes of the poppy spirit, being less impactful. Therefore, they do not rank among the 4 levels established by the Investigation Bureau. Their defining characteristics are their considerable numbers, yet minimal threat, making them difficult to apprehend. This class of earthbound spirits shares a common trait, a thirst for blood. Much like addicts, they suffer greatly when deprived of fresh blood for extended periods. I nodded, understanding why the proprietress would add blood to her desserts. Yet, isn't this bloodlust a considerable threat? Thus, whether they are captured depends on their ability to restrain their cravings. Liu Changsheng remarked. These corpse and ghost types of earthbound spirits are documented by the Investigation Bureau and dare not openly harm others, which is why they satisfy their desires indirectly through that dessert shop. Liu Changsheng added, the crux of the matter is that, according to you, Director Shun is also one of the consumers, which is quite absurd. The implications of Director Shun's involvement are far-reaching, and we cannot afford to broach the subject lightly. Liu Changsheng and I returned once more to the dessert shop across from the Investigation Bureau, only to find that the shop had closed early that night. The proprietress drove a cargo jeep out of the city, and we followed her all the way to a cemetery on the outskirts. She used a spade to dig open a grave and retrieved a corpse. What lay inside was peculiar. The body had neither decayed nor deteriorated, and it was covered in a green slime and small mushrooms, densely packed all over. The proprietress carefully scraped the slime and mushrooms off the corpse with a small knife, placing them into a bag. Liu Changsheng and I stood in stunned silence, realizing that the green mushrooms and the desserts originated from this source. We had consumed that very substance before, and the thought revolted us, causing our stomachs to churn. Liu Changsheng as she expressed her desire to escape from the specially designed handcuffs that restrained her. I cautioned, do not move. We truly will resort to gunfire to ensure precautions were in place. Liu Changsheng's firearm was loaded with blank cartridges, while mine was equipped with live ammunition. A few individuals commenced an intense interrogation of her. Speak, I commanded. The woman feigned ignorance. What do you want me to say? Naturally, it pertains to you and Director Shun. A wicked smile graced her lips. What? Do you suspect I am entangled with Shen Haichuan? That is utterly unjust. How could I possibly be attracted to such an oily man? If I were to seek companionship, it would have to be with a youthful, fresh face. With that, she cast a sly glance at me and Liu Changsheng, playfully licking her lips. The 2 men involuntarily shuddered. This rotund woman, in both stature and age, was hardly superior to Director Shun. Liu Changsheng, exasperated, rapped the table. Enough with the nonsense. I shall ask you again, is Director Shun a tethered spirit? The overweight woman was momentarily taken aback. Are you jesting with me? Liu Changsheng promptly produced a photograph, pointing to the words hungry ghost circled in red on the list. She attempted to deflect. Your director is merely a reincarnated starving ghost, perpetually consumed by his gluttony. At least a hungry ghost is preferable to a dead one. My husband is perpetually frolicking around with other women. She deliberately obfuscated the matter, and Liu Changsheng's patience began to wane. Captain, I believe we will gain nothing further from this. We ought to escalate our methods. Old Luo nodded in agreement, while Liu Changsheng revealed a sinister grin as he went to prepare the implements of torture. This was a specially designed electric chair capable of emitting a high-frequency alternating current, specifically intended to torment such corpse-like spirits, rendering them to a state worse than death. The overweight woman clearly recognized the device, and panic set in. What are you doing? You dare to enact vigilante justice upon me. What error is this? I will report you. I shall sue. Liu Changsheng retorted, the police uphold human interests, but that is contingent upon you being human. The electric chair was activated, and considering the woman's ample physique, Liu Changsheng immediately cranked it to the 3rd level. She shrieked in agony, resembling a slaughtered pig, her face awash in tears and snot. So, will you now confess? The woman slumped in the electric chair. I will sue you to it appeared that was insufficient. Liu Changsheng escalated the chair to its maximum setting of 5. Her hair stood on end from the electricity, and a dripping sound resonated from the floor. Liu Changsheng glanced down at his damp shoes and retreated a few paces. Goodness, I've wet myself. By the way, do zombies urinate as well? Liu Changsheng hastily shut off the electric chair, stating, even if she is not a zombie, your actions provoke the wrath of both gods and men. The overweight woman, her breath faint, murmured, I will tell you. Is that not enough? Shen Haichuan is a hungry ghost. He must feed on blood, or else his true form will be revealed. Old Luo interjected, wait, Changsheng, record her words. Liu Changsheng activated the recording device. Repeat that. The woman suddenly lifted her head, a strange smile playing upon her features. Do not be naive. Even if you record this evidence, it will merely be seen as a coerced confession, and, before she could finish, the door to the interrogation room was abruptly flung open, and a tear gas canister was hurled inside. Immediately following, two masked individuals burst in, engaging in a confrontation with Team 7. Caught utterly off guard by the sudden turn of events, we found ourselves at their mercy as they seized the opportunity to shatter the electric chair and liberate the plump woman. Both Liu Changsheng and I hastily pursued them, only to discover they had already entered a sleek sports car parked at the entrance that we quickly jumped into our own vehicle to give chase. The two cars raced wildly along the narrow road, but ultimately, we lost them amidst the bustling city streets. Liu Changsheng, filled with frustration, pounded the steering wheel. "What are you doing?" The leading man produced a badge, revealing himself to be an agent of the 9th Bureau, and at that moment, handed a document to Lao Luo. "Dismissal. On what grounds do you dismiss Master Luo?" The man replied. "This is Director Shin's intention." The group seethed with indignation, while Lao Luo threw his head back and laughed heartily. "Ha, Shin Haichuan, you have grown so lazy that you can no longer feign subtlety in your ambitions to remove me." Luo Qing was far from satisfied. Even if the director wishes to dismiss a subordinate, he ought to provide a reason. After all, the investigation bureau is not merely his Shun Haichuan's domain. The man withdrew another document, preparing to read aloud. However, Lao Luo waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I accept it. What false charges cannot be fabricated? Did Qin Hui require justification to deal with you, Wumo?" As he spoke, he handed the badge of Team 7's captain to the bureau agent. "Oh, what have I missed?" Beneath the streetlights at the food stall, Lao Luo appeared quite intoxicated. "It's not that I am unwilling to part with the captaincy. Rather, I am concerned for all of you young rascals." Liu Changsheng sighed heavily. "It's not just Team 7. The director is a malevolent spirit. This is akin to a criminal becoming the chief of police. Who among us can escape unscathed? The group wished to inform other teams in the 9th Bureau of Shin Haichuan's misdeeds. But regrettably, due to the confidentiality of the Investigation Bureau's operations, even Lao Luo had never encountered agents beyond Team 7 and the Central Bureau." Luo Qing asserted, "We cannot let this matter rest. Shun Haichuan was responsible for my father's demise, and now he seeks to impeach Lao Luo, that we must not allow him to continue his reckless tyranny." Although the plump woman had been rescued. "Had you forgotten her words?" "What do you mean?" she said. "She mentioned that Shun Haichuan is a gluttonous spirit, more bloodthirsty than other malevolent spirits on the list, that he can cleanse evidence. But that fact remains unchanged. We can document evidence while he is in the act of draining blood. Infiltrating the Central Bureau would be perilously reckless. If caught, dismissal would be the least of our worries. Chances are, we would be silenced permanently. I volunteer. I am willing to go." With that, I raised my hand, and after a moment's hesitation, Lanzhu also lifted her hand. Besides them, Liu Changsheng and I had been coerced into joining the Investigation Bureau, our greatest desire being to complete our tasks and depart from this place. Yet, Liu Changsheng had always harbored feelings for Luo Qing, constantly flattering her, and at this critical moment, he was determined not to falter. Thus his fury ignited for her sake. "I am willing." 2.4 pairs of eyes fell upon me simultaneously. I felt a wave of embarrassment as I spoke. In truth, I do not particularly cherish this life. However, I have a daughter. If anything were to happen to me. Luo Qing's expression shifted to one of disappointment, while Liu Changsheng smirked derisively. Lao Luo's expression, however, grew somewhat enigmatic. "Your daughter." That I recalled Jiang Baiju's earlier words and became acutely aware of Lao Luo's gaze. "Xiaoying is indeed my daughter, isn't she?" Lao Luo and I exchanged glances, and he suddenly broke into a smile. "Taha. What nonsense. If she isn't your daughter, can she possibly be ours?" Liu Changsheng chimed in, stirring the pot. "What's the matter? Are you suspecting your wife of infidelity? If you are truly concerned, perhaps you should consider a paternity test." Lao Luo hastily interjected, "Stop your nonsense. All right, Changsheng, we can understand your situation. So we want to make it difficult for you." The following evening, the four of us armed ourselves and donned disguises before setting out. In the Investigation Bureau, only Jiang Baijun and I were on duty. "Hey, where has everyone gone? With so much food, how can the two of us possibly consume it all?" I fabricated an excuse. "Lao Luo is honorably retired. They must have taken him to the train station." Jiang Baijun nonchalantly slurped his cold noodles. "Then why aren't you going?" I retorted. "Aren't you also staying behind? They don't particularly care for me, do they?" I preferred to remain silent, but at that moment, he casually remarked, It's much better to honestly collect your retirement pay than to seek danger. The chill ran down my spine. You. It seemed that Lao Luo and the others' plans for the night had already been leaked. I quickly drove towards the 9th General Bureau. Who are you? You can't go in. Ignoring the obstruction, I forced my way into the bureau and arrived at the lobby on the 1st floor. Director, he. Chapter 12. 5 teams all right. Let him go to 18 midnight. The entire investigation bureau was ablaze with light. I in the lobby. Luo Qing and Lao Luo had already been subdued by agents from the General Bureau. Luo Qing appeared quite taken aback by my sudden arrival. Liu Changsheng, what are you doing here? I exclaimed with fervor. It's a conspiracy. This is all Shun Haichuan's scheme. Jiang Baijun has long since informed him of your actions. Lao Luo hung his head in despair, as if he had resigned himself to the outcome of victors and vanquished. Luo Qing, on the other hand, was deeply touched by my reckless arrival. Liu Changsheng, aren't you concerned about your daughter? I shook my head, lamenting the abrupt turn of events, hardly able to think of anything else. What about Lan Jie and Lai Shanyo? Seeing the sorrow etched on Luo Qing's face, I surmised that they were likely lost. Let us take action. Even if the agents from Team 7 must perish, they shall do so together. Luo Qing broke free and rushed in front of me. Liu Changsheng, I'm not mistaken about you. If there is a next life, I would willingly be Xiaoying's mother. I was momentarily stunned, taken aback by her unexpected declaration. What? You're not willing. It wasn't he that I objected, but rather that it was too sudden. If I didn't speak now, I feared I might miss my chance. Shen Haichuan clapped his hands from the side. How touching. But since you have your eye on her, why wait for the next life? Don't forget to invite me to your wedding feast. Luo Qing glared at him furiously, believing he was deliberately mocking her, flaunting the victor's arrogance to her astonishment. Shen Haichuan clapped again, and several agents brought Lan Zhu and Lai Shanyo out, both safe and sound. Luo Qing was instantly bewildered. Shen Haichuan, what exactly are you playing at? Shen Haichuan replied. What do you mean by playing? You are agents of the Investigation Bureau, and I am the director. What could I possibly do to you? He cleared his throat. All right, release them already. We are still perplexed by the ulterior motives he harbors. Luo Qing remarked. Shen Haichuan, you famished spirit, do you dare to put on airs here? We are all aware of your dealings with that undead woman. Shen Haichuan, savoring his mushroom donut, shrugged nonchalantly. What pretense? I am indeed a famished spirit, and I make no claim otherwise. The Bureau has never stipulated that earthbound spirits cannot serve as agents. Resorting to violence against one's colleagues and abusing one's power, causing even Captain Wu to lose control, amounts to an assault on a teammate. At that moment, the corpulent woman from the dessert shop, along with the 2 individuals she had previously rescued, emerged from the shadows. The group was momentarily stunned. The captain of Team 5. Her. Indeed, she was Li Xia, the captain of the 9th Bureau's Team 5. You may refer to her as Sister Xia. For these 2, they are agents of Team 5. Trusted subordinates of Sister Xia, Sun Shirgu, and Shi Linglong. Due to the confidentiality of the Bureau's operations, it is common for agents from different teams to remain unfamiliar with one another. Yet, the notion that this rotund woman could be the captain of Team 5 was hard to fathom. With famished spirits in leadership roles and zombies as captains, what sort of organization had the Bureau become? Shen Haichuan, however, calmly elucidated that the initiative to incorporate earthbound spirits as agents had begun 2 decades prior. Compared to humans, earthbound spirits possess numerous advantages, and their inclusion significantly enhances the Bureau's investigative capabilities. Moreover, many of these spirits were once human, transformed into specters due to tragic circumstances. Take Sister Xia, for instance. She was a housewife who perished due to domestic abuse at the hands of her husband. Together, they ran a fresh produce store, but after her husband's heinous act, he concealed her corpse in a cold storage facility. Once, their daughter accidentally stained the skirt of his mistress, which provoked the woman to strike the child, resulting in a tragic accident that claimed the girl's life. In her lifetime, Sister Xia bore the torment of domestic violence solely to protect her daughter, only for her child to meet a tragic end. In the cold storage, Sister Xia's lingering resentment coalesced, transforming her into a hybrid of human and specter. When her husband and his mistress attempted to hide the girl's body in the cold storage, Sister Xia exacted her revenge upon them both. Director Shin personally oversaw this case, and, recognizing Sister Xia's inherent goodness and the tragedy of her circumstances, chose not to penalize her, but instead promoted her to captain of Team 5 in the 9th Bureau. Team 5 is a unique unit, apart from Sister Xia. All other members are either zombies or hybrids. Sister Xia empathizes with her comrades' anguish, as they all suffer from an insatiable thirst for blood. Yet they are forbidden from harming others. Consequently, Sister Xia devised a formula using fresh animal blood combined with corpse bacteria to suppress the zombies' bloodlust. The purpose of her dessert shop is to redeem such individuals. The group found this hard to believe, suspecting it was a conspiracy between Shun Haichuan and Sister Xia, until she produced her captain's badge, an official issuance from the Bureau's upper echelons, undeniably authentic. Leaving them with no choice but to accept it, Shun Haichuan asserted, if zombies can serve as agents, why not famished spirits? He maintained that although he is a famished spirit, he has never harmed anyone. Over the years, he too has relied on Sister Xia's formula to suppress his inherent nature. Liu Changsheng remarked, if that is the case, why did you not reveal the truth during our previous interrogation? Sister Xia, visibly irate, retorted, the operations of Team 5 must remain absolutely confidential. Just because you fools have acted foolishly, should I then shatter the established protocols? Liu Changsheng found himself at a loss for words. When suddenly Liu Changsheng interjected, even so, Shun Haichuan, you have harmed my father. Over the years, you have targeted old Luo and made things difficult for Team 7. Surely, you cannot wriggle out of this. Upon hearing these words, Shun Haichuan let out a long sigh. Regarding old Luo, my child, I admit that my judgment was flawed back then. I never anticipated the complexities of Jiuqiu that I owe you and your father an apology. As for old Luo, I have never deliberately targeted him. Old Luo, I am aware of your resentment towards my position as director, but do you know why the leadership did not promote you back then? Old Luo's expression darkened, and he sneered coldly. For what reason? Pray tell. You are more eloquent and adept at currying favor with the leaders than I. Shun Haichuan shook his head. You are grievously mistaken. The peculiar investigative bureau operates under a different bureaucratic system than the outside world. Here, advancement hinges solely on ability and contributions that I concede that your capabilities surpass mine. Yet, old Luo, your obstinacy is your downfall. Old Luo suddenly lost his temper. Nonsense. At that moment, Jiang Baijun sauntered in from outside, holding a document in his hand. With a smile, he announced, Liu Changsheng, the results you requested have arrived. Both old Luo and Liu Qing were taken aback. What results? I had to admit, unbeknownst to them, I had conducted a paternity test with Xiaoying. Old Luo's fury intensified upon hearing this. Liu Changsheng, even you do not trust me. Liu Qing also turned against me. Liu Changsheng, I have ultimately misjudged you. Jiang Baijun chuckled. Let us not speak too soon. In fact, the results of this test are rather astonishing. Shun Haichuan inquired, Xiao Jiang, what do you mean? Jiang Baijun replied, actually, I knew the outcome before the test. The car accident, the wife, the daughter, all fabricated. However, regarding the results that I was unwilling to let him keep me in suspense. Snatching the report, and upon glancing at it, I was utterly bewildered. What is the meaning of this? A genetic similarity of 46. In medical terms, a similarity of 99.99 is required to ascertain biological parentage. It was indisputable that Xiaoying was not my biological daughter. Yet, this 46 was absurdly low. According to the theory of evolution, all life on Earth has evolved from single-celled ancestors, implying that genetic similarity among humans exceeds 99.9, that humans share 98.8 of their genes with gorillas, 85 with mice, and even 60 with plants like bananas. My genetic similarity with Xiaoying stood at merely 46. That I confronted Jiang Baijun. What is going on? Jiang Baijun flashed a devilish smile. That it is evident that neither you nor Xiaoying are human. Not human? What nonsense is this? At that moment, Shun Haichuan sighed that I had previously entertained such suspicions, but I never anticipated that old Luo. You. Old Luo's countenance grew increasingly grim, and I found myself unwilling to listen to their cryptic exchanges. What is the situation, exactly? Shun Haichuan seized me with a firm grip, tearing at the fabric of my clothing from behind. To my astonishment, an unusual visage, roughly the size of an egg, was imprinted upon my back. Resembling a birthmark. That moment, Liu Qing and the others were taken aback. This is Jiuqiu. I was instantly bewildered. I am the bound spirit Jiuqiu. How could this be possible? Shun Haichuan, filled with indignation, confronted Lao Luo, exclaiming, Lao Luo, how dare you undertake such actions behind your superior's back? Your audacity knows no bounds. That I contended that my perception of his obstinacy was, indeed, not misplaced. Lao Luo threw back his head in laughter. finally confessing to his clandestine dealings that it turned out that I truly am Jiuqiu. Many years ago, Team 7 paid a grievous price to subdue the S-class bound spirit Jiuqiu, after which Lao Luo took charge of its remains. However, Lao Luo soon discovered that Jiuqiu possessed an immortal essence, rendering it impossible to slay. Yet, upon death, it would lose all memory, including the very essence of whether it was human or a bound spirit. Perhaps Lao Luo sought to augment the strength of Team 7, or perhaps he had other motives that he reported to his superiors that Jiuqiu's body had been incinerated, all the while orchestrating a fabricated tale of a car accident. Chapter 13. Jiuqiu he feigned rescuing me from imprisonment, concocting a false identity, a fictitious spouse, and even the name he bestowed upon me, Changsheng, in fact, reflected Jiuqiu's immortal nature, but as for Xiaoying. She was, in truth, Lao Luo's granddaughter. In his bid to win my trust and bind me to his will, he did not hesitate to send his own kin to an orphanage. Xiaoying had grown up under Lao Luo's care. And the cat from the investigation bureau was her closest companion, which explained her profound sorrow upon the cat's demise. Xiaoying reluctantly played along with her grandfather's charade, yet due to her tender age, she ultimately could not fully accept me as her father. Appearing cold and distant each time we met, I found this revelation utterly unacceptable. No, it cannot be. How could I possibly be Jiuqiu? How could I be Jiuqiu? Li Shanyo urged. Liu Changsheng, please remain calm. It became evident that Lao Luo had not only deceived me, but had also concealed the truth from the others in the investigation bureau. Shun Haichuan intended to apprehend Lao Luo and present him to superiors for judgment, but at that moment, Lao Shi was merely a performer from a bygone era, victimized by bullies and a group of unscrupulous individuals, ultimately burned alive as a witch. What wrong had she committed? I murmured. Director, what then drives you to become a restless spirit, a hungry ghost? He replied, there is no particular grievance, yet I am not inherently a hungry ghost. As he spoke, he lifted his garment, revealing a scar that traversed his abdomen from left to right. He had been grievously wounded by a hungry ghost, and thus transformed into one. I inquired. Then who is the true essence of this hungry ghost? Her name is Cui Yingying, an S-class restless spirit, just like you, he replied. Cui Yingying, could it be? Indeed, it is she. Born into a military family, he possessed exceptional physical and psychological resilience. A stark contrast to the randomness of an accident. It was not mere hearsay from Lao Luo. However, this is not my past, but rather that of Lao Luo himself. During his service, Lao Luo enjoyed a blissful family life. Yet the death of his wife shattered his world. Upon discovering that his wife perished at the hands of a restless spirit, Lao Luo was consumed by rage and volunteered to join the 7th Division of the Anomalous Investigation Bureau. For years thereafter, he acted like a relentless enforcer, viewing restless spirits as the most vile and malevolent entities on Earth, displaying no mercy in his investigations. This stance was evidently at odds with Shun Haichuan's philosophy of enlightenment, indicating that Luo Jinshan and Shun Haichuan were fundamentally different individuals. Not only did Lao Luo harbor a deep-seated aversion to evil, but he also instilled this belief in his son. Consequently, when his son reached adulthood, it was no surprise that he too became an agent of the 7th Division. Lao Luo's son, Luo Jing, had always revered his father's words as gospel until he encountered that woman, Cui Yingying. This woman was the source of the hungry ghost, akin to the perilous existence of Jiuqiu. Yet, against all odds, Luo Jing found himself enamored with her in many cliché narratives. Their romance faced his father's vehement opposition. Lao Luo would never relent when it came to restless spirits. He secretly allied with members of the 7th Division, including Shun Haichuan. During a covert operation, they successfully eradicated the restless spirit, and it was during this tumultuous encounter that Shun Haichuan sustained his injuries. S-class restless spirits are notoriously difficult to confront, and their operation proceeded with such ease due to Cui Yingying's emotional attachment to Luo Jing. Heartbroken upon uncovering the truth, Luo Jing tragically sought to end his own life, following Cui Yingying into the abyss. Following his wife's death, Lao Luo was left with but one kin, and his sorrow was overwhelming. It was only after the demise of his son and Cui Yingying that Lao Luo fortuitously learned of the existence of a granddaughter named Luo Xiaoying. Elders often share a special bond with their grandchildren, and Lao Luo cherished his granddaughter as a precious jewel. However, he overlooked a critical detail. Luo Xiaoying was the daughter of a hungry ghost, bearing the blood of that malevolent spirit. while Shen Haichuan was transformed into a hungry ghost merely through injury. Luo Xiaoying could not possibly be an ordinary girl, as Shen Haichuan remarked. Lao Luo is a man of obsession. He secretly nurtured his granddaughter and clandestinely altered Zhou Qiu, all driven by his own stubborn will. Upon hearing his words, I was profoundly astonished. Director, do you imply that Lao Luo was influenced by Xiaoying? Shen Haichuan remarked. As far as I know, the hungry ghosts among the earthbound spirits can be categorized into two types. The corporeal hunger manifests as an insatiable appetite, while the psychological hunger manifests as greed, an insatiable longing for more. The latter is far more terrifying than the former. I am bloodthirsty, yet I find satisfaction through Sister Xia's confections. However, the greed of the mind is an abyss that can never be filled. The insatiable greed of the hungry ghost subtly influences Lao Luo, and to this day, he has lost his true nature. After some contemplation, I found Shen Haichuan's reasoning to be quite valid. Lao Luo initially joined the investigation bureau to avenge his wife and eliminate as many earthbound spirits as possible. Yet, over the years, he has grown increasingly obsessed with power, harboring jealousy as he witnesses his colleagues ascend to the position of director. He has always believed his abilities surpass those of Shen Haichuan. Convinced that the latter's rise is due to flattery and sycophancy, that he claims to be indifferent, yet harbors deep-seated resentment towards Shen Haichuan. Aware that Zhou Qiu is immortal, he refrains from reporting it, secretly keeping it close, hoping to leverage Zhou Qiu's strength for his own advancement. This insatiable ambition has been fostered by his prolonged contact with the hungry ghost Xiaoying. If Shen Haichuan has been transformed into a corporeal hungry ghost by Cui Yingying, then Lao Luo has become a psychological hungry ghost under Xiao Ying's influence. Now that Lao Luo's true nature has been exposed, he has even resorted to murdering his own subordinates, and what will transpire next remains uncertain. Director Shen and the others held a discussion, and due to the urgency of the situation, an exception was made for teams 7 and 5 to collaborate on the case. By dawn, a group of us arrived at the Welfare Institute, where Luo Xiaoying resided. When we set out, the skies were clear, yet now dark clouds loomed ominously over the Welfare Institute, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Bursting through the doors, we expected to find the children engaged in morning exercises. Yet a glance around revealed not a single soul in sight. Tension gripped the group. The hall was empty. The cafeteria was deserted. The dormitories held no one. Shen Haichuan exclaimed, "This is bad. The nature of the hungry ghost has erupted." And I fear. Before he could finish his thought, a fierce gust of wind swept through, causing the doors of the Welfare Institute to slam shut. Simultaneously, from the thicket outside the playground, a petite figure emerged. Xiaoying. Her complexion was deathly pale, her lips a dark purple, her feet hovering above the ground, enveloped in a shroud of black mist. Shen Haichuan, we meet again. Director Shen's face bore a look of shock, for it was evident that the voice emanating from Luo Xiaoying belonged to her mother, Cui Yingying. Or rather, her mother was merely a host for the hungry ghost. Upon her demise, it transferred to her daughter. The others hastily opened fire upon her, yet it was clear that an S-grade earthbound spirit was no longer intimidated by the investigation bureau's blank rounds. The bullets sank into Luo Xiaoying's form. As she could even consume the bullets, Sister Xia, in a state of agitation, declared, "It seems the red rounds are ineffective. Director, let us switch to the blue rounds." I stood by, bewildered. Blue rounds? Chapter 14. The hungry phantom. It turns out that the investigation bureau's blank rounds are secretly manufactured by the higher authorities and distributed to various teams according to a specific quota. However, the red rounds are merely the most basic of blank ammunition, proving somewhat ineffective against A-grade earthbound spirits, and are practically useless against S-grade entities. In such moments, it becomes imperative to switch to blue warheads. The fabrication of blue blank cartridges is significantly more challenging than that of red ones. Thus, the allocated quota is exceedingly limited, with the Central Bureau receiving a mere 20 each year. When the squad encounters extraordinary circumstances necessitating blue warheads, a formal request must be submitted to the director. Director Shen was already aware of Luo Xiaoying's identity as a hungry ghost upon his arrival, and naturally came prepared, bringing along all 20 blue warheads from the 9th Bureau. However, just as he was about to distribute the blue warheads among the group, an unusual expression suddenly crossed his face. Without hesitation, he loaded a live ammunition magazine and fired at Sister Xia. Fortunately, Sun Shirgu reacted swiftly and pulled Sister Xia to safety. Upon further observation, Director Shun had already dismantled the blue warheads. Swallowing them one by one, the group was taken aback, quickly realizing the gravity of the situation. Shen Haichuan, having been wounded by a hungry ghost in the past, had succumbed to his true nature. With a sinister grin, he began to fire wildly at those around him, prompting everyone to evade his shots. At that moment, Jiang Baijun suddenly grabbed my arm and thrust something into my hand. Upon closer inspection, I discovered it was a blue warhead. It turned out that a subordinate squad from the 9th Bureau had previously requested a blue warhead from Director Shun, and after approval, Jiang Baijun had yet to deliver it. I understood his intention. Given the current circumstances, they stood no chance against the hungry ghost, let alone bypassing Director Shin's authority. Yet, as a member of the 9 Dragons, I possessed an immortal essence that I gritted my teeth, feeling a pang of hesitation. Jiang Baijun reassured me that although the 9 Dragons would lose all memories upon death, as an S-class earthbound spirit, it was not so easily vanquished. That I recalled the severe sacrifices made by Team 7 of the 9th Bureau in their efforts to combat me as an earthbound spirit. I questioned what compelling reason I had to risk my life for these individuals. Simultaneously, with my memories a blank slate, I found no grounds to refuse their plea. Therefore, I loaded the blue warhead into my firearm and approached Director Shin. He fired 3 rounds at me, the bullets piercing my chest. I felt excruciating pain, yet such ordinary bullets could not harm me. Director Shin hastily switched to red warheads, and this time the sensation was more intense, yet still trivial. He attempted to revert to blue warheads, only to discover he had consumed them all. At that moment, he clutched his throat, trying to induce vomiting, but I delivered a punch that sent him sprawling to the ground. I advanced towards Luo Xiaoying, raising my weapon to her forehead. An earthbound spirit. Why do you choose to assist these people? I shook my head. I do not know. With that, I pulled the trigger, not anticipating that the chamber contained a blue warhead, resulting in an explosive demise for him. Surprisingly, however, he did not perish. A shadow emerged from the headless corpse, roaring at me. I heard Jiang Baijun's voice behind me. This is bad. The group collectively fired at the hungry ghost. Yet their efforts proved utterly futile. His hand coiled around my neck like a resilient vine, whispering in my ear, I have heard that the 9 Dragons possess an immortal essence. What would happen if I were to consume you? His body constricted around me like a second skin, and despite my utmost efforts, I could not break free. Just then, a pair of clawed hands seized the hungry ghost by the neck, forcibly pulling him away from me. It was Lao Luo, who clung desperately to the hungry ghost, shouting, "Fire now!" The hungry ghost thrashed violently yet remained momentarily restrained by Lao Luo's grip. Upon witnessing the scene, Luo Qing and her companions relentlessly pressed Director Shin, successfully extracting 6 blue bullets from his lips, just enough to fill a revolver. The hungry spirit twisted its neck, ravenously gnawing at Lao Luo's body. "Let go of me!" Lao Luo clung on stubbornly, prompting Luo Qing to toss the gun to me. Anger surged within me as I fired 5 shots at the hungry spirit. It swayed like a mere shadow in the wind, appearing as though one more shot could send its soul scattering. However, before I could pull the trigger for the final shot, I suddenly heard a gunshot from my left side. I had been hit. A searing pain erupted in my chest, distinct from the impact of real bullets or red projectiles. It dawned upon me instantly. It was a blue bullet, but who had fired? It was then that I noticed a young man, clad in a cloak, who had shot me. The pair, having taken the hungry spirit, scaled a wall and sped away in a sleek black sports car. The members of the Investigation Bureau, all injured to varying degrees, were now too exhausted to pursue. I gritted my teeth against the excruciating pain, supporting the barely breathing Lao Luo. "Lao Luo, hang in there." He trembled as he spoke. "Changsheng, I am sorry." That he handed me a photograph depicting a woman I did not recognize. Confused, I asked, "Lao Luo, what is this?" They spoke the truth. "You are indeed the earthbound spirit Jiuqiu. The car accident was a fabrication. Your wife is a fabrication. Your daughter is a fabrication. And even your name was bestowed by me. However, Su Min is indeed a real person. She is either your wife or a friend. I'm unsure, but I discovered this photograph on you long ago." Suddenly, I grasped his meaning. Perhaps, like Cui Yingying, I too was a host parasitized by an earthbound spirit. I was once a person, harboring untold pasts, Lao Luo. But before I could inquire further, he had already breathed his last. Although the hungry spirit had been rescued by the mysterious couple, it was fortunate that the rest of the Investigation Bureau members were largely unscathed. Though struck by a blue bullet, I was not critically injured. To commemorate his old friend, Shun Haichuan held a grand funeral for Lao Luo and Liu Changsheng. After many years, Lao Luo was finally enshrined at the altar of Team 7. I couldn't help but reflect that of the 5 individuals I had initially met in Team 7, 3 had already departed. Subsequently, I approached Director Shun to inquire about the blue bullets of the 20 blue bullets from the 9th Bureau. I had used 6 against the hungry spirit, leaving 1 remaining. After over 3 hours of effort in the restroom, the director had extracted the remaining 13 bullets. This indicated that the blue bullets used by the man who attacked me were his own. Yet, how could these rare munitions, secretly developed by the upper echelons of the Investigation Bureau, be in the hands of those 2 enigmatic figures? Our collective first thought was that there was a traitor within the Bureau, someone of at least the director's rank, capable of accessing the blue bullets. The bizarre secrecy within the Investigation Bureau had led to a situation where teams were unfamiliar with one another, and even bureaus remained strangers. However, it was known that the Investigation Bureau had established 13 branches worldwide, leading us to suspect that those who had rescued the hungry spirit belonged to another branch. Director Shun, however, was unconvinced. Although he did not know the other bureau directors, based on his understanding of the organization, he deemed it unlikely that there was a traitor within. Regarding the blue projectile, its production process is intricate, and the materials are exceedingly rare. However, should we overcome these 2 formidable challenges, it is not beyond possibility for other organizations to replicate it. Director Shun led us to the basement where Umarin was detained, revealing a confidential matter concerning the 9th Bureau. In its early years, the 9th Bureau investigated a mysterious organization known as Lian. According to Director Shin's analysis, the specter of the gluttonous ghost Chueying, the enigmatic Jiu Qiu, and this Umarin seemed to be intertwined with the Lian organization. The group was taken aback. The Lian organization? How come we have never heard of it? Director Shin remarked. This organization operates with utmost caution. Aside from some early activities, the Investigation Bureau has not uncovered any related information in recent years. As he spoke, he turned the glass dome, revealing an egg-sized grotesque visage on the back of Umarin's neck. This is the emblem of the Lian organization. I inquired. Are all members of this organization bound spirits? Director Shin shook his head. No. According to the materials obtained by the Bureau in earlier years, the leader of the Lian organization is a bound spirit, most likely that very gluttonous ghost. The remaining members are predominantly wealthy science. Wealthy science? In simpler terms, they are affluent young men and women, possessing wealth and power, lacking nothing, yet growing weary of the lavish lifestyle, seeking excitement, and thus joining the Lian with a pledge of allegiance. There are 3 known forms. First, to slay a Bureau agent and present their head. Second, to capture a meaningful bound spirit as a contribution to the organization. Third, to pay an exorbitant membership fee of 100 million. Chapter 15. The Catastrophe. The group was left utterly speechless. What sort of wealthy scion would be so bored? Jiang Baijun stated, the lives of the upper echelons of the wealthy are beyond your imagination. What ordinary people covet, money, status, power, and even pleasure, comes effortlessly to them. Beyond these, there must be some pursuits in life. The Lian organization understands these individuals' desires quite well. Clearly, Umarin falls into the category of the irredeemable. The reason Director Shun has not eliminated her is primarily to extract information regarding Lian from her. Regrettably, since her capture, Umarin has been in a dazed state this moment. Director Shun handed me a transcript of the interrogation. Over the course of 4 days, Umarin had only reluctantly divulged 14 characters, akin to squeezing toothpaste. Upon examination, I found it inscribed: gluttonous ghost, Azura, plague god, locust god, drowning god, drought demon, Jiu Qiu. What does this mean? I surmise these must be names. Perhaps these 7 individuals constitute the core members of the Lian organization. My gaze lingered on the 2 characters Jiu Qiu, sending a chill down my spine. Does this imply that I was also a member of the Lian organization before my amnesia, based on my situation with the gluttonous ghost? It stands to reason that the other 5 are likely also S-class terrifying bound spirits. Director Shin addressed me. Changsheng, I still call you by that name out of respect. What I wish to convey is that the Investigation Bureau has always adhered to a principle of inclusivity. Whether you are human or a bound spirit is of little consequence. As long as you possess a heart devoted to serving the Bureau, you shall continue to be our agent. After a moment of silence, I spoke. I apologize, Director, but I may have to disappoint your goodwill. Although my past is a blank slate and my future appears uncertain, I can assure you that I shall never commit evil again. I wonder if you might restore my freedom?" Director Shin sighed out. "Of course, but it must be done in accordance with the regulations of the Bureau. Although Lao Luo deceived you, in a certain sense, he did provide you with an opportunity for rebirth." I nodded. "No problem. I will continue to serve in Team 7 until I fulfill the requirement of completing 7 tasks." After Lao Luo and Liu Changsheng departed, only I, Luo Qing, Lan Zhu, and Zhang Baijun remained in Team 7. Clearly, this was insufficient to maintain the daily operations of the team, and now even the captain's position was vacant. After some consideration, Director Shen decided to assign a seasoned agent to lead Team 7. This individual was someone we had seen before, none other than the formidable zombie agent Sun Shirgu, who had infiltrated the interrogation room that night to rescue Sister Xia. Although this elder was a subordinate of Sister Xia, his experience and capabilities were on par with hers. However, he was somewhat aloof, preferring solitude and refraining from discussing matters outside of work with his teammates. Zhang Baijun sat before the computer, scrutinizing the profiles of the remaining members of Team 7. I remarked, "Even with Elder Sun at the helm, we are still short-handed. We must recruit at least one more agent." "Well, let us assign this daunting task to Liu Changsheng and Luo Qing," he replied, as a member of the 9th Division. It meant I was the one who had killed Luo Qing's father. Upon returning to Team 7, Luo Qing's demeanor towards me had changed dramatically. Although she had always been indifferent, she now seemed utterly unwilling to engage in conversation. I whispered, "I'm fine with it. I will comply with the organization's arrangements. How about you, Xiaoqing?" She turned to Zhang Baijun and said, "I also comply with the arrangements, but please tell him to speak to me less often from now on." Zhang Baijun shrugged. "He's right in front of you. Why not tell him directly?" Seeing the ferocity in Luo Qing's expression, Zhang Baijun helplessly relayed, "All right, Liu Changsheng. Miss Luo Qing requests that you speak to her less in the future." I nodded in resignation. "Understood. Miss Luo Qing, he acknowledges your request." At the 9th Bureau 3 days later, his wife lay lifeless in the street, having suffered indignities before her death. Hui Jie knew the identity of the murderer, but lacked the evidence to prove it. This time, he chose not to adhere to his principles. Driven by a thirst for vengeance for his wife's tragic demise, he sought out the wealthy young car owner and severed his head. He was sentenced to death in the first trial, and if they wished to recruit him, they had to act swiftly. I inquired, "How is the document progressing?" "I have already submitted a petition for a pardon concerning the Blue Book to Director Shun, and it should be approved by this afternoon," came the reply. Thus, that afternoon, Luo Qing and I made our way to the prison's death row. The scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of the time I met old Luo in this very interrogation room. That is all I wish to convey. If there are no objections, please sign. Hui Jie was a robust middle-aged man, his square face exuding a sense of martial prowess. Yet, the misfortunes of life and the brutal death of his wife had nearly drained this man of his spirit, leaving only a void of bewilderment in his hollow gaze. Noticing his lack of response, Luo Qing added, "Rest assured, our investigation bureau operates differently from other law enforcement agencies. Even those with immense power cannot interfere with our work. Your sincere intentions here will not go unrewarded." Huijie remained silent for a long while, before suddenly letting out a cold laugh. "When I graduated and entered the workforce, they said the same thing." Clearly, mere words would not suffice to earn Huijie's trust. He needed to witness our tangible actions. In any case, he should sign first. We could address work matters later. He had to survive to have a future. Given Huijie's understanding of power structures, he seemed skeptical that signing a mere blue book could spare him from execution. Moreover, the individuals he had offended were resolutely intent on taking his life. It was not until 5 minutes later, as he sat in a luxury car at the prison's entrance, that a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Following protocol, Luo Qing and I first took him to dine, to dispel any ill fortune, then provided him with clean clothing and tidied his appearance, handing him the investigation bureau's black card and ID badge. By the time we exited the mall, night had fallen. "Uncle Hua, if you have any requests, feel free to let us know at any time." Huijie's demeanor had softened considerably. He gazed at the vibrant nightlife around him, still exhibiting a sense of confusion. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and he forcefully grasped my arm. "Help me catch that car." I was somewhat puzzled. "Which car?" "The Lamborghini ahead." "Hurry." Although unclear of his intentions, I pressed the accelerator and pursued it. The convertible sports car was occupied by a young man with wine-red hair. flaunting a vehicle worth over 5 million, and dressed in an ensemble reminiscent of Yagami Iori, unmistakably a scion of wealth. He recklessly sped through the night, running 5 red lights without a care. I thought to myself that Uncle Hua's old habits as a traffic cop seemed to resurface. He was keen to apprehend anyone violating traffic laws. However, after several blocks, we ultimately lost sight of him. I turned to Huijie and said, "Uncle, our investigation bureau doesn't handle traffic violations. I suggest we let it go." But he shook his head seriously. "That person is Liu Yaowen." I was bewildered. "Who is Liu Yaowen?" Luo Qing interjected. "He is the wealthy heir who killed his wife." That I was instantly taken aback. How could this be? Hasn't he already? That a look of shock and fear spread across Huijie's face. Indeed, that night, I personally severed his head. Impossible. How could a headless person race? You must be seeing things. Yet Huijie firmly insisted that the red-haired individual from the speeding car was Liu Yaowen. He would recognize that guy even if he turned to ashes. Within the investigation bureau, Jiang Baijun promptly handed us a dossier. Chapter 16, A Blood-Soaked Vendetta. This is about all that can be uncovered. Liu Yaowen, male, age 28. His mother, Tan Hong, is a wealthy businesswoman engaged in foreign trade, while his father, Liu Yugang, serves as a senior official in the local police department, thus wielding considerable power and influence. Liu Yaowen is the sole heir of the Liu family, having been raised in indulgence and accustomed to arrogance. Dark web records indicate that Liu Yaowen was implicated in homicides at the ages of 16, 18, and 23, yet each time, he remained unscathed under the protection of his parents. The most recent incident involved Uncle Hua's wife. Indeed, this individual should have met his demise, his entire head severed. That I glanced at the dossier, which included Liu Yaowen's death certificate. What exactly is this situation? I have only heard that unjust deaths can lead to vengeful spirits. This guy was the perpetrator, yet he still harbors resentment, lingering as an unquiet soul, Jiang Baijun remarked. I fear it may not be so. At that moment, he handed me a photograph, depicting one of the 2 young men clad in white cloaks who rescued the starving ghosts that night. Upon closer inspection, although the face organization member wore a mask obscuring his features, his eyes revealed he was unmistakably the same person as Liu Yaowen. Luo Qing stated, Liu Yaowen is a member of the face organization, and it is no wonder he remains untransformed even in death. After the silencing of Yumerin, the investigation bureau had entirely lost track of the face organization's movements. It was unexpected that we could achieve such a breakthrough. I turned to Jiang Baijun and said, Xiao Jiang, could you dig a bit deeper into this fellow's background? Not a problem, but it will require some time, he replied. Huijie, who had previously shown little interest in the bureau's work, was now resolute in his determination to aid us. Having learned that the true culprit behind his wife's murder was still at large, before Jiang Baijun could uncover more information, we decided to pay a visit to the Liu residence. In the living room of that villa, Liu Yaowen's black and white memorial portrait was prominently displayed, with his mother even dressed in mourning attire. That I asked, have you all seen enough? Luo Qing inquired. Madam, may we see your son's room? Liu's mother erupted in fury. How outrageous! My son is just passed, and you are utterly excessive. Liu Yugang interjected. Even if you possess a search warrant, you cannot act recklessly here. Have you inquired what position I, Liu Yugang, hold in the police department? I smiled knowingly. Of course, I was aware that Mr. Liu was the deputy director and would likely be promoted to the position soon. That he cleared his throat and adjusted his collar. Do you still dare to act recklessly? Unfortunately, the investigation bureau and the police operate independently, each with their own jurisdiction. Even if you are the head director, should the investigation bureau wish to scrutinize you, it would simply take a word from Director Shun. He gritted his teeth in anger and reluctantly led us to Liu Yaowen's room. In the spacious bedroom, the walls were adorned with posters of luxury cars and alluring women, while shelves boasted an array of exquisite sports car models. It was evident that Liu Yaowen had a profound passion for automobiles. The Liu Yugang couple was instantly taken aback upon encountering the murderer of their son, and they were ready to take action immediately. That I hurriedly interposed myself between them. That wasn't I supposed to have you wait in the car? The enmity between the Liu family and Huijie could only be described as a sea of blood, and this confrontation was akin to a clash of sharp blades. Liu Yugang, a man who valued his dignity, lost all composure in that moment. Damn it! This murderer is still alive. Liu's mother wept inconsolably beside him. My son. After leaving the Liu residence, I sighed in the sea. It certainly did not seem fabricated. Liu Yaowen had indeed perished, hadn't he? Luo Qing and Huijie remained silent. Upon returning to the investigation bureau, Jiang Baijun had unearthed new information that something is indeed amiss. Here are Liu Yaowen's expenditures over the past 2 years. Liu Yaowen, the scion of a wealthy family, had lived a life of extravagance and indulgence, with his daily expenses ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, peaking at just over $1 million. Yet, in March of last year, Liu Yaowen had an expenditure of a staggering 100 million yuan. 100 million. This was no trivial sum. Even for the Liu family, it was inconceivable that he would spend such an amount in one go, given his usual penchant for dining, entertainment, and even car purchases. We recalled Director Shin's mention that wealthy science seeking to join the FACE organization were required to pay a membership fee of 100 million. Thus, we began to piece together the puzzle. Jiang Baijun continued. Additionally, according to the records, Liu Yaowen's account remained open after his death, and his mother even deposited 5 million each month. It seems that even with his demise, he could not shake off his reckless spending habits. Furthermore, based on Liu Yaowen's spending patterns, his favorite haunt was an entertainment club known as the Zhang World. That evening, the three of us prepared ourselves and staked out the club. Around 10 o'clock, the familiar Lamborghini made its appearance. It seemed this fellow had adopted a new name posthumously. Peng Good. He stepped out of the car, greeted by a throng of women. From my concealed vantage point, I observed a tattoo adorning his neck and a gaudy gold chain dangling from it. A type of jewelry typically favored by nouveau riche, not the likes of a wealthy heir. He lingered in the club for no more than half an hour before departing with 2 attractive women. I instructed Luo Qing, follow him, but do not get too close. Thus, we trailed Liu Yaowen, but Luo Qing grew a tad too eager, and the perceptive Liu Yaowen soon caught on. With a swift press of the accelerator, he sped down the road under the cover of night. Luo Qing hastily pressed on the gas, but with her driving skills, it was impossible to keep up with a rich heir accustomed to racing. Just as we were about to lose him, Huijie in the back seat interjected, "Let me take over." "You?" We were utterly taken aback by his unexpected prowess behind the wheel, a skill evidently honed during his time in the traffic police force. Our car quickly closed the distance to Liu Yaowen. He had likely sensed trouble and was growing frantic. Huijie spoke coldly. Thinking of escaping, Liu Yaowen resembled a fish suspended on a hook, desperately struggling yet unable to free himself from our grasp. That I couldn't help but exclaim, "Impressive," Huijie remarked. "It's primarily due to the strength of your vehicle. The vehicles used by the Investigation Bureau are specially customized, distinct from the lavishly modified cars of these individuals. Our sole focus is performance. Moreover, the Investigation Bureau is not lacking in funds, rendering the vehicle in Huijie's hands a veritable beast of performance." Liu Yaowen raised a middle finger towards the rear, with 2 vixens echoing his gesture, shrieking in delight. However, in the next moment, a Lamborghini collided with the barrier. Due to its excessive speed, the car executed a complete 720-degree flip. The 3 occupants were ejected, soaring several meters away. Huijie quickly slammed on the brakes, and we exited the vehicle to inspect the scene. The 2 vixens lay tangled together, their heads and posteriors entwined, their spines grotesquely severed. Yet, as we rummaged through the greenery, Liu Yaowen's corpse was nowhere to be found. Days later, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Investigation Bureau. "Director Liu, what brings you here?" Liu Yugang bore a countenance of despair. In stark contrast to his previous arrogance, he now presented himself in a submissive demeanor. "You must be Captain Sun. I wish to file a report." Captain Sun, with an expression of indifference, pointed towards Jiang Baijun, who was responsible for registering cases nearby. I interjected, "Director Liu, you, the deputy chief of the police department, here to file a report." He sighed, visibly troubled, and confessed, "I wish to report my wayward son." The others perked up with interest. "Oh, please elaborate." Liu Yugang recounted the truth. His son Liu Yaowen had indeed perished at the hands of Huijie. Yet, mysteriously, on the 3rd day following his death, the body had vanished without a trace. Liu's parents, unable to discern whether he was alive or dead, chose not to raise an alarm, considering he was their son, and thus kept his secret. That Liu's mother even continued to deposit 5 million into Liu Yaowen's account each month for living expenses. Sometimes it was several million, other times even tens of millions. Though Liu's mother was wealthy, the family did not possess a money printing machine. The total available funds of the company barely reached 500 million. Moreover, This unfilial son constantly sought more money from them. Having given 500 million this time, there was no telling how much he would demand next. Liu's mother remained resolute, leading to Liu Yaowen's furious outburst, during which he revealed a ghastly visage reminiscent of an evil spirit and brutally severed his mother's neck. Liu Yugang realized he could no longer shield this menace, believing that Liu Yaowen had transcended humanity, which compelled him to seek assistance from our investigation bureau. Liu Yugang lamented, "That wretched child even killed his own mother. One can only wonder what he might do next." Chapter 17. Mutual Aid Society. No sooner had he spoken than he received an urgent phone call. "Hello, Director Liu. There's a bank robbery on Sanhe Road." Personnel from both the Investigation Bureau and the police rushed to Sanhe Road, where several security guards lay lifeless at the bank's entrance, all perishing from severed carotid arteries. "What's the situation?" "The assailant is inside the vault. 4 or 5 officers, armed with riot shields, hurled tear gas into the bank and donned gas masks before charging in." Yet, within mere seconds, anguished screams echoed from the vault. As the officers' bodies were hurled out one by one, the agents of the Investigation Bureau were profoundly shocked, for it appeared that Liu Yaowen had transformed into a restless spirit, impervious to the bullets of the police. However, the current circumstances were unclear, and the agents dared not recklessly intrude. Liu Wengang gazed at the lifeless body of the police officer, a surge of fury swelling within him, prompting him to draw his sidearm. This brute, Sun Shige, obstructed him. "Director Liu, do not act impulsively." Everyone present was aware that the bank robbers were none other than Liu Wangong's son, and he seemed unable to maintain his composure. He summoned several Special Forces members, wielding riot shields, and stormed inside. Yet, akin to the prior situation, the sound of gunfire was soon followed by a chorus of anguished cries. I thought to myself that Liu Wengang could not afford to perish at this moment. Thus, I loaded my weapon with blanks. Rest assured, he cannot kill me. I hastened into the bank, only to discover that Huijie had followed closely behind. By now, the tear gas had nearly dissipated. There, in the corner of the vault, Liu Yaowen resembled a rabid dog, crouched and feral. "Come if you dare." Huijie spoke coldly. "Are you certain that this type of bullet can take him down?" Upon seeing Huijie, Liu Yaowen recognized an adversary. "You wretched traffic cop, you're still alive," he exclaimed, leaping towards him with the swiftness of lightning. Yet Huijie, possessing remarkable mental fortitude, remained calm and fired 3 shots in rapid succession, each striking Liu Yaowen's vital points. The man collapsed to the ground, convulsing like a butchered pig. Liu Yaowen had indeed become a restless spirit, yet it seemed he did not even attain the status of a C-grade entity. Clearly disregarded by the organization known as Lien, in no wonder he sought to buy his life. Liu Wengang had already succumbed, his eyes wide open in a final gaze towards Liu Yaowen. Huijie raised his gun, preparing to deliver the final shot to Liu Yaowen, but I hurriedly intervened. "Wait, I still have some questions for him." I seized Liu Yaowen by the collar. "Where are the people from Lien? What do they truly desire?" Liu Yaowen's face was smeared with blood, a wicked grin spreading across his features. "Ha, I don't know," I replied coldly. "Initially, when I heard Director Shen mention that you young scions joined Lien for thrills, I found it hard to believe. Yet now, it seems there truly exist individuals as trifling as you. You think this is cool, don't you? What a pity." He furrowed his brow. What a pity that you are merely a spineless wretch. Your actions are far from cool. Nonsense. Do you not believe it? I have heard that there are 3 ways to join the Lien organization. First, to kill an Investigation Bureau agent and present their head. Second, to capture a restless spirit of significance to Lien. And third, to pay a membership fee of 100 million. True warriors would opt for the first 2 methods to pledge their loyalty, while spineless individuals such as yourself resort to monetary means to join the organization. Furthermore, it appears that members like you are the least valued by them. Now, as you face death, they can hardly be bothered with you. My words struck a nerve, causing his expression to shift dramatically. I continued. You have gone so far as to kill your own parents for the organization, yet in the end, what have you truly gained? Do you not wish to teach them a lesson? Liu Yaowen, who had shed not a single tear for his deceased parents, now found tears welling in his eyes. They thought you are right. They never cast a glance my way. Well, let me tell you Before he could finish his sentence, a gunshot suddenly rang out behind me. It was a red-tipped bullet, striking Liu Yaowen squarely in the forehead, sealing his fate. It was that girl in the white cloak, the one who had previously rescued the hungry ghost. and stormed the headquarters to silence young Marin. I stood stunned for a few seconds before I and Huijia opened fire at her. Yet, she reacted with remarkable speed, dodging the bullets with an agile leap. The eyes on her mask squinted in a mischievous smile as she swiftly ascended to the bank's rooftop, disappearing without a trace. The organization known as Lien possesses both red and blue-tipped bullets, confirming Director Shin's suspicions. They too have acquired the mysterious materials for crafting blank rounds. Liu Yaowen is dead, although we could not extract any useful information from him. He had previously been closely associated with that woman. Soon, Jiang Baijun, through Liu Yaowen's connections, uncovered the identity of the woman. Her name is Yin Jiehui, a scion of wealth akin to Liu Yaowen, perhaps drawn to the organization for the thrill it offers. However, her familial background differs significantly from Liu Yaowen's. She lacks a politically inclined father or a business-minded mother. Yin Jiehui was raised in a single-parent household, her father, Yin Hongfei, serving as the president of a mutual aid association. Confounded, I inquired of Jiang Baijun. A mutual aid association? What kind of association is that? It seems to be called the Shanmei Mutual Aid Association, a charity organization with a hint of religious undertones, aiming to promote human rights equality, protect animals, and care for the vulnerable. Upon hearing this, I sensed something amiss. To put it charitably, it might be a money-swindling pyramid scheme, and less charitably, quite possibly a cult. Luo Qing remarked, the daughter of a mutual aid association president can be considered a playboy, a rich second generation? Jiang Baijun chuckled. His father, Yin Hongfei, is not lacking in funds, although the mutual aid association operates under the guise of a charitable organization. Do you have any idea how many entrepreneurs and even political figures donate to him each year? Let me put it this way. His assets are conservatively estimated to be in the 10-figure range. And while nominally they are public funds of the association, the utilization of these funds is still entirely at the discretion of him as the president. Lan Zhu said, are those big shots fools? Why would they donate to such an organization for no reason? In this day and age, many profess faith in Buddhism or Christianity, yet I have not seen anyone so generous. Jiang Baijun replied, there is much to be said on this matter. It is said that there was a heinous death row inmate who, after hearing Yin Hongfei preach, achieved a profound awakening and voluntarily turned himself in at the police station. Moreover, some high-ranking individuals, inevitably feeling isolated at the top, may experience various anxieties once they ascend to prominence. Finding Yin Hongfei could offer them solace that I remain skeptical if he is that remarkable. He might as well be Jesus incarnate. Whether or not this is true, I cannot say, but Yin Hongfei and his Shanmei Mutual Aid Association have long established a formidable reputation. They have leased an entire island in the southern seas to serve as the headquarters of the association. Boasting over 500 members, with countless affluent and influential figures visiting each year, as Yin Hongfei's only daughter, it would be no exaggeration to call Yin Jiehui a rich second generation that a few members of Team 7 gathered together and decided to visit a distant island. Perhaps in hopes of uncovering clues regarding the face, Sun Shirgu analyzed the current situation of Team 7 and remarked to us, given the present circumstances, it seems most appropriate for Xiao Jiang and Lan Zhu to oversee the daily affairs of Team 7. As for the frontline agents, Changsheng appears to be better suited to partner with Huijia, while for Xiao Qing, we simply need to find her a companion that I promptly suggested. I believe that Uncle Hua and Xiao Qing would make a fine pair. This elicited a moment of surprise from the others. Liu Changsheng, what do you mean by that? While I am a member of the 9 Dragons, Director Shin had assured me that as long as I fulfilled the 7 criteria set by the Investigation Bureau and pledged to refrain from wrongdoing in the future, I could regain my freedom. Saying this, I produced my dossier, which indicated that I had completed 5 criteria with the cases of Lin Fang, Wang Shui, Yumarin, Luo Xiaoying, and Liu Yaowen. Additionally, by recruiting the new team member Huijia, I had fulfilled another criterion. This meant that I only needed to complete one more task to leave the Investigation Bureau. Sun Shirgu inquired, so, you truly wish to depart? I replied, yes, I hope for your understanding. Well then, to each their own ambitions. Since Director Shun has spoken, focus on your final task. Thus, this expedition to the island would involve myself, Huijia, and Luo Qing, and to avoid arousing suspicion from Yin Hongfei's associates. We concealed our identities as agents of the Investigation Bureau that we took a ferry to this location under the pretense of seeking guidance from the president. Chapter 18. Divine Love for All Mankind. The island is known as Tsusha. Situated 40 nautical miles from the mainland, With no other islands within a 20 nautical mile radius, even in contemporary times, it can be deemed a secluded paradise, entirely cut off from the world. The island is home to a small number of indigenous people who sustain themselves through fishing. According to their accounts, the Mutual Aid Society is a remarkably benevolent organization. Beggars who arrive here receive free meals. Criminals are encouraged to abandon their violent ways, and those afflicted with serious ailments can find healing. Surrounding the island are vast meadows and woodlands, with an old church at the center, serving as the headquarters of the Mutual Aid Society. In addition to humans, the island is also populated by numerous stray animals rescued by the society. With cats and dogs roaming freely, though sheep are the most abundant. Thousands of them seem to have been specially raised by the society to enhance their livestock income. President In Hongfei is typically preoccupied with official duties, making it quite difficult for an ordinary visitor to secure an audience with him. However, today we were fortunate, as it coincided with the society's fasting event, after which Master In would deliver a sermon in the church. The Mutual Aid Society differs from other religious organizations, such as Buddhism, in that it does not abstain from meat. Even the charitable meals provided to the homeless contain both vegetables and meat. However, it is said that the upper echelons of the society, including President In Hongfei and his aides, maintain a personal dietary restriction and do not consume meat. We dined in the large cafeteria and noticed nothing out of the ordinary. During the afternoon sermon, we encountered In Hongfei. He was a middle-aged man of striking features, possessing an aura of sophistication, reminiscent of an erudite university professor or scholar. The sermon he delivered was rather eclectic, encompassing elements of traditional Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, alongside the Christian doctrine of divine love for humanity. However, on the whole, there were no significant issues, as it primarily aimed to guide individuals towards goodness. Personally, I do not subscribe to any religion, find the discourse incomprehensible, and am not particularly intrigued by such matters. After a 2-hour wait for him to conclude, we navigated through the throngs of people to stand before In Hongfei. Sir, perhaps we can seek clarification at a later time. I hastily suggested to Mr. In. I do have some inquiries, but they pertain to your daughter, I added. Upon hearing mention of his daughter, In Hongfei's demeanor shifted instantly. Who are you? He inquired. That I fabricated a response. Oh, we are friends of Miss In Jiahui. Without hesitation, In Hongfei ushered the three of us into the reception room, closed the door, and gravely remarked, "What trouble has that girl gotten into this time?" The three of us exchanged puzzled glances. Trouble? In Hongfei continued. Are you not here to demand money from me? Only then did we grasp that In Hongfei had a strained relationship with his daughter. He had long resided on the island, overseeing the Mutual Aid Society, while In Jiahui had grown resentful of this and had long since left to forge her own path. And we sensed that In Hongfei genuinely remained unaware of his daughter's involvement with the organization. Oh, Mr. In, you misunderstand. We came specifically because we heard her mention your esteemed name and wanted to attend your sermon. Jiahui has not gotten into any trouble, I clarified, which finally eased his tension. It is indeed rare for that girl to have friends like you, In Hongfei remarked, expressing his disappointment that his daughter's companions were merely pleasure seekers, showing no interest in his Mutual Aid Society, due to the infrequency of the ferries from Tsusha Island, which only operate every 2 days. We found ourselves compelled to stay overnight. In Hongfei was particularly considerate, arranging for his followers to provide us with 3 clean rooms. As dusk fell, the three of us strolled through the island's pasture. I mused that both In Jiahui and Liu Yaowen were likely keeping secrets from their families regarding their involvement with the organization. What do you think? I asked. Luo Qing replied, judging solely by appearances. In Hongfei does indeed seem like a benevolent and seasoned individual. However, one can never truly know a person's heart, as people are capable of masquerading their true selves. Uncle Hua, I have heard that you once worked in criminal investigation for the police and solved numerous significant cases. What is your opinion of In Hongfei? Jia shook his head, clearly unable to decipher In Hongfei either. Nevertheless, the Investigation Bureau values efficiency. Without any evidence, we cannot afford to linger on this island. Luo Qing stated, in my view, the Mutual Aid Society has rescued countless animals, and a person so kind to creatures is unlikely to pose any threat. Yes, she spoke. She reached out to stroke a sheep grazing nearby. Yet in the next moment, the sheep suddenly lifted its head and charged at Luo Qing, knocking her to the ground. Are you all right? I hurried to help her up, relieved to find that she had merely scraped her knee. Sheep are supposed to be docile. How could this happen? Rabbits can bite when agitated. Perhaps it simply did not appreciate you patting its head, she replied. At that moment, I noticed that Huijie had vanished from my side. Looking further away, I saw him engaged in conversation with a stranger. How? What brings you here? I inquired. The individual was a burly young man with blonde hair and numerous tattoos adorning his body. Huijie appears to be quite familiar with this Ahau. I rarely witness him greeting someone with such warmth. However, Ahau responded with indifference, merely bowing to Huijie before walking away. I inquired of Huijie, Uncle Hua, do you know that young man? He replied that his name was Wang Jiahao, a small-time thug from the area where he once patrolled. Huijie mentioned that Wang Jiahao was an orphan who had grown up in that neighborhood, accustomed to thievery and deceit, often finding himself in the police station. At that time, Huijie was the captain of the criminal investigation team and frequently interacted with Wang Jiahao. Over time, they became acquainted. And on occasion, this individual would even provide the police with useful information regarding criminal activities, aiding them in solving cases. Consequently, whenever Wang Jiahao was apprehended for minor offenses, Huijie would often turn a blind eye. Yet, Huijie shook his head, remarking, "This lad usually behaves like a mischievous monkey, always snatching my cigarettes whenever we meet. I've never seen him so earnest before. Does Yin Hongfei's class possess such power to transform a person's character?" We found his statement rather peculiar, prompting us to catch up with Ahau. Huijie offered him a cigarette, but Ahau declined, saying, "Sir, I have quit smoking." "You rascal, you've quit smoking?" Huijie exclaimed. Ahau replied, "Smoking is detrimental to health. Mr. Yin says that God loves all mankind, but we should love ourselves even more. No smoking, no drinking, and moderate exercise. That is the way to go. Sir, when God's grace and mercy are revealed to us through our Savior, He saves us not because of our righteous deeds, but out of His own compassion." That I found myself somewhat bewildered by his words. They seemed utterly disconnected. However, strictly speaking, he was correct. One should cherish oneself. And smoking is indeed harmful to health. Yet, hearing such sentiments from the lips of a young man adorned with tattoos felt rather incongruous. Moreover, his tone struck me as peculiar, lacking sincerity and resembling the babbling of a child. Before we could respond, Ahau bowed once more, saying, "May the Lord bless you all." Observing his departing figure, I jested, "Yin Hongfei is truly remarkable. We should bring all the inmates to listen to his lectures, and society would surely become harmonious." Huijie's expression suddenly shifted, and he remarked, "No, this is not the Ahau I know. Not Ahau. Uncle Hua, what do you mean?" Just then, Liu Changsheng exclaimed in surprise, "There is someone over there." Following the direction of her finger, we noticed what appeared to be a figure crouched behind the pasture's fence, with a bald head and a gaunt face, staring at us with wide eyes. However, as we approached for a closer look, we realized it was not a person but a sheep lying on the ground. This poor creature seemed afflicted by some strange ailment, its coat completely gone, leaving its body emaciated. It gazed at us with a pitiful expression, its eyes reflecting a sorrow akin to that of a human, which explained our earlier confusion. The hairless sheep whimpered twice and then collapsed, taking its last breath. How tragic! One could only wonder what illness had befallen it. Yet, I remained indifferent, for the fate of these sheep, once raised, was inevitably to be sent to the slaughterhouse, whether they died early or late. They could not escape their grim destiny. That evening, I reclined on my bed, gazing at the brochure detailing the benevolent Sami Mutual Aid Society. To be candid, I found little significance in the claims that Yin Hongfei could dispel doubts and guide individuals toward virtue. However, the assertion that he could cure those afflicted with terminal illnesses left me utterly perplexed. Chapter 19. Exchange tossing and turning, sleep eluded me, prompting me to push open the door in search of fresh air. To my surprise, I found Liu Changsheng and Uncle Huijie also standing on the balcony, evidently sharing my restlessness. After a brief discussion among the three of us, we resolved to uncover the truth before departing. As we stepped outside the church, a sudden sound of gnawing reached our ears. Upon closer inspection, we were astounded to find a sheep feasting on the carcass of the deceased sheep from earlier that day. It seemed bizarre for a herbivorous creature to resort to cannibalism. Venturing to the rear of the church, we discovered a small lecture hall illuminated by lights. The members were indeed diligent, reciting scriptures even at this late hour. We stealthily entered, peering through the window to behold a gathering of over 20 members inside. These were the resident members, entirely detached from the outside world, living year-round on the island. At the podium stood a male assistant beside Yin Hongfei, who recited to the assembly. God loves all people, but we should love ourselves even more. The more he displayed such behavior, the more amusing it became to those around him. A member struck a sheep's head with a wooden stick, rendering it unconscious. In Hongfei approached the man, untied him, and chuckled, saying, "Boss son, it would be wise for you to remain on this island from now on. I have cured your terminal illness. Transferring all your assets into my name hardly seems excessive, does it?" At that moment, the three of us began to comprehend the situation. It appeared that In Hongfei had, through that mysterious ritual, transferred the man's consciousness and ailments into the sheep. Meanwhile, the sheep's consciousness had seized control of his body, becoming a puppet under In Hongfei's manipulation. That I recalled the hairless sheep I had seen earlier that day. A manifestation of late-stage human cancer. The thought sent a chill down our spines. Could it be that the lethargic members of the Mutual Aid Society had all exchanged consciousness with the sheep? And those sheep sent for slaughter were actually... Liu Changsheng interjected. It must be just so. Even if the sheep possessed a human body, they would be incapable of speech. Yet, through the repeated teachings of In Hongfei and his associates, they could mechanically utter specific phrases, akin to a parrot mimicking speech. This was the truth of the Mutual Aid Society. No wonder criminals could reform, ailments could be cured, and hearts could find peace. Soon, another individual was brought to the altar, and we could no longer bear to watch. We stepped forward without hesitation. "Stop." I began, only to be interrupted by a smirk. "Jiahui's friend? I suspected you long ago." Clearly, while In Hongfei was versed in the dark arts, he was not a vengeful spirit. We drew our firearms loaded with real bullets. Don't move. Yet In Hongfei remained unfazed. "Everyone, please remain calm. We are merely good people cultivating benevolent connections. God loves all, but we must also love ourselves." As we listened to him recite those cryptic sayings, our consciousness began to waver. Not become agitated. God loves all, but we must also love ourselves. It was as if we were hypnotized, collapsing onto the ground. When we awoke, we found ourselves bound to the altar. Gazing at the three sheep before us, we were astonished. Heaven has a path, yet you refuse to tread it. Hell has no door, yet you insist on barging in. This fate is of your own making. In Hongfei laughed. "Do you know why we abstain from meat? Because we are all good people. Ha ha ha." We had been overly complacent, failing to anticipate our downfall at the hands of this charlatan. Just as In Hongfei was about to recite his incantation, a sheep suddenly charged in from outside the church, unexpectedly knocking him to the ground. Huijie seemed to grasp the situation, shouting, "Ahow!" In Hongfei, furious, was about to command his subordinates to slay the sheep, but more sheep began to rush in from all directions. These sheep harbored human consciousness within them, and In Hongfei had not anticipated this sudden uprising. Ahow severed Huijie's bindings, subsequently freeing both Liu Changsheng and me. Enraged, the three of us rushed at In Hongfei. He attempted to chant his spell, but Huijie landed a punch that dislocated his jaw, while Liu Changsheng pressed the gun against his temple. In an instant, he panicked, kneeling on the ground and pleading for mercy. "Tell me, how many people on this island have you turned into sheep?" In a desperate bid for survival, In Hongfei presented us with a list. Upon examination, I discovered it contained a staggering 460 names, including wealthy merchants, devout followers, criminals, and the indigenous inhabitants of the island. This scheme had been in motion for a decade, and the majority of the sheep had either perished on the island or been sent to slaughter. "You truly have committed grievous sins. I shall spare your life for now. Make haste." In Hongfei trembled as he stammered, "I'm afraid that this ritual can only proceed in a forward direction. It cannot be reversed." "What do you mean?" "Seeking death. Please spare me. I truly have no desire to partake in this. It was forced upon me." In Hongfei feigned reaching into his pocket, but instead drew a dagger, inadvertently wounding Huijie's shoulder. Seizing the opportunity, both Liu Changsheng and I fired our weapons, the bullets striking his thigh and chest. In Hongfei collapsed, blood gushing forth, his countenance turning pale with terror. Just then, explosions erupted around the church, flames engulfing the area. This clearing was encircled by the church, trapping us within the inferno. The sheep, in a state of panic, disregarded our pleas and ran amok, many being consumed by the flames. In Hongfei's expression grew increasingly frantic. "She is coming." Liu Changsheng pressed her gun against his temple, demanding answers. "Who is she?" I speculated. "In Jiahui. But why would he fear his own daughter so deeply?" At that moment, a woman draped in a white cloak emerged from the fire. It was indeed In Jiahui. the one we had encountered previously, that I wondered if this bizarre ritual orchestrated by the Mutual Aid Society was somehow tied to the enigmatic face organization, and if Yin Hongfei was merely a pawn in their game. Yin Jiahui, who had previously concealed her visage, now removed her mask, revealing a fair, youthful face, a delicate nose, crimson lips, and bright blue eyes adorned with a tear mole. By mere appearance, she resembled an alluring young woman. Who would have thought she was a member of the mysterious face organization? She smiled at us, slowly removing the hood of her cloak at that moment. We were taken aback to see a pair of curved horns atop her head, reminiscent of ram's horns, lending her an eerie presence. Chapter 20. Retirement after being shot. Yin Hongfei lay gravely wounded, struggling to crawl to Yin Jiahui's feet, clutching her boots. "Jiahui, save me, please." Yet, Yin Jiahui did not lower her gaze, maintaining her smile as she regarded us. We remained silent, and she, too, offered no response. I studied her face, and suddenly recalled something, turning to Liu Changsheng. "Yesterday, I came across a mention in the Bible regarding a demon that resembles her. What was it called?" "Succubus," Liu Changsheng interjected. "Yes, that's it, succubus. According to Western lore, a succubus is said to be a female demon, believed to be Lilith, the first wife of Adam. Lilith betrayed Adam and became a lascivious demoness, possessing a voluptuous figure and an extraordinarily seductive visage, known for luring men at night, characterized by a pair of horns atop her head." The three of us gasped in astonishment. Could Yin Jiahui truly be the embodiment of a succubus? At that moment, Yin Jiahui finally spoke. "That I am certainly not a succubus." At that moment, she unfastened her clothing, revealing a tattoo-like mark on her shoulder. Among the extravagant patterns, I could faintly discern two characters, Xiao Luo. Suddenly, I recalled the testimony that Director Shun had previously obtained from Yumerin, which included the 14 words: hungry ghost, plague god, locust god, drowning god, drought demon, Xiao Luo, and Jiao Qiao. I gasped in astonishment. "You are the Xiao Luo woman." Yin Jiahui did not conceal the truth, stating that after the hungry ghost was gravely wounded by the investigation bureau, she had now become the power holder of the organization. However, in reality, it was Yin Jiahui's mother who was the true Xiao Luo woman. The essence of the Xiao Luo woman is akin to that of the succubus described in the Bible, using her beauty to seduce men to achieve her various objectives. Many years ago, the SHNMI Mutual Aid Society, founded by Yin Hongfei, was indeed a charitable organization centered around helping others. Unfortunately, Yin Hongfei encountered the Xiao Luo woman and was lured by her charms. According to the rules of the Xiao Luo woman, any man who engages with her must ultimately perish. Yin Hongfei became an exception, primarily because the Mutual Aid Society he led controlled a vast array of human resources that could be utilized by the Xiao Luo woman. Eventually, the Xiao Luo woman bore him a daughter, who, like Luo Xiaoying inheriting her mother's hungry ghost lineage, the most formidable aspect of the Shuro woman lies not in her combat prowess, but rather in her enchanting allure. To put it more bluntly, it is her ability to seduce men. She is akin to a succubus of the East, and no man can escape her grasp, not even the likes of Jiuqiu. Initially, I was a skeptic, yet at this critical juncture, my heart inexplicably stirred, conjuring thoughts that ought not to have arisen. I struck my own face twice in an attempt to regain my composure, but the more I sought to suppress it, the stronger that wicked thought became. The Shuro woman made no excessive movements. Merely through the power of her gaze, she wielded such influence that I felt my desires on the brink of eruption. "Here," she smiled. "Is there anything wrong with that?" I slapped my forehead in frustration, cursing internally. "Liu Changsheng, what on earth are you thinking?" In desperation, I called out, "Uncle Hua, lend me your assistance." The Shuro woman smugly remarked, "It's futile, unless you cease to be a man." This revelation took the Shuro woman by surprise. "It seems you are quite devoted to your wife." In this world, there exist two types of individuals impervious to the Shuro woman's enchantment. First, women. Second, a man who harbors an irreplaceable woman in his heart. Following the death of Huojia's wife, it was evident he had lost interest in all women. Yet, I did not possess such a woman in my heart, and I found myself on the verge of complete capitulation. Luo Qing and I locked eyes, but she was clearly not that person. In an instant, a name flashed through my mind: Su Min. This was the fictitious wife concocted by Lao Luo to deceive me. Yet before his demise, he revealed that this person truly existed, though the nature of our connection remained unclear. Soon after, a vague visage materialized in my mind. and my heart gradually steadied. I was astonished. Regardless of whether Su Min was indeed my wife, she undeniably represented the irreplaceable woman in my heart, fortifying me against the Shuro woman's seduction. That I regained my composure and forcefully pushed the Shuro woman away. Spare me. The Shuro woman was taken aback, having proclaimed that no man could withstand her allure. Yet here I stood alongside Huijie, two men she could not entice. This was a monumental humiliation for her. She contemplated striking back, but such an action was evidently against the rules. Enraged, she gritted her teeth, glancing at me and then at Liu Changsheng. You truly are something. She threw her head back and let out a piercing scream. A sound so jarring it nearly shattered our eardrums. The three of us could not endure it and promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. When dawn broke, we awoke amidst the ruins of the church. Jiahui had not harmed us, and those sheep and puppets had vanished without a trace in a single night. Only the three of us remained on the island. Liu Changsheng approached me, her expression peculiar. Liu Changsheng, about last night. Last night, what of it? I inquired. Her face flushed crimson as she said, I helped you resist the Shuro woman. Do you not have anything you wish to say to me? I was momentarily taken aback, realizing she had misunderstood my intentions. Well, but she would not allow me to clarify. You might as well give up. I acknowledge your remarkable abilities and the significant contributions you have made to Team 7, not to mention your kindness towards me. However, you are the murderer of my father, and a future between us is impossible. You should forget me. No, Xiaoqing, listen to me. Actually, enough, it's futile to say more. However, I let out a sigh. This girl is quite narcissistic, but it matters little, as I am about to leave Team 7 anyway. Her thoughts are of no concern to me. The mission at Tsusha was not entirely successful. Yet I barely fulfilled my 7 objectives, and the time to depart has finally come. I offered my final respects to Lao Luo and my former teammates, bidding a heartfelt farewell to a few members of Team 7. According to the Bureau's regulations, I would no longer be able to use the Bureau's black card after retirement, but I would receive a compensation of 800,000, alleviating my worries about daily life. Well then, everyone, may we meet again by fate. That moment, Liu Changsheng unexpectedly approached me. No need for fate. We shall see each other often in the future. Saying this, before I could react, she fastened an electronic handcuff onto my wrist. I was instantly bewildered. What is happening? Jiang Baijun smiled and said, This is Director Shin's directive. I understood well that such electronic handcuffs are typically reserved for parolees. Although the Bureau promised me freedom, I remain a member of the 9 Dragons, and even with amnesia, despite my assurances to refrain from associating with the organization, the Bureau could not be entirely at ease to prevent me from straying once more. This handcuff is equipped with global positioning GPS, allowing the Bureau to monitor my movements at all times. Chapter 21. Shenxinjia, I clenched my teeth in anger. This is nothing short of a betrayal. Does this mean I will have no personal privacy henceforth? Fear not. As long as you abide by the law, we will not intrude upon your privacy without cause. I knew these were merely lofty words. Beyond the GPS, there could very well be a recording device embedded within. However, the Bureau's concerns for me were not without reason, and I had no choice but to accept it. After leaving, I found an apartment in Xiqing to temporarily settle down. That night on Tsusha Island, Su Min evidently surged forth from the depths of my memory. Yet I had clearly lost all recollections that in such circumstances, a person I could not forget must hold great significance to me. This troubled my peace of mind, leading me to a resolute decision. Regardless of who Su Min is, whether alive or dead, I must find her to uncover the truth. However, apart from the photograph Lao Luo had given me, I possessed no leads on Su Min, leaving me at a loss. After much contemplation, I decided to seek out Jiang Baijun. That I wanted him to employ his hacking skills, even if it meant a manual search. To uncover any trace of Su Min, Jiang Baijun chuckled and said to me, Brother Changsheng, it's not that I don't wish to assist you, but you are no longer an agent of the Bureau. This is against the rules. I pointed to the electronic handcuff on my wrist. If you can remove this, I assure you I will never seek your help again. Haha, let us not make it difficult for each other. This is a one-time exception. He took my photograph and fiddled with his computer for over half an hour, only to ultimately shake his head. I inquired, Is it that the information from this photograph is too scant? Jiang Baijun replied, No. It appears that the information on this woman, Su Min, has been deliberately concealed. I was taken aback. What do you mean? Let me put it this way. If one were to disregard all consequences, I could procure even government documents. As for Su Min, it is a given that, due to the nature of Chinese characters, the phenomenon of having the same name is utterly unavoidable. However, within this city, all records of individuals named Su Min are conspicuously absent, clearly indicating that they have been deliberately concealed. I inquired, what about beyond the city? There is no need. This alone suggests that the Su Min you seek is among those whose information has been obscured. Who would orchestrate such a cover-up? The government? I have stated that, should I desire, accessing governmental records is hardly an obstacle. The only plausible possibility lies with the agents of the Investigation Bureau. You may be unaware, but beyond the Ninth Bureau, there are numerous individuals with hacking skills surpassing mine. In my view, Changsheng, it would be prudent for you to cease your inquiries. I sighed and shook my head, and Jiang Baijun continued. There are certain things I cannot state too bluntly, so let me convey this. I once searched for your information on the dark web, and it too was a blank slate. This attests to the power of the Investigation Bureau. Suddenly, I grasped the implication. Could it be that Su Min, like myself, is also a spirit bound to this realm? I was loath to accept this notion. Given my current status, seeking the remains of Sun, or even approaching Director Shun would yield no fruitful results. Lao Luo was once the captain of Team 7 and had dealings with Shun Haichuan. If he is unaware of Su Min, it is evident that the individual responsible for this information blockade is someone of considerable authority. Surpassing even the Ninth Bureau. At midnight, I found myself nursing a drink in a bar. A flamboyantly dressed woman, her high heels teasingly brushed against my thigh. I cast her a cold glance. What are you doing here again? Aren't you tired of this? Ever since leaving Tsusha Island, the Azura woman, In Jiahui, had been pestering me every few days. I waved my wrist, displaying an object. See this? Even if I were to agree to join your organization, within an hour, the Investigation Bureau would track me down. You might as well save your breath. In Jiahui swirled the red wine in her goblet, smiling as she asked, let us set the organization aside for now. I simply wish to know, do you truly feel nothing for me? I was taken aback by her fixation on the matter. Perhaps, for an Azura woman, failing to entice a man is a profound disgrace. I replied helplessly, then why do you keep seeking me? Uncle Hua hasn't ensnared you either, has he? That old man is utterly dull, and besides, he is an agent of the Investigation Bureau. Have you ever seen a thief attempting to seduce a police officer? As she spoke, she leaned in closer. By the way, is that girl with the surname Luo truly that remarkable? I candidly stated, just a narcissist. Then why do you still? I contemplated informing her that it was not Luo Qing who had helped me resist temptation that night, but reconsidered, deeming such an explanation unnecessary. Enough, stop bothering me. She waved her hand dismissively. Then I shall see you tomorrow night. As I exited the bar, I was startled to spot a familiar face. What are you doing here? Luo Qing's expression seemed somewhat peculiar, and she did not respond. That moment, a young man in a trench coat emerged behind her. He produced a blue identification badge from his inner lining, emblazoned with the insignia of the 7th Team of the 9th Bureau. Xinjia? He smiled faintly. Indeed, Mr. Liu, I only joined Team 7 a week ago, taking over your responsibilities, according to the regulations of the Investigation Bureau. It is customary for the old to yield to the new. I initially thought this individual was merely here to pay a visit to his predecessor, yet his gloved hand suddenly obstructed my path. I remarked, congratulations on your employment. However, what does this signify? Xinjia promptly produced a document, which I perused. This material was gathered during my prior encounter with Luo Qinghua on Tsusha Island, primarily concerning the enigmatic figure of In Jiahui. Xinjia stated, In Jiahui has now become the #1 focus of the Investigation Bureau, and based on the discreet observations conducted with Miss Luo Qing over the past few days, it appears that you have been in close contact with her. I was taken aback. What nonsense is this? Are you implying that you suspect me? You witnessed it yourself. It was she who clung to me relentlessly, while I have never acquiesced to her advances. Moreover, I am wearing this device. Mr. Liu, please do not be agitated. This electronic handcuff merely reflects some of your real-time information, but we cannot ascertain your true thoughts. After all, your identity is exceedingly unique. Having once been a core member of the facial organization, I clenched my teeth in rage and confronted Luo Qing. Xiaoqing, do you also doubt my integrity? What of Captain Sun? I scoffed coldly. With the chapter 22, the eggs Xinjia abruptly lifted the blue surgical cloth draped over the woman's abdomen, and with just one glance, I was momentarily rendered speechless. The woman's belly was severely swollen, not only distended to an alarming size but also exhibiting a semi-translucent quality to her skin. It resembled a water-filled balloon within her semi-transparent abdomen. Numerous tightly packed entities, resembling insect eggs, were visible, each roughly the size of a human fist and oval in shape. Due to their translucence, I could even discern the delicate larval forms nestled within the eggs. They possessed 4 pairs of legs, wings sprouting from their backs, yet their heads bore human faces, resembling a grotesque hybrid of man and insect. Although the woman had perished, the eggs within her abdomen continued to exhibit slight movements, seemingly biding their time until they could break free. A chill ran down my spine, and the hairs on my body stood on end. I dared not gaze any longer. Jiang Baijun remarked, "My dear Longsheng, it appears you have become quite naive since your retirement. Have you not even glanced at a newspaper lately? Starting a week ago, there have been a series of horrifying cases involving earthbound spirits in the surrounding areas of the city. Witnesses describe a peculiar man, tall and imposing, wearing a mask reminiscent of a Cayman rider. His hands resemble steel claws, capable of effortlessly severing a man's head. His legs are extraordinarily powerful, allowing him to leap several meters with ease. And beneath his dark cloak, he even possesses a pair of wings. This strange individual is known for his depraved nature, haunting the night and preying on young women. Those who fall victim to him find their abdomens swelling to balloon-like proportions within a day. Filled with these semi-translucent insect eggs, he has committed his heinous acts over 3 consecutive nights, violating 15 women, before vanishing without a trace for several days. The Investigation Bureau, lacking any leads, has focused its efforts on tracking the Shura woman." In Jiahui. I was taken aback and replied, "Even so, what does this have to do with me? On what grounds do you hold me captive?" Sun Shirgu produced the results of the interrogation of Yumarin conducted by Director Shin. Whereupon 14 striking characters caught my eye. "We suspect this man is the Locust God within the Face organization." "Locust God?" Chen Xinjia pointed at the woman's abdomen and said, "Look at these larvae." I realized, despite the human faces, the robust legs, sharp claws, and the semi-translucent wings on their backs indeed bore the hallmarks of locusts. If the man was truly an S-class earthbound spirit, the Locust God, he must be intrinsically linked to the Face organization. At this juncture, Chen Xinjia even ceased to address us by name. "Jiuqiu, this is the work of your colleagues. I wonder how you feel about it?" I remained silent. That night, Jiang Baijun entered my room, carrying a cup of coffee. Although I could not leave the Investigation Bureau at will, I was at least being well taken care of. I remarked, "There is no need for you to be so glum." That I had to admit, Team 7 had taken a turn for the worse, but in my opinion, it was primarily Chen Xinjia's doing. I said, "What is wrong with Chen Xinjia? You may not know this, but that fellow is neither a criminal nor a volunteer. He has been dispatched from above, the 9th Bureau?" Jiang Baijun shook his head. "No, above the 9th Bureau. To my knowledge, that guy's hacking skills rival my own, and his proficiency with firearms and physical prowess would even make Uncle Hua envious. Unbeknownst to you, even our captain treats him with utmost respect. He might very well be an envoy dispatched from above to inspect our operations. It appears that he harbors quite a bias against you. I would advise you to refrain from provoking that individual. I am not convinced that's so. He possesses such formidable prowess that it's no wonder he glared at you upon our first encounter. However, this matter holds no significance for me. I have no reason to seek conflict with him." Jiang Baijun chuckled lightly. "That is for the best. By the way, you previously asked me to investigate Su Min. I have gathered some information. Ultimately, my primary concern lies with this matter." I inquired eagerly, "Do you know her background?" Jiang Baijun replied with a smile, "Just as I had surmised. Su Min is indeed connected to the confidentiality operations of the Investigation Bureau, which is why all her information has been obliterated. However, prior to her engagement with the Bureau, she left behind some traces. Despite the scant amount of data, it took considerable effort to obtain. That I am only assisting you due to our camaraderie. You must ensure that the captain and the others remain unaware of this." I nodded in acknowledgement. "Rest assured." After Jiang Baijun departed, I stealthily examined the document. Utterly astonished, I could no longer remain seated and promptly sought out Luo Qing. Upon hearing my words, Luo Qing shook her head. "Regardless of where you wish to go, as long as it involves leaving Team 7, it is against the rules." I murmured. "Given our shared experiences, would you not be willing to assist with this minor task?" The information from Jiang Baijun indicated that over 20 years ago, there existed a nightclub named Yi Se in the Xiqing district, and Su Min was the proprietress of this establishment. At that time, Yisei was the largest entertainment venue in Xiqing, frequented by numerous business owners and social elites. However, following a catastrophic fire that claimed the lives of over 40 individuals, it was rumored that the blaze was deliberately set amidst territorial disputes among powerful factions. The outdated victim list did not contain Su Min's name, yet she subsequently vanished without a trace. After a moment's hesitation, Liu Changsheng finally relented with a reluctant nod. Very well. Thus, I proceeded to the former site of the Yisei nightclub. As per Zhang Baijuan's information, to my astonishment, 20 years later, it was still operating as a nightclub, with the name unchanged. Liu Changsheng, who typically detested such chaotic environments, entrusted me with half an hour while she waited in the car. I pushed open the door and entered. This venue resembled more of a disco than a nightclub, with a throng of young revelers dancing energetically. The pulsating music and the cacophony of screams filled the air. I approached the bar and inquired, "May I ask who the owner is?" Looking for the proprietress, I mused to myself, could the owner of this nightclub also be a woman, or perhaps at that moment? Someone suddenly tapped my shoulder from behind. "Impressive, I didn't expect you to find your way here. The proprietress, this individual wishes to see you." Jiahui waved her hand with a smile. "Understood, please carry on with your business." I furrowed my brow. "You are the proprietress of this establishment?" She handed me a cocktail. Surprised, I quickly realized that the young patrons around me were not merely ordinary. They were primarily affluent second-generation heirs. According to information from the Investigation Bureau, the majority of the members of the organization are young scions akin to Liu Yuan. In other words, this territory belongs to the organization, and those spirited young men and women are all members of it. Thus, it is evident that Su Min must have intricate connections with the organization. I ceased to engage in trivial conversation and directly inquired, "So, do you know who Su Min is?" She paused momentarily. "Su Min? Of course, I know her." With that, she produced a photograph from her pocket. The image depicted a flamboyantly dressed mature woman, exuding an air of worldliness, yet her face was strikingly identical to that of the woman in the photograph given to me by Lao Luo. Jiahui remarked, "She is a harlot, a wretched woman, yet she is also my mother." I was nearly rendered speechless. "Su Min is your mother." It then dawned on me that Su Min was the former Shura woman who seduced Hongfei of the Mutual Aid Society and bore Jiahui. Everything began to make sense. She was the Shura woman, and I was the Nine Whips. We were both once members of the organization, and she undoubtedly left some marks in my memory. However, the fact that I still remembered her after my amnesia indicated that our relationship was far from that of mere companions. That I asked, "So, where is she now?" Jiahui nonchalantly replied, "She is dead, dead. After I extended so many olive branches to you, you were actually pining for my deceased mother?" I felt a bit awkward. Don't be ridiculous. "Who is pining for your mother? I merely believe there may be some hidden past between us." She smiled and said, "Well then, come with me, and perhaps you will uncover the information you seek." I shook my head. No, I could never rejoin the organization. Why? For that investigation bureau. You hold them in high regard, yet have they ever cared about your feelings? Let us not mention anything else. At least the organization won't restrict your freedom. Chapter 23. The Locust God. As she spoke, she handed me a cocktail, and I whispered, "Do you truly know your mother's past?" She laughed heartily. "She is my mother. Do you think there is anyone in this world who knows her better than I do?" I reluctantly agreed. "Fine, but I need to go, and I haven't practiced enough before. How about we have a match?" Jia Rong thought of an idea. With a gentle peacock cry, her form once again became ethereal, even transforming into light, and in an instant, she vanished into the sea of flames. The heavenly emperor Mo Ku was slain, causing the seal on the divine list to tremble, and this time the purpose of the descent became evident. The protective light barrier surrounding Luo Haolin shattered the moment it encountered the oncoming golden palm print. Simultaneously, Huang Tai and Zi Shui exchanged smiles, no longer wasting time. Even Mu Feng and Qing Cheng, after a brief curiosity, closed their eyes in succession. Upon hearing this, Yukin proudly raised her brow, and it was no wonder they would say such things. In fact, the Yu family had indeed participated in this endeavor. Yet after 5 years of development, they had yielded no results, despite the sword light breaking through everywhere. Under the enveloping shadow of the crimson-black fist, everything appeared utterly powerless. In an instant, the radiant flames of the 5 wheels of the great sun gradually dissipated, revealing 5 youths clad in archaic garments. "You may have to wait a little longer," Gu Tingxian remarked, a knowing smile dancing in his eyes as he cast a significant glance at Shinran. Luo Gang's words were merely intended to intimidate Huang Zhuyang, for the current predicament was decidedly unfavorable to him. Only through sheer perseverance might he glimpse a flicker of hope. Over the past year since graduating and entering the workforce, Wu Ziyu had never sent a single penny back home, his finances wholly consumed by Lin Xiaojing. Now presented with this opportunity, he felt compelled to make amends to his parents and sister. Now, let's clarify what this matter is about and what exactly this fellow is engaged in, Lu Pingfan said, gazing at Qin Bing with an air of indifference. Then Shuyu followed coldly behind, while Murong Yi and Imo Nomying remained vigilant against the guard's movements. Hastening to catch up. Yes, esteemed master. The servant had never before witnessed such urgency in Jiaoxi's, prompting him to dash outside. Zhu Yin was at a loss as to how to conceal his head. He required his mind to think, to govern. The divine sect, a titan of ancient times, was on par with the most formidable sect of that era. The imperial tomb.it was said to be a gathering of formidable experts, teeming with prodigious talents. The pinnacle of the Haiden realm comprised countless individuals, and the former unification realm was not as rare as it is today. The emergence of each cosmic secret realm represented a monumental opportunity for the powerful within the universe. Furthermore, Li Ye's entire being shimmered with crimson light as he vanished from sight, only for the explosive downpour of blood to seemingly be drawn by some unseen force, coalescing into a blood-red orb radiating an otherworldly hue. 2 days passed, and as each item was auctioned off, the assortment was diverse, with every piece a treasure not to be overlooked, inciting a flurry of bidding among buyers, achieving a 100 transaction rate, with each rarity fetching exorbitant prices. Chapter 24. The Third Laboratory. Although this individual was an investigator from the Bureau, he was an unabashed materialist, dismissing the supernatural, believing that all paranormal phenomena could be elucidated through science. He contended that ghosts were merely a peculiar form of electromagnetic wave lingering on after a person's death, capable of disrupting human brainwaves and thereby allowing one to perceive spectral occurrences. His views were not widely accepted, yet Chintian.I in truth, only those like Gu Qi, who were interested in properties exceeding half an acre and priced above 300 taels, would take the time to examine the scene. Fortunately, such properties were scarce, requiring little effort to survey. Suddenly, a flash of yellow light flickered against the mountain wall, and a stone tumbled down, revealing a pallid-faced cultivator clad in ochre robe. Meanwhile, Zhao Qinxi's father hurriedly descended the mountain, encountering Liang Nuan and Bai Muyu, who were ascending in search of Zhao Qinxi. Fortunately, no significant calamity had occurred. Yang took a large gulp of tea, pausing to catch his breath. I knew the journey would have its challenges, but I never anticipated encountering such misfortune. Bai Muyu understood that although their relationship had recently thawed considerably, he could never feel entirely assured when it came to Zhao Qinxi's situation. Can we start a fire? After Gu Ziang posed his question, he felt it was rather superfluous. Could one truly expect anything from Su Dashao, who simply extends his hands for clothing and opens his mouth for food? Merely by employing his spiritual consciousness, the ethereal brilliance of the two azure-scaled koi would manifest, allowing the cultivator clad in this ceremonial robe to discern whether any hidden practitioners lurked nearby. Su Yu approached Zhang Tianjun and Bai Yao, glancing back at the encroaching blood mist, inquiring further. Yun Xiandai took a step back, observing the man's disheveled appearance, her eyes revealing an understanding that she had inadvertently touched upon Liu Xingzhou's hidden concerns. Mo Yunqi gritted her teeth as Jean Beidrier reached out to lift her from the car. The underground parking lot felt unusually silent, suffused with a chill that made Mo Yunqi shiver involuntarily, her body instinctively seeking warmth as she leaned closer to Jean Beijia. Song Yuyin grasped her nape, planting a kiss on her forehead. After the kiss, he released her and guided her to the sofa. I secretly scoffed, sensing that something was amiss. Today, as I merely wielded my sword for a test, Lord Rongji was so apprehensive that he nearly flew over himself. Ever since Song Yuyin fell ill, he had been tirelessly researching his condition with various individuals, hoping to discover a remedy. Observing the intricate scars crisscrossing the sword marks and feeling the sharp sword intent within, Ning Fan furrowed his brow. Regrettably, if she were to befriend Ning Fan, it would only bring him harm, and thus Jing Siki's figure continued onward without pause. Qin Xingyu's fingers stiffened, the lighter in his grasp becoming unusually hot, akin to a branding iron. Searing, the grand entrance of the villa before Nan Yu loomed like a gaping maw with sharp fangs. threatening to swallow her whole, leaving no chance of escape. Upon hearing Ning Fan utter the word punishment, Zhou Yufei instinctively covered her backside. The power of the Great Tao had nearly vanished from this place, and spiritual energy was entirely absent. Maya Hansen was already incensed by Tony Stark's previous attempt to hand her over to Phil Coulson. And now, witnessing his shamelessness, she couldn't help but voice her condemnation. Chapter 25. Hatching. Yet, this matter unfolded in a manner unforeseen by Jiu Qiu. The Shura maiden Su Min, devoted to the organization, attempted to rescue the Locust God, only to be captured by the Investigation Bureau. Consequently, only Jiu Qiu and the Hungry Ghost remained. Jiu Qiu, aware that the situation had escalated, dared not admit to being an insider. Meanwhile, Cui Yingying saw through it all, losing hope in the organization, and thus departed from the scene. Shortly thereafter, she was apprehended by the Investigation Bureau. Preposterous. How dare the Yin Nan sect bully the Chn Feng Empire at will, coming and going as they please? Elder, unless this individual is dealt with, the Chn Feng Empire shall know no peace. The old eagle cried out in fury. Sir, would you like to purchase a bag of grain? Grain, Sir Jishio spoke softly, her voice imbued with gentleness. Huangyuan City is situated in the southeastern region of the Chn Feng Empire, not far from the Nanshan mountain range. With the speed of Han Yu and his companions, they could arrive in a day's time. Fully armed soldiers, without a word, raised their guns and fired. Should the criminals dare to move, they would be shot on the spot. Should they provoke, the same fate awaited them. Should they make a sound, they would likewise be executed. Jin Yin expressed that as a newly appointed official, she was uncertain of her responsibilities. Thus, given the existence of this precedent, it would be remiss not to address it. Upon witnessing the palm, Zhou Jing's face contorted in a grimace. Fully aware that his fate was sealed, the opposing party exhibited a decisiveness far beyond his expectations. He mustered a breath, contemplating a self-detonation of his spirit. But Lin Feng's intent to deliver a lethal strike precluded any possibility of backlash. He found it hard to believe that Liu Tang frequently appeared beside Xia Chunai. He had heard whispers about this man, extremely rational and methodical, never mingling with his stars. Why, then, did he singularly accompany Xia Chunai to events and personally attend to her? Jiang Qian remained oblivious to Jiang Yuanyuan's thoughts, merely clasping her hand tightly, urging her not to overthink. Unlike Lin Tian's cavalier demeanor, they prioritized the patient's condition above all else. Whether from the human race or the demon tribe, all celestial beings harbored a disdain for both the demon and netherworld factions, primarily due to their insatiable greed and brutality. Although I previously asserted this, one must acknowledge the extraordinary prowess the Golden Crow possessed in its former life, even if you managed to refine it into your avatar. Do you truly believe you could rein it in? The Jade Emperor spoke with sincerity. Not far away, Yuan Shoqing stared in astonishment at the token in the swordsman's hand. It was unmistakably the pass held by Yuan Tiangang, granting unrestricted access to the imperial palace in Chang'an, yet it inexplicably rested with the swordsman. Zhu Xiaolian, driven by loyalty, intended to return to the painted wall world, with the help of the immovable monk. He, along with Ho Xia and Meng Longtan, ventured into the celestial realm. By the time they arrived, it was already dusk, and as they reached their destination, a magnificent mansion loomed before them, illuminated and bustling with unknown activities. In their shared gaze, one exuded malice while the other, like a venomous serpent, concealed a chilling unease. Wang Shiji observed the crowd's reverence, but within him, there was no joy, only sorrow at the apparent inadequacy of his descendants. Once this round concluded, attempt to add him as a friend. As you know, the coach is searching for him, a proud man declared at that moment. Enduring excruciating pain, Qingtian gritted his teeth, guiding his energy back to the void, striving to stabilize the chaotic essence within and mend his damaged meridians. Chapter 26. Archenemy. After Huijie departed, I hurriedly inquired of Yin Zhehui, "How much do you know about the Locust God?" She shook her head, replying, "Not at all. I am even unaware of his current intentions. You both belong to the same faction. How can you be so uninformed about him?" It was then that I recalled. Yin. Shortly thereafter, the previously stored body trembled once more, followed by a newborn emerging. Above Xian Jintian's head, the colossal sword that had shattered the golden barrier of the Sacred Emperor's sect reappeared. The second matter was to endeavor to comprehend the martial techniques associated with any of the 12 Chaos Demon Rods. Su Ling stated gravely, "Darling, let us have a child. Liu Changsheng interjected. Her voice was soft yet resolute. If Zhang Tianshi were to discover that Xiao Etian was engaging in such activities in bed using an enhancement talisman, he would likely be so shocked that he would spit blood. The tarot could not help but curse inwardly. The enemy was either a soul path master of the fourth realm, teetering on the brink of despair, or had acquired a mystical artifact for soul defense. It was truly unfortunate to encounter such a formidable adversary upon arriving in the enemy camp. Midnight's words, however, were indeed not without merit. The current heavenly dream possessed an astonishingly breathtaking beauty, not merely in superficial appearance, but in the profound elegance of its essence. Upon reaching Yang Jin's residence, the door was ajar, and Xiao Etian strode in unceremoniously. Before he even stepped inside, he could hear the voice of Brother Bin echoing through the air. In contrast, Xiao Ruoshui, despite being a martial practitioner, only grasped a superficial understanding of the art. Should she fall, she could easily meet her demise. Qin Feng muttered to himself, continuing to channel his magical energy for perception. Moments later, the strength of the mecha operators became apparent. Each one was a stellar divine general, and those controlling the legendary mechas had already attained the pinnacle of divine general cultivation. Qin Feng was immediately elated, hastily intensifying his efforts, and in an instant, he gathered all the flesh into one place. Within the interstellar fortress located in the central military area, a major general sought counsel from the dignified and refined elder presiding over the command seat. It was evident what the Dark Underworld clan aimed to achieve by attempting to privately awaken the immortal Star Lord Samuro. Should they succeed, the other major upper races would find themselves at a severe disadvantage, unable to react in time even if they initiated a similar course of action immediately. According to Chu Ro, Chu Su dripped his blood and sat cross-legged on the bed alongside her, closing his eyes. Before long, the originally dark purple-black lips of Feng Qingho gradually began to take on a rosy hue, while his pitch-black right hand slowly returned to its normal color. Wu Xing's tone remained grandiose, intended to prevent Rama the Sage from realizing that he was deliberately stalling for time in collusion with the other party. Kalatal was one of the oldest and wisest beings among the gods, having witnessed the fall of 29 generations of the prophecy gods throughout its extensive lifespan. The reasons for their demise were varied and fraught with mystery. President Gao had at least 3 matters to address during this trip, including personally confirming the new Huifeng Group's financing in London and the extent to which it had progressed. The Galileo base had also suffered considerable destruction. The ecological simulation facility had been entirely ravaged, and only one of the 4 laboratories remained. You cannot do this, young master. We are currently beneath the governor's mansion. Such actions would not only ruin it, but if the tunnels were to collapse, it could endanger our lives. Black Hawk interjected. No matter how you phrase it, even if you were to personally ascend my litter, I would still disdain painting upon your being, the rumored lord remarked, his gentle voice reminiscent of a transcendent being. Chapter 27. The Red Skull. The Locust God chuckled awkwardly, confessing, it is all the fault of that wretched spawn. It turned out that the Locust God's nature was akin to that of the hungry ghost of the Shura. Once he beget offspring, his powers would be divided. Should he perish, his children would become the new Locust God. However, with each calamity unleashed by the Locust God, thousands of lesser Locust Gods are born anew. Even the mightiest forces are compelled to temporarily withdraw, for they had become so engrossed in their revelry that they nearly lost track of both time and place. Were other players to pass by at that moment, it would spell disaster. Fortunately, this location is sufficiently remote, and apart from the players of the Zhao clan, few venture here. In that instant, a surge of energy enveloped Fengla's corporeal form in a radiant white light, which subsequently drew in the ethereal shadow of his icy counterpart. A flash of purple light erupted as the formidable heavenly demon palm, capable of annihilating hundreds of cultivators, disintegrated into a cloud of black mist, dissipating into the void. Should this individual remain unvanquished today, it is likely that the general's mansion of the Divine Wind would become a subject of ridicule in the future, a scenario he would never permit. Tang Fei retreated, and Huang Qifa fared little better. Even a being of the spiritual king level would find themselves at a disadvantage against Tang Fei's formidable body. Indeed, with a single punch exchanged, Huang Qifa was sent reeling back several dozen meters. Achieving such a feat is no small accomplishment, considering that this ancient specter is a genuine powerhouse of the Divine King tier. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Nan promptly offered words of consolation, affirming the truth in Tang Fei's prowess. The disparity in realms is indeed a chasm, and Tang Fei's ability to contend with a divine king at the spiritual god level is utterly astonishing. Meng Fei's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily darted to the side, pointing tremblingly at Tang Fei's rear. What lay before them was a spectacle of extraordinary wonder. One half of the sky sparkled with myriad stars, while the other blazed with radiant light, a manifestation of the collective power of over 100 formidable divine beings. That a series of strange, ancient tones, reminiscent of the southern barbarian tongue, erupted from the beast general's lips. As his peculiar artifact began to emanate a deep crimson glow, with blood-red orbs encircling it, accompanied by the distant echoes of beastly roars. After finishing their breakfast, the trio emerged from the Zhao residence. The streets were bustling with hurried pedestrians, all heading in a singular direction. Upon inquiry, they discovered that everyone was making their way to the esteemed academy of the capital, encircled by the metallic killing formation. Lin Mu resisted the onslaught of metallic spiritual energy with his flawless physique. Unlike old Wang, who habitually led people deep into the mountains, Landon did not stray too far, merely seeking a more open space near the outskirts of the city. Yet, when he found himself in peril, the Thunder Beast remained inactive, which filled him with trepidation. Although he understood that the Thunder Beast's inaction was intended to prevent him from becoming overly reliant on others, hindering his personal cultivation, he could not escape the inevitable struggle. A horseman galloped forth, noticing several individuals by the roadside. Slowing his steed, he grasped his spear invertedly and approached with measured pace, inquiring politely. Without question, Chen Yun paid her no mind, continuing to savor the remnants of the meal before him. Surprisingly, the flavors were quite delightful, and he relished every bite. Chapter 28. The reversal from your words. It seems all is for the greater good, devoid of any self-interest. Certainly, I am clear of conscience. I shook my head. I am truly at a loss whether to deem you foolish or simply naive, setting aside other matters for the time being. The very first step of your plan is fraught with significant issues. I had a feeling you were the most cunning. With that, Malia cast a piercing glare at Azulia before turning on her heel and striding towards the distant military camp, although framed as a question. Ji-Yun spoke with unwavering certainty, and indeed, the reality corroborated his assertion. In today's world, only 4 individuals possessed the capability to uphold the state: Ji Shi, Cao Cao, Sun Jian, and Liu Bei, with Ji Shi evidently being the most suitable among them. The old hen paused, her flames flickering unpredictably, as if struggling to contain herself while awaiting Ji Shi's next words. They were all earnestly contemplating their responses, fully aware of the formidable challenge posed by the riddle. Although Nian Hui was merely discussing the matter with him, he could not shake the suspicion that Nian Hui was intentionally probing for information. After a prolonged silence, a cacophony of frenzied cheers erupted throughout the venue, with some spectators seemingly invigorated, their voices enveloping the entire martial arena. The second option, of course, was to play the hero and descend into danger, engaging directly with the enemy, but this would place one in an exceedingly perilous situation. Luo Xiaozhuang took deep breaths to steady himself, genuinely believing that Gu Chu Jian had lost his mind, as a staggering 40,000 individuals surged across the bridge towards them. This young man possessed extraordinary talent and an understanding of swordsmanship, suggesting he likely held a prominent status within his family. It is worth noting that Hongcheng High School had never won a prize in provincial competitions, let alone claimed the championship for the upcoming itinerary. It was certainly essential to monitor one's diet, was it not? Shun Rinchi regarded Wei Qi Jin with a hint of exasperation. This was, of course, a given. I shall ensure that all necessary resources are mobilized to ascertain this individual's whereabouts, Zhang Xiaojie declared. Tonight, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone for your presence. The forthcoming meals will be generously provided free of charge by the Paradise, so please feel free to indulge. Pan Zhaoang also hoped to salvage his reputation through such means. Regardless of what transpired outside, it was naturally up to his father to resolve the situation. Moreover, having heard the footsteps earlier, it was evident that many had exited the temple, and the situation had likely calmed by now. That malevolent beast from beyond. El immediately recognized what this mass, transforming into a sea of blood, truly was. Particularly, the leader Yuan Hong's 72 transformation spell had pierced through both realms of demons and monsters, establishing itself as the preeminent force within them. Butler Wang cast a glance at Lin Qingwan, and upon seeing her nod in his direction, he retrieved a gift box from the reception area for Xiao Muning's inspection. Upon hearing these words, Boss Zhao felt a mix of skepticism and belief. However, the wholesale price was not something to be concealed as long as one procured goods from the market in the city. It was common knowledge, and there was no need to hide. Just as Liu Biao gritted his teeth in frustration, a scout rushed in, reporting that the Wei army was forming ranks in the direction of the northern city, intending to launch an attack. Having stayed in Chang'an for several days, Liu Changsheng had begun to feel a sense of impatience. Finally, one day, Su Yuanzhua invited him to go fishing at sea. Liu Changsheng, completely unguarded, only realized that the fishing was a ruse once they were out at sea, and that negotiations were the true purpose. The following afternoon, Yang Junfei prepared the necessary items, leaped into the vehicle, and set off towards the temporary research institute of Yixian. As Lin Feng traversed from the first to the fifth floor, arriving before the designated residence. He finally harnessed his abilities to completely seal off the disconcerting chemical reaction that had plagued him. Chapter 29. The Earth Telescope. Su Min smiled at Yin Jiahui and remarked, "My dear daughter, your Aunt May has long ascended to heaven to meet God. 2 decades prior, Su Min had deliberately instigated internal strife to seize absolute control over the organizational power of the face. The formidable men, Jiu Qiu and the Locust God, were entirely at her mercy. Su Min's desired outcome was for both Jiu Qiu and the Locust God to suffer mutual destruction, ideally." A Dai pointed to the tattered fabric strewn across the floor, asserting that she had spoken no falsehood. Qin Yu glanced over, noting the scraps of cloth quietly lying on the ground, his headache intensifying. Observing that Zhuang Yuan had disregarded her, Jiang Chiyue grew anxious and gently coughed. Hoping to draw his attention, Iga nodded in response. For the remainder of the afternoon, he accompanied Lu Fian, and as evening fell, he bid her farewell, mindful of the work awaiting him the following day. While Song Man's heart swelled with joy, she was also filled with unease, pondering how Lin Songjiu could remain so composed amidst the chaos. Tang Wulin stood before the dormitory, gazing up at the ancient structure. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows upon the building's facade. The fallen ginkgo leaves carpeting the ground lent the dormitory an air of rustic charm, evoking a sense of tranquility. Her gentle voice resonated like the chords of a Debussy piano piece, imbued with both poignant sorrow and tender grace, leaving listeners entranced. Furthermore, following this competition, the youth training program would undoubtedly attract the attention of other teams, particularly those they were soon to face. They would surely scrutinize the recorded matches, analyzing each player's strengths to devise targeted defensive strategies and corresponding tactics, from both the perspective of systemic rewards and the nomenclature of the entries. Continuing with the school team proved to be of minimal cost-effectiveness. "Are you capable?" Captain Xiang Yue expressed her concerns, not out of doubt regarding the Special Forces' capabilities, but rather due to the evident losses sustained by the subfleet. Gu Feng's temperament remained relatively placid, yet he found it increasingly difficult to contain his frustration. If only he had acquired a wealth of valuable information, it would have been one matter, but having expended a staggering 10 billion gold coins for merely 2 sentences was infuriating. Notably, Zhao Jie had not once cast a glance at the creature. His gaze remained fixed upon the floor-to-ceiling windows of the 13th story of the adjacent building. "That it's Meng Ka. Meng Ka has been hanged." Yu Zhiheng's voice was soft, yet it brimmed with profound emotion, as if something were on the verge of eruption. Locate, Angel, Baiman, and over a dozen other coalition leaders wore expressions of grave discontent as they slowly descended from the city walls. Lei nearly fainted. Did he truly require no effort for such annual income? Reflecting on his life in Kali village, he recalled how arduous it was to hunt a fierce beast, only to exchange its hide for a handful of silver coins. Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback, yet he concealed his surprise, gaining a deeper understanding of the situation. If it were a matter of importance, it indeed warranted attention. However, in Shuesong's eyes, even significant matters could be a source of jest. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the man suddenly collapsed backward onto the ground, frothing at the mouth, and fell unconscious. From the pinnacle of the azure star, piercing through the clouds and traversing the wondrous continent, it took merely a little over 20 seconds to arrive above the ancient tree forest, a feat accomplished only due to Huaxing's discreet mental communication urging him to refrain from excessive haste. Chapter 30. The Mohauen Book. This is a prophecy penned by a self-proclaimed prophet hundreds of years ago. The prophecy foretells that on a certain day, a century hence, an entity known as the God of Masks shall descend upon the mortal realm, heralding a cataclysmic transformation of the world. Whether this will lead to destruction or something else entirely remains uncertain even to the prophet. Nonetheless, the prophet inscribed upon the stone tablet that the god of masks emerges from the earth. Ha ha ha. At this thought, Chin-ai couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. She felt that at this very moment, Sato Miki resembled Sanada Kenichiro, while Jiang Zakiyako mirrored Sugawara Kaya. Meanwhile, the two engaged in battle possessed entirely different mindsets. Li Lingyi had formed his own judgment of Luobo, deeming him rather ordinary. For him, there was virtually no pressure at all. However, this was to be expected, as he had reached a level of overwhelming superiority in both attributes and experience. The video content displayed Li Lingyi and Ani entering the building and scenes from the 17th floor. The subsequent footage was nothing but a black screen, after the front lines of Huyintong withdrew. They were replaced by Liu Kan's elite troops. Yet this change proved futile. The reason was quite simple. Not long ago, Yang Yi faced a food shortage and sent someone to the kingdom of Treller to procure grain and fine iron. But the king of Treller, lacking a need for money, was unwilling to sell grain to Yang Yi. To put it plainly, he regarded Yang Yi with a hint of disdain, yet did not outright refuse, demanding a price that had doubled from usual, with the amount of grain and fine iron offered being scant. All the demons were taken aback by the sudden onslaught of the hurricane, momentarily losing their guard. Even some formidable demons could not swiftly regain their composure, plunging the entire area into chaos. Feng Yan observed the red silk ribbon weaving through the air before him. Choosing to remain silent, the two flew over the riverbank, landing shortly thereafter, but found nothing on the opposite shore, only a mountain barrier, its steep cliffs insurmountable for the flying apes. Gazing at the smooth cliff face and towering mountain, the two realized that scaling it was utterly impossible. The old clan leaders settled down, and the accompanying relatives gradually found their own places to sit. Although Yuqing had never opposed the restoration of the Jie sect, he harbored no desire to aid in its flourishing. Moreover, should the Jie sect regain its former prosperity, it would likely lead to further difficulties with the Chan sect. Finally, a voice captured his attention. But the first words uttered filled him with profound unease. His breath quickened slightly as he continued to listen intently. Lu Xiao's speed was akin to that of a fleeting shadow, reaching my side in the blink of an eye. I hastily sidestepped, and in passing, I delivered a kick. Zheng Wanli was on the verge of tears. The Celestial Tao Academy prohibits students from engaging in combat. Huang Wanli, with a grin, replied, "Did I strike? Who witnessed it? Is anyone here?" Because safety could not always be assured outside, where one might be eavesdropped upon, this place guaranteed everything the affluent required: security, tranquility, and absolute discretion. Oh no. I completely forgot about this matter. Liang Aran, who was originally immersed in admiration for me, now appeared as if faced with a formidable foe, akin to having stepped on a landmine. "What did you say?" Dean Shang inquired, seemingly caught off guard. Looking at Bai Jin with surprise, Bai Xian, witnessing this, grew somewhat irate and stepped on the long tail that Jiang Tianxia had dragged behind him. Mu Qingge, upon hearing this, furrowed her brow, observing the sorrow etched on the faces of the citizens and soldiers of Minjun. She patted the shoulder of a soldier and reassured him, "Fear not. With me here, none of you shall perish." With that, she took the lead towards the city gate. Feng Haoshuan had always known that his mother, the Empress, was aloof, never vying for favoritism, treating everyone equally. Even her affection for him, her son, bore a hint of coldness. He believed that she must have endured heartache in the past, yet she never spoke of her previous experiences. Chapter 31. The incantation. Though unclear about the unfolding events, Su Min immediately unleashed the seductive arts of the Azura to contend with the young man clad in traditional Tang attire. The group each retrieved a tome from their robes, their incantations growing progressively louder. "We must leave. If this continues, everyone in the organization will perish here." With no other choice, they could only proceed under the cover of the Azura woman's protection. For nearly a month, the film crew had been engrossed in filming a narrative centered around Su Rongjian and Cheng Feng, depicting the treacherous world of gang conflicts and deceit that is for individuals like Liu Changsheng, who had long been part of the supernatural department. Baiqiu City could be said to have only 3 representatives from Yang Yushan, all of whom were practitioners of ancient martial arts, within the Sea of Consciousness. This Greek deity loomed like a colossal titan, occupying a vast expanse, emanating boundless milky light that seemed to possess corrosive properties, continuously transforming William's Sea of Consciousness. It is noteworthy that he was currently in a state of divine essence. and no living being had ever witnessed his divine soul. Zhu Wentian, spare me the pretense. Tonight, we shall settle our scores, Ling Haonan declared coldly, at midnight. We shall gather our forces and confront the Yang forest for a resolution. However, when faced with the machine security forces, this deputy editor dared not take risks. Despite his 30 years of experience, he had never heard of a peer suffering injury at the hands of the machine security forces, which was merely due to the fact that no one dared to disregard their presence. Meng Yan, undeterred by superstition, picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it with all his might, only to find it met the same fate, plunging into the Ruo River. Perhaps the individual with the fewest business cards was the one navigating the banquet hall with a tray, or, to be precise, he currently held not a single card in his hands. The wind crow that received William's command cawed a few times, indicating its understanding of his intent, before beckoning its two companions to join in a cacophony of chirps. Just like Gao Ran, he too aspired to be a good person, yet reality pierced through his ideals, leaving him heartbroken. In a boundless hell, how does one escape? As a servant, he would risk his life to follow the lady's commands and directives. Wei Suo, upon hearing this, was overjoyed, gazing at the colossal spectral command tower in the sky. Ling Zhan let out a cold smile, and then his thoughts shifted. When I was an ordinary person, I could hardly comprehend the hardships faced by individuals with disabilities. However, upon acquiring my own flaws, I came to realize just how arduous life is for this segment of society. Next comes the pivotal moment for Chen Yuning, who extols her son-in-law from head to toe. Her words laden with profound implications, aiming to leverage familial ties to secure a favorable position, thereby allowing her illegitimate son to meet his brother in law. To illustrate, the reason you have been selected is due to your greater preparation compared to others. Whether subjective or objective, from a fair perspective, could one not argue that other candidates might claim, grant me an equal opportunity to catch up with them? Strength is not always a matter of superiority. Upon hearing Aunt Zhang's remarks, Chuanya and Granny Zhang exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. They harbored resentment towards Aunt Zhang for her harshness, yet felt powerless to resist, reluctantly moving forward. It, too, was observing me with its large, luminous eyes. We maintained eye contact for 5 minutes, neither of us stirred. However, I could not afford to prolong this standoff, for my work remained unfinished, and this constituted an unlawful gathering that warranted legal intervention. As the influence of the Demon Worm Empire continued to expand, Lai Jun and his family's status also rose, and he now stood as one of the most prominent figures within the Azura clan. The leading candidate to succeed the next ruler of the Azura. Hadn't we been subsisting on roasted sweet potatoes and potatoes for an entire week? The child was suffering from heartburn, experiencing acid reflux. Jiang Ji ventured out to trade sweet potatoes for some meat, seeking to improve the child's diet. Jiang Ma interjected, explaining that we, too, only indulged in meat occasionally, hoping to quell Aunt Zhang's envious sentiments towards the affluent. Chapter 32. The plague. Subsequently, rumors circulated that the beggar was no ordinary man, perhaps a harbinger of a dreadful plague, someone to be avoided at all costs. Thus, when the beggar returned to solicit alms, no one dared to cast him a cold glance, fearing dire consequences. They all offered their finest food. Yet, even then, the beggar remained unsatisfied. After gorging on food and drink, upon seeing the beautiful daughters of certain villagers, he commanded that several be sent to accompany him. Friends? Su Yuran ceased her sobbing, sniffled, and once again lifted her gaze towards her. However, before the group could exit the room, a deafening crash echoed nearby. As wooden boards splintered and a horde of zombies erupted forth, lunging towards the five. Controlling the element of thunder from a distance with mere thought is undeniably challenging under normal circumstances. Yet, within the realm of the thunder god's hammer, the density of the thunder element is unparalleled. It requires no additional summons. With a mere thought, Yalisha could conjure lightning potent enough to harm an adversary of Ling Hongying's caliber. Whether it be the Monkey King, who perished by the celestial slaying flying knife during the battle of the Shang dynasty, or the astute Monkey King who once forged a brotherhood with the Bull Demon King. None can compare. Observing one's opponent provides insight. The adversaries of the Monkey King were merely Jiang Zia and Yang Jian, while the opponents of Wu Zhiqi were the great King Yu and the fate of humanity. Xia Wei sighed in resignation. Upon hearing Xia Qin's willingness to fight, he had no choice but to assist her in recruiting a few judges. Reluctantly, he picked up his phone to call for judges on Xia Qin's behalf. Thus, she could not fathom that the ruthless Mo Xingjun could possess such a gentle side, devoid of murderous intent or arrogance, merely resembling a weary traveler, lying on a beach chair basking in the sun. Liu Xinyans held a bottle of mineral water, surrounded by a few companions. Obadiah chuckled, his facial flesh quivering with mirth. He bounded over to Tony and enveloped him in a bear hug. Nowadays, numerous anti-corruption cases and scandals arise from revelations by individuals close to those involved. It seems to be akin to a phenomenon known as atavism, a curious ailment. TSK. Zhang Qiao shook his head, occasionally letting out a long sigh. Doctor, could you kindly assess the child's condition for us? Wan Zillian inquired politely, a sweet smile gracing her lips. The bowl in her right hand had long been emptied, yet she still directed its opening toward Liu Changsheng, provoking an explosive reaction from her. The expressions of these individuals were an unnatural iron gray, their bodies suffused with a sinister aura, their eyes radiating an abnormal excitement. It appears that Li Xia is not to be underestimated. Utilizing her as leverage against Lin Xingxian is evidently a futile endeavor. Although Gu Su had sealed all his powers, his sensitivity to the Tao's energy could not be contained. Ji Lan, feeling irate, pouted and spoke in a gentle tone. Yun Qianqian took Ji Lan's hands, her eyes twinkling with mirth. Nevertheless, I shall first test this technique myself. If it proves effective, I may allow Wang Hao and the others to practice as well. Under the starry sky, the sea resembled an endless mirror. Had they not been abducted like mere livestock, such a night would indeed be considered enchanting. Xie Ming felt no fear upon encountering Alan. For within the organization, their statuses were equivalent, and perhaps even Xie Ming held a slight upper hand. A scream echoed, reminiscent of being ensnared in a dark inferno, where the souls in agony pleaded desperately. Ha! To be honest, your mother Tianyu was escorted by me. Mu Kuan's eyes gleamed with a savage excitement, his laughter relentless. Chapter 33. Life and Death in Ancient Times, natural disasters primarily consisted of droughts and floods. Corresponding to the drought demon and the flood deity, also known as the river god. Following such calamities, locust plagues often ensued, leading to a total crop failure and widespread famine. Countless commoners perished, their corpses accumulating and decaying, which in turn triggered epidemics. Amid such suffering, the populace endured immense torment. In extreme circumstances, the instinct for survival overshadowed all notions of propriety and morality, resulting in a degradation of humanity. It is of utmost importance, for it pertains to whether I should make a significantly consequential decision. Jun Yuan spoke earnestly. After listening to Lin Zhao's explanation, Jia Su stroked his beard thoughtfully, his gaze revealing contemplation as he spoke slowly. The new policies being implemented in Shuzhou are indeed a tremendous boon for the common people. However, for the aristocratic clans, it is a grave calamity. Zhang Liang did not partake in wine, but instead sat alongside Jia Su, who had accompanied Qin Yin and the Mo Hen siblings. Upon hearing this, experts and scholars began to whisper among themselves, murmuring about the audacity of this naive girl. Had Fang Ming been present, perhaps Song Qingru would have relented and allowed both parties to confront each other openly. Fang Ming might have taken the young lady's dignity into account, permitting his subordinates to arrive and depart discreetly. Yet, given the current situation, the emperor showed no inclination to conceal anything, and Fang Ming certainly did not either. As for the additional troops, the war has only just begun. Nations are amassing strength and diligently honing their skills. They will not deploy all their forces into this novice village, but rather rotate their training exercises. In a state of disheartenment, Dong Zhuo lingered in his hometown for several years, only to be summoned by Yuan Wei, the then Minister of State, who appointed him as an aide on the second floor. The wooden floorboards were adorned with soft, pure wool carpets. Meng Qiang traversed the wide corridor of the second floor, silently arriving at the end of the hallway, where she paused before an open door. Speaking of Runan, it was a place teeming with aristocratic families during the late Han dynasty, with the most renowned Yuan clan hailing from there. Lin Ruoyu's lips curled into a slight smile, expressing her satisfaction as she gracefully stepped outside, while I, carrying my helmet, followed closely behind with an eager gait. My hands trembled as I slowly unfolded a note. In the rain, we converse without barriers. The vastness of our thoughts is known only to three. The mention of the Xiongnu by the old servant earlier. Could this note have been penned by Li Yan? The scene with Fengyan Zhantian amused me. Thankfully, I had retained the mobile number of Fengyan Zhantian. For now, the leader and elite members of the Black Snake Gang had been eliminated, leaving only a few insignificant remnants. If he could not even manage that, then he would be deemed an ineffective leader of the Wolf Gang. Cheng's expression was equally grim as he forcefully pulled Su Qian into his embrace, throwing open the car door and leaping onto the other side of the road without hesitation. Observing his demeanor, Su Qian understood deep down that Xiao Cheng was likely unharmed. Otherwise, he would not exhibit such an attitude at Mr. Lai. Please feel free to express any requests you may have. I can accommodate reasonable demands. As long as they do not inconvenience my guests, she managed to say through clenched teeth, the words barely escaping from Shui Qianqian's lips. Not at all. I must also thank you for designing many garments for me. Karuna responded graciously with a warm smile. Qianqian, have you risen yet? By 9 o'clock, Su Xing was already growing impatient, softly urging her to hurry. This was truly astonishing. No matter how many times one watched the Light Scorpion team's running style, it remained the most distinctive among all the teams participating in the World Cup. How had they cultivated such an unrestrained method of running? The four-wheel drive warriors were left in awe. This also explained why the swift Wind Rabbit, in Su Ni's hands, performed far better than in the hands of the law enforcement hall's leader. The senior student Wu Yunlong outside appeared somewhat dazed. He was unaware of what Luo Jiao was rambling about, but he knew what the Divine Monk training camp was, having participated in a free class before. But how had a master suddenly emerged? Chapter 34. The Drought Demon Xinxinjia coldly remarked, why should the entire team bear the brunt of the 6th Squad's blunders? As Yin Jiahui and I prepared to leave, the leader of the 7th Squad, Sun Shirgu, unexpectedly stood up. Captain Yang, are you certain that the Drought Demon can confront the Plague God? Yang Feng was taken aback. The term troublesome wedding night is colloquial, referring to the initial filming period for newcomers, during which they are subjected to a public adjustment, ensuring they become compliant, thus making subsequent shoots more comfortable, akin to being at home. Why do you seem off? Why are you incessantly praising others? Yai Mingsu gazed at Ling Zhodian with a hint of suspicion. Even though they had managed to withstand their fears, their actions were significantly hindered, resulting in a further decline in their combat prowess. Jingrong, with his hands interlaced, rested his left hand atop his right. The scars on his right hand had long since healed. However, inexplicably, the 3 scars seemed to emit a faint warmth, as if they were subtly beckoning to someone. Upon reaching level 10, Tang Zhe would transform into the ultimate embodiment of a professional, the culmination of justice, and the end of light and hope. Nevertheless, the detection capabilities of the Alliance's branches were beyond question. The previously noted Qiyang Pearl and Thunder Sword bore no distinction from those monitored by the Alliance. The chaos engulfing America persisted, with uncertainty looming over whether a mutant lurked nearby, ready to unleash harm. Incited by malevolent forces, some individuals even began to riot and vandalize. Lin Xiang felt as if he had consumed honey, singing praises of Su Wei's grandeur before diving into the matter at hand. I succeeded. I truly managed to clutch his neck. Yet, it was entirely unlike the films. I fell heavily to the ground alongside him. This maneuver was undeniably perilous. Had fortune not favored me, we could have easily landed on unforgiving terrain, risking serious injury. Of course, it was due to Captain Li's assistance that I emerged unscathed. But did Captain Li truly wish to aid Zhang Jie and his companions, if he had no intention of helping them? Then why summon them here? This was an initiative set up specifically by the Inner Academy, employing a select group of students, offering salaries equivalent to those in the outside world. This approach was the Academy's earnest attempt to cultivate their resilience and fortitude. Upon hearing this, Shaolin grasped that the Collector and Asgard had maintained an ongoing connection, as Ancient One had reached out to Odin and the Collector during the Chitauri invasion of Earth. Li circled the house a few times, his face turning as flushed as a monkey's behind before finally uttering 2 words. All done. Ning Yuanzheng led 1,000 Black Cloud cavalry into the city, under the insistence of Huang Shida, to assist Su Qiong in mopping up the aftermath. Under their supervision, all remnants of the Sword Army within the city were gathered in the largest barracks, where they would heed Su Qiong's admonitions. A closer look revealed that the wailing spirits were engulfed in icy blue flames, yet, embedded within was a formation designed to create a demonic aura in one's hand, rendering them immune to mental intrusion and control. Chapter 35, Convergence. Xinxinjing donned a black leather outfit, his sunglasses shielding his eyes, with a cloak draped over his shoulders, resembling a character from the Matrix. However, he was no savior, as he patted his chest and declared, "She is right here." Yang Feng furrowed his brow, perplexed by the man's intent. Yang Yun remarked, in their plans, they would first procure a carriage there, and then, within 3 days, head towards Jingzhou. Of course, this was merely the grandson brought forth by the tale which, she had 3 grandsons like him. Your Highness, do you wish to see me? Luido's expression brightened at the prospect of a turning point in events. Furthermore, there was even a possibility of transforming into a poisonous arrowwood, focusing on a singular grandson. Dare you approach and touch your grandfather? After his rehabilitation, Siadakue has indeed achieved a successful transformation. Last year, when Siadakue sought assistance, Lin Zizhou was initially reluctant to engage with him. However, after Siadakue appealed through his second concubine, Lin Zizhou, feeling nostalgic, eventually acquiesced. Yet, for a talisman maker, a crucial factor influencing the success rate of their payments is the stability of the talisman paper and ink. Su Jinyan expressed her dissatisfaction with Jia Yu's irrelevant responses, pressing her temples and casting him an irritated glare. The rectangular poker table was positioned horizontally, with Cheng Jinkai and Hu Gu sitting opposite each other. Their concealed and revealed cards positioned in close proximity. There are no issues on my end. This is 5 taels of gold. I request a diagnosis from the Taoist. Qian Yin produced the prepared gold and placed it on the table. Despite this, Xia Lu's resolve remained unwavering, as she diligently worked to control her inner turmoil. Moreover, as an assassin, her keen observational skills allowed her to discern any suspicious characters. Those with ill intentions would undoubtedly fall under her scrutiny. Jiang Tongtian found himself firmly grasped by Jiangchen around the neck, his eyes bloodshot and veins bulging on his forehead, struggling to articulate words but unable to produce a sound. The figure was none other than Sima Wufang, whose countenance was devoid of warmth. He did not spare a glance at Yu, but instead fixated on Xia Zishuan, particularly the mysterious Xian Wang Linglong pagoda atop his head, the golden-scaled blood crocodile and the blood-colored goat. 2 formidable holy demons exchanged glances filled with a peculiar glimmer before simultaneously darting towards the enormous orb of light in the sky. By tea turned out that just before noon, as the troops were preparing to depart, Tang Jiayao received a call from a man named Guideliang, informing him that the troops were to ascend Beifeng to eradicate the 3 major demons, and Tang Jiayao himself, the seemingly honest man, was now teetering on the brink of explosion. His words clenched between gritted teeth as he fixed his gaze fiercely upon his brother. These were the most elite disciples of Xinyan Mountain Manor, including the esteemed disciples of Shang Xiong and formidable experts dispatched by the Xinyan sect. All bearing anxious expressions, upon seeing Shang Xiong enter, hundreds of pairs of eyes turned in unison towards him. If Wu Qingping were to be incapacitated, the Jin Ai gang would lose a vital source of income. Thus, there was no need for him to sever the financial lifeline of Jinyankyo. Very well, you choose first. Once you find a suitable location, let me know. I shall take my leave now. Remember to come home for lunch. It's the first house over there, Huang Yuan remarked to Lin Fei as he walked away. However, such a choice was excruciatingly difficult. Caught between her father and her beloved, she ultimately chose to embrace both, a matter of filial piety and a pursuit of love. Chapter 36. Weapons you can't blow it up. What are you joking about? That's the Central Sports Stadium. The speaker was a military leader named Wen Song. Director Shen, what are you up to? This situation has escalated to such proportions. How can I report this to my superiors? The Investigation Bureau is a confidential organization, and the incident involving the earthbound spirit must remain classified. Oh, sister, you finally uttered a kind word. Shan Shan gently caressed Yi Ling's face. A Tao purchased swim trunks for himself and Xian Xian, adorned with the local Thai scenery, floral and vibrant, blending seamlessly with the other tourists. Finding someone in such attire would be a challenge indeed. The players of the Aries Alliance, each representing their respective factions, surged forth towards numerous cities, seizing all the territories held by the Pisces Alliance on the map. The already weakened Nuo Mingyu succumbed under the weight of despair, collapsing to the ground as Nan Gonglan, in a fit of rage, unleashed relentless blows upon him. Nuo Mingyu did not retaliate. He simply allowed the onslaught, for he too loathed the person he had become in that moment. Who are you? I demand an answer. By what right do you hold the hand of my dear Zhu Qing? Nasha, feeling ignored, stormed up to Chunyu, brandishing her claws in accusation that, oh, it's nothing, just enjoying the sights nearby. And it seemed like a filming was taking place here. It looked rather lively. So I came to take a look, Mu Zhishuan replied, casting a casual glance at Qing Nua, deliberately emphasizing the word lively, which instantly stirred Qing Nua's heart. Xieban Gui inserted 2 fingers into Zhu Guangtong's mouth, extracting a clump of sticky substance. Indeed, it was a mass of tangled hair. Surely our discussions won't be predicted by those around us. Huyin glanced around in mild panic. As for the equipment that was useless to Andy and his companions, it would have to be discarded, serving as offerings perhaps. This might indeed be the equipment you find useful for Andy and his team. Witnessing this scene, the multitude of powerful beings surrounding them were left dumbfounded. How brazen this young man was. He employed such tactics, fully aware that he could not kill, yet he relentlessly pressed Qin Tong. Denying him a moment's respite, Mei did not weep. Her eyes, filled with murderous intent, remained fixed on Xiao Ruohui. Yet Yang Jiao shed tears, this man helplessly crying, "Da-da. Has the boss lost his mind?" Ricardo was utterly speechless at Tang Hao's astonishingly thick skin. Lin Feng, initially unaware of Ouyang Qin's intentions, soon grasped the meaning behind her words, realizing that she had learned from a foreign forum. However, he felt no anger. It was only natural to be curious about the sudden surge in his students' English proficiency. In the dead of night, the tranquil darkness rendered the eerily calm beast abyss even more mysterious. After a day of languorous wandering, the army led by Tang Hao finally came to a halt. As Chu Yin selected a defensible location to set up camp. Given the current personnel reserves, Li Dong had no choice but to accept reality, training the Navy according to Chen Xin's methods. And once this batch of recruits fully adapted to life at sea, he would gradually explore a naval artillery strategy suited to his own style. Zhang Chun hung his head, his left hand filled with bamboo skewers. One leg twisted at an odd angle, and his bare chest marred by various brands. Chapter 37. The Eerie House. Not only did the messenger of the Nuwa god emerge from the depths of the northern abyss, but the earthbound spirits have also existed since ancient times. Their presence often leads to conflict with humans, resulting in bloodshed. Therefore, in the homeland, there have been those dedicated to combating these spirits, the Yang family of exorcists being one of them. However, Gulu paid no heed to Hiku, viewing him as a mere opportunist who swayed with the wind. The so-called wisdom of striking the serpent at its weakest point, if only he could ensure the demise of Xiang Yicai. Gulu had never even considered taking action against such a character. Xiang Bin struggled to rise, coughing up several mouthfuls of charred blood, his demeanor somewhat despondent. Yet, his eyes resembled those of a wounded wolf, radiating a fierce tenacity and ferocity, devoid of any semblance of surrender. Robin, nearly frenzied, unleashed every skill he had mastered: flight magic, spatial magic, and elemental enhancement, darting through the forest like a streak of black light. Although Robin had issued a warning, Fanny, her eyes wide in search of her own shadow, collided into him. In a moment of desperation, she flailed her arms and finally grasped Robin, anchoring herself. Su Jinxing felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness regarding the current predicament. Yet he harbored a glimmer of a solution, one that naturally relied on overpowering his adversaries. However, under the present circumstances, he realized that attempting to assert dominance would only lead to his own folly. Thus he had to relinquish such thoughts. Harnessing the art of elemental transformation within his body, Zhang Hao subtly altered his appearance, his entire aura retracting into a semblance of tranquility. This translation is rather shocking, isn't it? Never mind. I shall focus on the mellifluous tones of Oxford accented English. Amidst the furious roar of Heracles, the venomous arrows shot by Toki found their mark with deadly precision. The energy contained within the arrows erupting upon impact and utterly eroding half of Heracles' brain. He propped himself up, curling his fingers to lift her chin, stating, "Since you understand me, you must know that I shall not part with you, not even a soul or spirit." Moreover, these past few days were not solely dedicated to training. Dozens of guards masquerading as miners were extracted from the ranks. These guards were soldiers of the Western Xia army and could not be spared, thus they were executed on the spot. The startled cries that had just resounded were from the celestial cranes that had once visited this trial ground, though it remained unclear what predicament had led them to emit such terrified screams. Should anything unfortunate befall them, Xiao Chun would likely find regret far too late. On that day, Song finally felt at ease. The sandbag wall was over 60 centimeters thick, and when frozen, it was harder than steel. Thus, the safety of their enclosure could be assured, with the only remaining point of vigilance being the wooden gate, possessing an exalted divine status, and given the celestial regulations prohibiting private liaisons between mortals and deities. The serpent demon was poised to kneel in gratitude for Yution's mercy. However, Yution promptly halted her. Subsequently, Tang Ran slowly sat up, pressing his hand against his head, which felt as heavy as a lead ball. Experiencing considerable discomfort, only to discover his wife sprawled atop him, leaving him momentarily stunned. Rumors swirled throughout the army, suggesting that Qingfeng Mountain was no match for Taohua Mountain, causing Song Jiang to waver. Though he found it difficult to voice his doubts, the veteran leader was particularly impressive. In his youth, he had been an ace fighter pilot in a certain unit, having repeatedly driven away foreign military aircraft encroaching upon our air defense identification zone. The banquet arranged by Zhu Wu was held in the military tent. The Dongping Prefecture army could not afford extravagance, yet the gathering, meant to impress the likes of Wu Song, should not appear too meager. Thus, a whole roasted lamb from the northwest was indispensable, along with roasted chicken and, most notably, the yellow river carp, a rarity in winter, making it quite a delicacy. Chapter 38, The Hexagram. Indeed, as the rumors suggested, its internal structure was exceedingly intricate, featuring numerous doors and mirrors that disoriented the senses. Is it true that this place is really haunted by malevolent spirits? Luo Qing inquired. Even if it is, there is nothing to fear. After all, we have a masterful captain among us who specializes in exorcisms. Yang Feng scoffed derisively. However, the red poison standard-bearer led his men into a sudden assault, catching the Qi family off guard. And within moments, dozens were slain. In truth, even if Zhou Jiping had not divulged this information to Si Finsong, the latter's astuteness would have likely led him to deduce the situation. Yet, Zhou Jiping would not afford Si Finsong the luxury of contemplation. And the audacity of Zhou Jiping's scheme rendered Si Finsong utterly devoid of rational thought. Chen Jun regarded Fang Shiyun with utmost seriousness, but her demeanor exuded an air of nonchalance. Nevertheless, it was evident that her intention to transition to the Qin group was no mere jest. Zhang Chun and Tang Miao Miao had already relocated to Palo Alto in Silicon Valley, adjacent to Stanford. Su Zhuizu could not move, as her residence was merely a bridge away from Berkeley. Relocating to the Bay Area would be too far. Lin Feng could not help but nod. Although the Earth was largely peaceful, warfare had never truly ceased. Perhaps it was the lingering aura of violence that allowed the greedy wolf demon star to resurrect once more. Therefore, as long as the spectacle appeared favorable, there would be no outsiders to dispute the matter. After instructing his subordinates to prepare all necessary items, Yang Mi turned and led his brother towards the rear courtyard. Qi Yun did not hold back. He unleashed a series of innate techniques, capturing wisps of white vapor and absorbing them into the vast sea and sky map for gradual refinement. Observing that Xia Lan remained silent, her expression dark, Feng Jiqiang surmised something was amiss. The entire duke's territory boasted over 30,000 inhabitants, with merely 5,000 being freemen. The majority were serfs, bound to the Tudor monarchy, due to the differing rules of the ancient universe and the divine realm. Individuals with cultivation below the level of ancestral gods could not survive in the ancient universe. Only those at the level of ancestral gods, chaos celestials, or higher could undertake tasks in the ancient universe. What a fine wine, Liu Yiming exclaimed. Upon awakening, his thoughts lingered in the realm of dreams. After finishing a cup of Huju coffee from Alexander, Yiming realized that the downfall of the Ronca father and son had entered its final countdown. Duanmu Yunxing gestured subtly to silence the crowd, and the previously fervent cheers vanished in unison, akin to a regimented army that nearly scared the life out of the broadcaster. Lin Feng, after seeing the gray-clad enemy retreat, collapsed onto the ground. Exhaling deeply as he spoke, Luo Che once again turned his gaze to the handgun in his hand, aiming it at the river and gently squeezing the trigger. However, the trigger seemed to be stuck. And Luo Che refrained from pulling it. Ruoshui's expression fluctuated between conflict and rage as she abruptly leaped from the ecological chamber. This tactic was utterly terrifying. Guo Wei and Song Yin witnessed it firsthand, leading them to question their own military strategies and whether they had learned incorrectly. Why was their method of warfare so different from Zhong Xian's? Especially in terms of strategy, Zhong Xian's approaches seemed entirely unorthodox, yet consistently successful. Chapter 39, Shaman. Upon awakening, I found myself tightly bound, seated directly upon the hexagram pattern in the hall. Beside me were Luo Qing and 3 others, all similarly ensnared. What on earth was happening? Surrounding the hall were not only Granny Jenny and Mike, but also 4 elderly individuals. These 4, with their hair as white as snow and bodies frail as withered branches. Suddenly, a mouthful of fresh blood was expelled from him, clearly indicating he had sustained further injuries. This latest thunder tribulation had unequivocally surpassed the defensive threshold of the fire shield. However, fortunate for Zhou Wutian, the 5 thunder golden body enveloped him, absorbing the excess damage and leaving him unscathed. Save for ingesting a mouthful of dirt, this filled Mu Ziyun with dread, for under such force, nothing should have survived. It was reasonable to consider that, over the years, some from the southern frontier must have evolved to survive underwater. Yet no discoveries had been made. For Lu Zhan, this only served to perpetuate the various reforms he advocated, a temptation irresistible to any aspiring official with ideals and ambitions. Yet, it was in the moment of palpable tension between Du Yuan and Shun Yuanyu that a resounding bang echoed from afar, accompanied by a faint white light emerging from a cave high upon a crumbling cliff. At this juncture, 5 fingers had reached the apex of its head, and without pause, the entire body began to be crushed. However, at that moment, Qingjie still placed more faith in Alona, believing that if Alona, who could vanquish the dragon race and the land deity, truly intended to harm her, she would have acted long ago without delay. The entire formation began to tremble. The array on the southern city wall suddenly flickered and vanished. Before Chang Gui could issue commands, the cultivators began to flee southward in a panic, leading to a chaotic scene. The sand demon grew anxious, redirecting many of the castle's warriors to converge and confront the divine race. Nevertheless, this was a piece of good news, for it marked the first time they had discerned the correct direction. Unlike in the past, aimlessly wandering like headless flies in Beihai City, the sensation upon him felt not like a tail, but rather an immense azure whip. With each lash, it felt as though his entire dantian was cleaved in twain. 2 months into enrollment, countless individuals had approached her to profess their affections, despite having scarcely met. Each one arrived bearing either flowers or necklaces, leading one to believe that Su Yihan had dozens of suitors. Even Xiao Lei had not anticipated encountering yet another celebrity so casually. Was this star no longer of considerable worth? He remarked with a hint of sarcasm, yet still donned the garment and shouldered a bag of salt. Xiao Lei, puzzled, inquired, for it was his first time hearing Qin Shui's mention gossip from the entertainment industry. Freneman gazed at the sky with a smile, but the sudden shift from bright to a deep, ominous crimson caused her brow to furrow. Chapter 40. Gray Army. At that moment, Yang Feng received a phone call from Shun Haichuan, causing his expression to shift dramatically. I inquired, "What happened?" "The forces of Wensong have commenced their assault on the gymnasium, intent on eradicating the organization known as Lian." Wang Yao slowly removed her crimson jacket and handed it to Gu Qingyuan, nodding at him before boarding the police vehicle alongside the officers. Upon learning that the commanding general of the imperial troops was his arch-nemesis, Mu Ertai, the general Huan Tianluo resolved to capture Mu Ertai alive, compelling Gao Xianji to confront him personally. Thus, he led an army of 100,000. Charging towards Mu Ertai's vanguard. "I must go," Gaia exclaimed, hastily turning to flee. However, just a few paces away, he collided unexpectedly with an invisible barrier, causing him to stagger back several steps. Once the two had departed, only Li Mu remained. He began to roughly tally the data recorded in the card drawing machine. Sima Xian was taken aback by Lin Peng's sudden action and promptly patted his back to reassure him. "Therefore, I cannot destroy this cold spirit tree, can I? Yet, without destroying the cold spirit tree, how can I rescue Han Telodi?" The glimmer of concern was unmistakable in Lan Nual Lai's eyes. That day, numerous vehicles traversing National Road 104 were informed of road construction ahead and were instructed to take alternate routes. Soldiers clad in camouflage, armed to the teeth, stood guard every 3 paces and patrolled every 5, effectively sealing off the area within a 5-kilometer radius of the ghost territory. What I just witnessed was, Gaia inquired nervously, fearing that the earlier vision was merely an illusion rather than reality. The 4 members of Lansheng cast anxious glances at Zhuang Jian. At that moment, Gu Yefeng did not regard Zhuang Jian as an ordinary disciple, but rather as the former spirit emperor. Simultaneously, assessing the reactions of the middle-aged man, it became evident that the situation was growing increasingly intricate, regardless of its complexity. The silver lining was that they could still glean some direction from the dark night bar. Was retreat an option? Certainly not. With Nicole missing and virtually no news, who could predict how dire the situation would become if they delayed any further? Yet, remaining stagnant was not a viable choice either. Blind Granny pondered. Indeed, staying in the cold palace, unloved and unwelcomed, would only bring sorrow. And even if the child acknowledged me, it would only invite disdain. Of course, the fleeing soldiers were solely focused on survival. How could they heed her words? Moreover, with the commander already slain, waiting here foolishly for death was hardly a feasible prospect. An elderly man with white hair emerged unsteadily from the cave, his skin sagging, yet his spirit vibrant. The crowd erupted in excitement. If Yin Yangzhengzi represented the most formidable youth of the continent, then Chang Taisai and his companions undoubtedly embodied the greatest potential. Observing, Qidian gently patted his left shoulder 3 times, as if offering comfort, and remarked, "From now on, do more good deeds." In truth, Qidian aimed to impart a lesson, to instill in him a sense of his own strength, to teach him through hardship, so that he would refrain from malevolent actions in the future. Yet, there is a saying in Huaxia, many ants can devour an elephant. Therefore, when Wang Nanbei temporarily evaded the enemy's onslaught, he had already devised a plan. First, he intended to engage other factions and the American military in continuous conflict to diminish their strength, ensnaring them in an unending war of attrition. Chapter 41. How as I observed the gray troops unable to rescue the people in time, I abruptly swung my silicon blade to deflect Changsheng's strike. Following that, I slashed at him once more. This half of the silicon blade clearly could not unleash the true might of the war god Jiuqiu. Yet Changsheng had only combined with 3 earthbound spirits at that moment. Caught off guard, he was wounded by my silicon blade and retreated in panic. The 12 gray troops. Old Wu suddenly stared blankly out the window, while Liu Changsheng listened intently and, upon noticing something unusual, turned to look. There, on the foggy glass, was the face of the sect leader. One was a blood dragon of celestial beast caliber, and the other, a 100-tailed whale, also of celestial beast status. The blood spirit king answered honestly. Every day, Xiang Yang would go to the heavenly secrets place to collect the jade slips used for recording, within the floating jade sect. This was understandable, but the information that swept past from miles above daily was countless. Such intricate information, without the guidance of Tianyin, was utterly impossible to analyze. Zhao Qinggong smiled slightly, gesturing to a nearby wine rack. And a bottle of yellow whiskey flew into his hand. That a type of starlight grass served as a secondary material for crafting a specific talismanic water, a N8 difficult tendon, after being nitrate and then meticulously shaved into fine slices, could be used as talisman paper. That a glimmer of cold light suddenly appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. It was a stone blade aimed at his heart. Lin Xian sidestepped, and the stone blade pierced his right shoulder, while his fist also descended. Do you truly believe that the power of the 7-star silkworm can be so easily evaded? The burly man sneered coldly that a disposable cup contained clean, warm water, which Xie Yanci had personally fetched while Meng Xingwan was occupied with work. They felt I had been rather inconsiderate, keeping them in the dark for so long. They had been eager to nurture me, hoping to cultivate my potential, yet now they only felt foolish for being kept in the dark. Yin Qiyun was extraordinarily handsome, every gesture exuding elegance and nobility, making the waiter hesitant to meet his gaze. Li Hanning took a large step aside, ostentatiously picking up an empty water cup, pretending to rise for a drink. If you cease your actions now, I can overlook this, Quan Zisong shouted coldly, already anticipating the outcome. He would gain no advantage in this battle. The man, once possessing immense power and status, now adopted an exceedingly humble posture. Achieving the desired effect, he sought this fleeting moment. Had he delayed, even slightly, the opponent might have teleported away. Moreover, such injuries are the hardest to staunch. Once the bleeding halts, what else could not be salvaged? If I could also procure some divine medicine in the process, that would be a bonus. Su Qingwan felt a pang of sorrow. He could easily be at home, embraced by loving parents, enjoying a harmonious life with siblings. Thus, on that very day, disregarding Mo Chao's furious roar, he pressed on despite his injuries, journeying tirelessly towards Jin's city. Shangwan Ao truly did not comprehend. Two people in love, clearly cherishing one another, yet unable to marry at that moment. He was utterly perplexed. She always maintained such a demeanor, perpetually so unremarkable, eternally so quiet. When had she changed completely, devoid of smiles, words, and everything that belonged to her? In the end, she had sealed herself off because of him. She had ultimately isolated herself. Chapter 42. The red biscuit. He sipped his beer, still somewhat shaken. It was members of the Crocodile Gang. I smirked. The Crocodile Gang? I'm more concerned about the Axe Gang. Does Chinga know them? Brother, I'm not joking with you. After saying this, Zhu Shun took a broken basket and placed it in a corner of the yard, then used a shovel to pile the snow he had just swept into the basket. Song Mingyuan spotted Li shinnying among the ranks of the Northern Wei, accompanied by Prime Minister Qi Sun, who appeared as the new emperor following the demise of Emperor Shunan, having ascended the throne after the latter's passing. Ultimately, the special forces successfully secured the entire base, swiftly rounding up the captured members of the secret organization from Sakura Nation. Their tenacious resistance was inevitably subdued by the relentless onslaught of the special forces. The military hierarchy of the Ming dynasty was notably intricate, with distinct ranks for military households and border troops. Simply put, distinguishing between active duty and reserve forces. The number of holy bodies and divine bodies within the sacred land of Zhang need not be declared by the sacred land itself. They were already well aware of it. After lying down for 2 days, Qingzhou had not gathered any useful information, yet it was evident that Qing Su was concealing something from him. However, upon hearing this, Lu Wuzhou and Prince Dana showed no sign of concern, instead bursting into hearty laughter. The Shin family hurriedly departed, cursing and vowing to make things difficult for Zheng Tinghua. Although the Luo family jewels had previously claimed the title of the highest bidder, their influence had waned. Should the already dominant Jin family jewels capture the spotlight yet again, the Luo family would find themselves in dire straits. Chen Mu suddenly opened his eyes wide, although his breath had become exceedingly weak. His gaze remained as resolute as that of a fierce wolf. Xiao Yuanchan lounged casually, observing the Northern army and the Falcon Riders clashing, nonchalantly commenting. Despite being early autumn, the air was thick with the youthful fervor of spring. A longing for romance that echoed through her mind, and at such moments, the figure that emerged was invariably that of Zhuan. "Third uncle, do you smell something fishy?" Hu Mingchen cheerfully answered the phone. Though he spoke in jest, the Ink Master felt no regret, especially after noticing the numerous hidden injuries on old Huang's body. He had never reconsidered his decision. Wait, what did you say? You want me to help make introductions and look after Jiang family village? What does that mean? Hu Mingchen furrowed his brow, leaning forward to scrutinize Hu Jianjun. Lu Haikong flipped his hand, presenting a set of Celestial 9 Calamity Crossing talismans awarded by the system to Fei Fei, and also generously gifted her 2 bottles of elixirs. More than a dozen artillery pieces swiftly adjusted their aim and began bombardment. Several shells struck the sand demon, inflicting multiple wounds upon its massive form. Yet it stood unwavering, roaring towards the mountain, then furiously charging forward, leaping over the fire trench, intent on breaching the human-formed line of fire. The vast wasteland now seemed to harbor fewer than 1,000 souls. Yet he had become the king of the wasteland. Feeling an inexplicable sense of awe even within himself, Zhang Jin arched an eyebrow. In his estimation, the dark-faced killer was indeed the most formidable among the 9. His body bore numerous scars, resembling an iron block, and his gaze was tinged with a coldness and madness that suggested extraordinary prowess. In Chapter 43, the scar-faced man numbered 111 remarked, "We have connections with a gang from the northern territories. They have ties within the Grey Forces. I believe one of them goes by the name of Ivanov. The red cakes were pilfered by that very individual." He continued, "Brother, if you're interested, we can split these red cakes evenly." I scoffed softly and picked up a piece of the red cake. In the vast conference room, silence reigned. No one uttered a word. Some were smoking, others sat in silence, while a few appeared lost in thought, their minds shrouded in mystery. The 6-fingered black hero gripped his ink-black eyebrow tightly, his rare displays of anger bubbling forth like a surging river, as if he were on the verge of erupting. Gazing at the monitor and the medicinal concoction before him, Mo Rin took a deep breath, realizing he could finally begin to grow stronger bit by bit. That Fu Nian similarly rose, respectfully standing behind Sun Quan, patiently awaiting his command. Ji Ming believed he had found a sound rationale. In Japan, where one's work is held in high esteem, possessing a good academic background was undeniably advantageous, although Rita, the former owner, was still at home. Ji Ming had grown accustomed to managing such matters himself. Upon the corpse lay large patches of decay and shriveled lips, indicating that the once mighty Qi Wang Jian, now the Gong Ho, had perished 2 or 3 hours prior. Aligning with the time frame reported by the earlier man, lock the heavens, arrow array. Giguzi suddenly appeared at the rear of the army, commanding that the celestial soldiers divide into 2.1/2, remain stationary while the others swiftly turned, simultaneously drawing their bows and knocking arrows. Among the pursuers, only one bore 14 wings. Those dazzlingly white wings stirred an immense aura, appearing truly majestic from afar. The fire Qilin let out a loud snort, seemingly mocking the fire phoenix for its oversized head, which provoked the fire phoenix to glare back defiantly, unleashing a wave of overwhelming energy. The rivalry between the Xin sect and the demon sect, along with the deep-seated grudges among each faction, represented irreconcilable conflicts that had accumulated over millennia. Despite her murmured words, Tong Fei heard them and felt a warmth in her heart that Du Chanqian, this girl, truly deserves the bond we share as teacher and student. She is indeed a thoughtful and charming individual. It was evident that the American Army Brigadier General was unsatisfied. Zhang Guizheng and the others could not help but think, "Isn't this what you have shown us as well?" Feeling unwell, perhaps afflicted by a chill, Liu Changsheng's heart tightened as he quickly slipped his hand beneath the covers to check the warmth of Baichiga. However, upon touching the slick fabric, he abruptly halted, a wave of unease washing over him. The village heads from Qianhe, Shihe, and Hohe, along with the leaders of the Nanzhong and Beizhong villages, along with several cadres, had also arrived. There was no doubt that Long Yi's assessment was exceedingly accurate. The price had been the loss of 99% of the 200,000 troops, a harsh lesson learned only now. In the past 2 months, Shan Zhu has diligently honed his skills. His mastery over the 5 elements of spiritual energy has reached an extraordinary level, far surpassing his previous capabilities by severalfold. Just as the luminous barrier began to wane, seemingly on the brink of being breached once more, the external onslaught of alien energy abruptly ceased. The blind spot was shrouded in dim light, rendering it exceedingly difficult to discern with the naked eye. You should go and rest. At last, it was Lan and I who shattered the impasse, her unwavering gaze rendering him quite uneasy. That I'm not joking with you. We brothers should speak frankly. The leader, somewhat incredulous, turned to face Ding He, issuing a loud admonition. Chapter 44. 7 doors. As night fell, Sun Shirgu and I stealthily infiltrated the military camp, arriving at the rear of Warehouse No. 4. It is no exaggeration to state that this high-density concrete was akin to tofu under the silicon blade. Within mere minutes, the 2-meter-high wall of the warehouse was breached. The gray-clad troops heavily guarded the perimeter. Yet not a solitary figure could be seen within the warehouse. That we approached a location resembling. Even though the steps of the corridor had been meticulously cleaned by the servants of the Meng household. When the hem of her dress brushed against the stairs, Lian Zhou instinctively extended her hand to grasp her skirt and lift it. In a moment of stalemate, the sky, thick with ominous clouds, was suddenly illuminated by a narrow, blinding flash of lightning, and the moisture seized the opportunity to escape through the rift. Finally, colossal raindrops began to pour down relentlessly. At this moment, Chu Fan found himself enveloped in such an environment. The protective barrier of spiritual energy surrounding him was gradually diminishing, while waves of razor-like spatial gales slowly encroached. Good morning. That he greeted her with a radiant smile, and Wei Xiao promptly pulled her into his embrace. The 3rd floor of the hotel had already been reserved by the Bone Spirit, and by the time I was still at home, it had been fully renovated and open for business. Reportedly enjoying a prosperous trade, Evil Dragon ceased at once. The blood-red cherry blossom in his hand felt as if it had suddenly multiplied in weight, rendering it exceedingly difficult to even lift, let alone rescue the gray dove. A significant power outage was anticipated over the next few days. With the timing of the return of electricity uncertain, we could only strive to maintain a consistent schedule. As the month drew to a close, I extend my apologies for the erratic updates throughout this month. Beneath the willow tree stood a man, clad in a long robe, swaying gently in the breeze. His half-closed eyes remained a tranquil abyss. Unfazed by the surrounding turmoil. As the leaves rustled in a flurry, the man turned, leaving behind a striking silhouette. Chu Fan, Lu Mo, Huang Lao, Xian Lao, and the 2 emissaries of Yin and Yang descended from the heavens, appearing at the valley's mouth, which caused the already vigilant disciples of the Fan Valley to heighten their guard, each one poised for action at the slightest hint of discord. I could clearly perceive that the spirit before me was tainted with a foul aura, indicating that direct reincarnation was not an option. Thus, I sat upon the ground and began to perform a rite to guide this ghost. In their gazes, a mixture of hope and trepidation lingered. It seemed they genuinely wished for the demise of the He in society, yet simultaneously feared its continued existence. On the 3rd day after Gu Yi presented his gift, the Grand Pharmacological Conference commenced. The event was held in a vast polo field that had been converted and expanded several times, taking on a circular form. In the mid-1980s, material resources in the mountainous regions were still quite scarce. Even washing clothes was done sparingly with soap, often using a stick to beat the garments, let alone indulging in fragrant soap for a bath. After uttering those words, Su Xian heard Mu Chun let out a satisfied chuckle, prompting her to smile as well. This way, Mu Chun would not feel jealous of Su Zi. Although that statement was grounded in truth, it was still essential to wield such truths wisely. In dealing with Mu Chun, this tactic proved to be the most effective. Upon observing the familiar expression on her face, Mu Chun instantly recognized the situation, while Su Xian was taken aback by the sight of the number 100. Central High School is situated in the heart of Central City, adjacent to a bustling commercial district and a mysterious administrative center, yet it remains in a tranquil locale, backed by the towering Lei Mountain, which rises sheer and majestic, offering a refreshing and otherworldly serenity. Thus, Guo Fengchen harbored some thoughts about establishing a sect. However, Due to having reached a bottleneck in his cultivation, he found resources to be of little use, which had deterred him from founding a sect. Otherwise, with his half-step yuan in cultivation, it would have been a relatively simple endeavor to establish one. Is it no longer painful? We shall continue tonight. Yesterday, your cries were rather distressing. Alas, I could not fully indulge myself. Pity me, having restrained myself for over 30 years, and you do not even show a modicum of sympathy for your husband. Ling Juechen feigned complaint. Chapter 45. The curse. It turns out that the Mo Hua exploration team, the predecessor of the Grey Brigade, implanted this device in the minds of the exploration personnel before they descended into the abyss to maintain secrecy, effectively sealing their memories of everything that transpired within. As the sealing device was removed, fragments of past memories surged forth like a flood breaking free from ADAM. My head throbbed painfully, and my clothes were drenched in cold sweat. During the Cold War, the northern nation initiated. Miss Z recalled the instructions given by Liu Changsheng. Thus she remained non-committal regarding Hong Xiao's proposal, merely uttering a few diplomatic phrases to keep Hong Xiao calm, urging her to exercise patience and avoid rash actions that might alarm the snakes in the grass. She subsequently reported the matter in detail to Liu Changsheng. Su Yunyan took a sip, found it satisfactory, and proceeded to drink it all in measured gulps. Taking a breath, she began to cultivate the Ling Shao heart method as instructed by Yen Lu. Meanwhile, the Red Lion and Yellow Eagle, witnessing the excitement of Bai Sha engaged in battle with me, could no longer contain their impulses and joined the fray. After speaking those words, Yao Tian closed his eyes, believing he was destined to fall here forever. Unbeknownst to Yao Tian, a luxury car happened to be approaching from behind him. Compared to me and Sister Rower, Lin Lin's situation was somewhat better. Although she too was inexplicably struck, she had prepared her defenses in advance, resulting in her suffering less harm than I and Sister Rower. Casting another glance at Wang Hao, the man offered Wang Hao no chance to continue speaking, dragging his long knife and turning to leave. With a pincer movement from the front and a coordinated assault from the sides, the government forces were caught off guard, and the defenses across various regions began to crumble incessantly to this moment. Most of the colleagues in the company had already departed. Only a few remained to check their belongings, wait for others to leave together, or await the arrival of their scheduled transportation. Chang Jing informed her that neither his grandparents nor his maternal grandparents would accept expensive gifts, advising her to simply purchase some ordinary candies and snacks. However, in an instant, what he beheld was the sly and mischievous curve of Nangong Yi's lips. Her words unmistakably reminded me of the scene at the abandoned factory that day. A moment of utmost humiliation and despair. Although she had saved my life by blocking the blade with her hand, she left me with a reality more agonizing than death itself. The true savior who rescued me from that dire situation was the commander, the mastermind behind it all, not her. These two words deepened the despair in Tao Wanxin's gaze. As if she could no longer feel my affection, her heart had turned utterly cold that moment. The tranquil surface of the lake erupted into violent ripples, followed by a golden insect, reminiscent of a tank, lunging towards the corpse with its gaping maw. "Mother, what are you doing? Let me go," Qian Yi cried out in a voice akin to a pig's wail, simultaneously winking at her mother. It was as if a drowning person had suddenly grasped a lifeline. The bronze hammer, kneeling on the ground, seized the hand of Searles, who bore a spatial bracelet, and shook it frantically. Disregarding Searles' injuries. Chapter 46. Black and White. The others fell into despair, believing they had indeed dug themselves into the depths of hell, a futile endeavor. Yet, number 111 remained unwilling to concede. Risking his life, he breached the Mohorovichich discontinuity and discovered Rare Red, or underground. He was destined to be a historical figure. How could he be trapped here? By chance, number 111 stumbled upon a robot within the mine. "Ghost, what do you think we should do? Surely we cannot just sit here and await death." After listening to Etion's explanation, Ungol realized that neither advancing nor retreating was an option. After some adjustments, the momentum clearly favored Lao Yu's side. With a score of 2 and knowing that the strongest player, Donghua, was on his team, Li Liang felt remarkably at ease. However, when the sword energy struck Jiang Wei, it did not elicit blood. Instead, it pierced through directly. The assault, powerful as a cannonball, seemed intent on engulfing Etion. As if the very forces of space were at its command, that he pondered, first inexplicably suffering from diarrhea, and then his father's Mercedes had all 4 tires explode. Are the chefs of the lowest Michelin 2-star caliber cooking for you? And you feel uncomfortable about it? Jiang Yimia watched him briskly tidy his belongings, noticing his long fingers smeared with soot. Suddenly, she felt a pang of compassion for Aiken, wishing his fingers were not tainted with grease. Embracing him, she sorrowfully thought that this warm home had never belonged to her. Jiang Tao surveyed the office. Finding nothing worth taking, he opened his drawer and rummaged through it, unearthing a pile of yellowed letters and a portrait of himself. Yet, at this moment, only one core remained, rendering any binding to elemental, flesh, or spiritual forms ineffective. We must understand that it is best not to reveal this treasure until we can directly confront the demigods. Otherwise, we cannot bear the ensuing turmoil. Zhou Xintong remarked. Li Yifan lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip. Please, take a seat, esteemed elder. May I inquire your surname? Li Yifan asked. Zhao Wang, after all, is no longer a reckless youth. Following a fleeting moment of impulsiveness, he swiftly regained his composure. The once grateful figure of Wool, who had rendered him great kindness, now faded into the distant recesses of memory. For Zhao Wang, the paramount concern at present remained to navigate through the current turmoil and survive. Indeed, mastering the art of agility was essential, particularly for you, Li Yifan remarked, then turned his gaze towards Xia Xiang. Han Guimao deftly produced 2 hand grenades, striking them together before hurling them away. Boom! Several approaching Japanese special forces were obliterated in a gruesome explosion. Han Guimao retrieved another pair of grenades, clashed them once more, and sent them towards the encircling Japanese troops targeting Li Han. Interestingly, Huiyan, who had always seemed almost devoid of emotion, displayed an unexpected empathy. Having exerted considerable effort to aid Hong Jin, yet it all dissipated like water under the bridge that as they walked, they noticed an abundance of rats scurrying chaotically through the streets. The adage that when the rat crosses the street, everyone shouts to beat it seemed inverted here, where the rats roamed freely, and one had to be cautious not to step on one, as if the populace had grown accustomed to their audacity. Just moments ago, Yen Lan was knocked down by a man, her knee striking the ground with a painful thud, prompting a soft cry to escape her lips. Chapter 47. The journey begins. We were taken aback. Isn't this the soul-seizing sorcery of a shaman? Yang Feng inquired. I checked, and it appears not to be soul-seizing. Rather, as you mentioned, they have established a connection between the malevolent spirit and Director Shun through sorcery, thus exerting control over him. I furrowed my brow. He was not boasting. Merely considering the existing wealth of the Listening Wind Hall was unfathomable, not to mention that he held several legendary treasure maps in his possession, which could certainly be pursued if the need arose. Let us go over there for some desserts, she suggested, leading her sisters towards the 2 individuals at the long table. The atmosphere within the private room gradually intensified. Most of the classmates were fully engaged, with the 3 classes blending seamlessly, making it impossible to distinguish one from another. Laughter and music filled the air, and the likes of Shou Tianzhua and Yi Hang, acting as the life of the party, even took to dancing freely. Sure, Yi Jian was suddenly engulfed by a sense of powerlessness, knowing that despite the valiant efforts of his 7 brothers, they could not budge the cloaked elder in the slightest. Over time, Zhao Rui could no longer endure, leaning against the elevator wall in her high heels to alleviate her tired legs. Despite her seemingly cunning demeanor, Wu Jinyan maintained an outwardly gentle facade, which only served to irritate Jin Moran, leaving her feeling helpless. Several times, Emochi contemplated taking her hand, yet the school regulations of Yizhong held him back, forcing him to suppress such impulses. Nevertheless, he said little, understanding that the Lord of Hafeng City would spend more wealth to avert disaster, thereby acknowledging the grudges between both sides. Hoyu gripped the military knife tightly, nimbly leaping down from the tree, startling a flock of birds into flight. Behind Lin Xiao, Master Chuan gazed intently at the raw stone on the dissection device, his expression imbued with a sense of profound inquiry. Yet, what was the purpose of this game? Since both we and the Blood-Cutting Legion had entered the battlefield of rules, were we to engage in PK, or was it something else? Li inquired. Discard to the sales department, Wei Qiqing wore an expression of indifference, as if uttering words of little consequence. Presently, there were several formidable mid-sized legions, subtly hinting at a potential usurpation. Pei Hua, feeling an acute sense of urgency, recognized an opportunity when the Angel Legion decided to attack the Blood Judgment Legion. Thus, he proactively offered his allegiance to the Angel Legion. Bandao Longnan acquiesced, and Zhang Yiming hastened to the side of the 4 Zodiac members, bending down to examine them closely, only to discover that they bore no wounds whatsoever. In the quiet alley, occasional flirtatious banter could be heard, while the muffled sounds of moans from next door were incessantly high-pitched. Xiaozi suddenly turned around, her eyes glistening with desire, fixating intently on Luo Habin. Her complexion flushed. Humph. Even with the enemy's arrival, you need not concern yourselves. We shall handle it ourselves, the resolute Master Miezhen declared. The sensations were strikingly vivid, the chilling touch palpable, and the rustling sounds behind grew louder and more numerous. Chapter 48. With clones we discerned smoke rising north of the railway, and upon investigation, stumbled upon a quaint mountain town that a benevolent local woman offered us shelter. Yet both Yang Feng and Luo Qing were gravely injured, and without antibiotics, their wounds were likely to become infected. The woman informed us that this remote northern town was exceedingly backward, and reaching the nearest place to procure antibiotics would take at least 3 days. I sighed inwardly. Just moments ago, my brother had remarked. Yun Feng, observing that her brother did not appear to be lying, grew increasingly curious, furrowing her brow as she hesitantly inquired. Su Yun tossed out the hero recruitment card, and together with Su Yia, covered their eyes. The last time they recruited Angier, the tavern had been suffused with a blinding violet light, nearly dazzling them. This time, they were set to recruit a golden legendary hero, whose grandeur would surely surpass that occasion. Jiao Tu, upon hearing this, meekly replied. Although they were sons of the Heavenly Emperor and could act recklessly before others, in the presence of Dijuan, they were compelled to cower, refraining from any insolence. Thus, I maintain that all of this is a deception. How could one possibly transform from a mere recluse into a billionaire solely through reincarnation? Feng Shui frequently lamented while lounging on the rooftop, basking in the sun. Once that old fox departed, Guantingting wearily rubbed her temples. Xiao Chu, feeling a pang of sympathy, promptly shooed away everyone else in the room, approaching Guantingting from behind to massage the acupoints atop her head. This also elucidated why the pickled radish in those large jars retained a flavor reminiscent of the original radish strips. She had not brought them along, only the ham for her visit to the Sun family. Gu Tianyu's expression suddenly darkened. Even without Yun Luo's words, he could surmise that she had stumbled upon some conspiracy of the Shinshao sword sect, and the 7 saints of Yunshui, believing Yun Luo would never emerge, had harbored murderous intent. However, in later developments, he became an ally to a player, thus rendering these past events known to them. The divine slumber had transformed his body, altering his bloodline and continuously enhancing his strength. Evidently, the survival items they selected were likely identical or highly similar to those chosen by Shingu. You may leave. Zhao's words drifted on the breeze, and his figure vanished from the high platform. A refreshing sensation swiftly enveloped her body, a gentle yet invigorating coolness rising from her abdomen, reminiscent of the first snowfall of winter, silently cloaking the entire land. One speculation after another was proposed, only to be promptly dismissed, leaving the crowd uncertain of what Lu Yi awaited. Chapter 49. Tenli River. Yang Yun gritted his teeth, forcing himself to withdraw. I approached number 111 and inquired. You have been reborn through machinery. This mechanical form can be described as ageless and immortal. What, then, is your purpose in capturing those shamanic apostles? Number 111 replied. Machines can be repaired, even reconstructed, but the crimson entity I brought from the abyss has already faced its punishment. Rise. The high priest's voice always seemed to possess an enduring gentleness. That is all. The purple emperor suddenly altered his tone, dismissively uttering a remark that a flash of golden light flickered in his eyes, and the familiar aura of dominance radiated once more, compelling the crimson-haired man's fiery dragon to shake its head in submission. After hearing this, Jin Wuxia chuckled awkwardly, casting an apologetic glance at Jin Wuxia, only to be struck with doubt upon noticing the bloodstains on the bed. Regrettably, even in death, the drowned could still move their hands and feet, struggling against their fate. Yet, at that moment, Gu Luo found himself utterly powerless, devoid of even the ability to wave his hand, as if stripped of agency by the divine, left isolated in a world that felt desolate. As General Xue Dingjiang observed Master Huaiji and his disciples converge upon Marshal Li Hua. He felt an absence of lingering concerns and thus sought permission from Marshal Li Hua to embark on a reconnaissance mission to Yuzhu Mountain. Once he had thoroughly assessed the situation there, he would assist Marshal Li Hua in reclaiming Yuzhu Mountain. My lord, you have erred in your statement. This is not the realm of the Li family, but rather yours, Jin Shangyong remarked with a smile. All of this traces back to the arrival of Lord Yun Sha Tianjun. After reaching the outskirts of Guai City, he learned from the mouth of a wolf beast that the guardian of Guai City was none other than the Tianshan Holy Monarch. a terrestrial immortal who had undergone a millennium of cultivation. Unfamiliar with the holy monarch's prowess, he ascended into the sky alone to issue a challenge. Liu Changsheng sat quietly by the window of his bedroom, gazing into the night beyond, absent-mindedly flicking ash from his cigarette. The room was enveloped in silence, akin to the perpetual stillness of the night. The day following the great battle, news spread that the Dragon Emperor was to visit Buqing Mountain in person, further elevating its renown. With a nonchalant shrug, the man mused lightly, yet his expression remained inscrutable, betraying no hint of emotional fluctuation. The light priest ignited fervor among those present. Was this the influence and magic of the Holy See? "What is the matter, Shanshan? Do you not enjoy fresh milk?" Shang Wanju exclaimed, wide-eyed with amusement at the scene before him. In that moment, as Bai Jie brandished his hunting rifle, the nearby royal level northeast tiger sensed the threat. Crouching defensively in a posture of vigilance, those present were astute individuals. The aura exuded by Bai Jie was subtle, making it tempting for them to regard him as an ordinary man. Yet, who among them lacked discernment? The more one appeared unremarkable, the less one could truly be so. Brother Chu, without a moment's hesitation, Yishua charged forward. Placing himself protectively in front of Chu Tianiao. Li felt a surge of indignation at the boy's audacity. Bowing his head to recount the events that transpired in Beishan, yet he was met with no reprimand as he had anticipated. Ning Xiao inhaled deeply. In his heart, Tang Nianxi remained ever so exalted, seemingly beyond reach, as she held a lofty pride that she projected onto everyone around her. Chapter 50. White Bullet Head Sally released Zakharov, shedding his garments, and bit into her own index finger, using her blood to inscribe a six-pointed star totem upon his back. The scene bore a striking resemblance to our previous encounter at the Winchester haunted house, where we faced the malevolent possession ritual. I quietly inquired of Yang Feng, "What does this woman intend? Is Zakharov also to be one of the sacrifices?" Yang Feng, these words had long remained unspoken by Qin Cheng, whose demeanor conveyed a disinterest that had long since taken root. On the grand screen, the blind monk executed a Q skill, propelling himself into the dragon pit, swiftly followed by the soul lock warden. Qiu Yingying unabashedly raised her voice, unafraid of being overheard, rather fearing the possibility of being ignored. Instantly, several individuals from various departments perked up their ears. Suddenly, one monk detected an anomaly. He pulled up a bamboo basket, only to discover the vegetables within had rotted. This indicated that the water in the pond had ceased to remain fresh. A memory flickered back to a previous visit to the dessert shop, where she had inadvertently gazed at his phone to mask her embarrassment. However, we chose not to disturb him, opting instead to assist Qi Liang nearby. Yet, before we could intervene, his opponent surrendered outright upon witnessing the family head felled by our hands, leaving him bereft of the courage to continue fighting. Thus, in the ensuing match, the victor would earn the opportunity to advance to the next round. The four men gazed transfixed at Shun Ningzhu, momentarily rendered breathless, forgetting everything else. Guanjuer dashed far away, having already distanced herself several times over from Xiebin's line of sight, only to falter and collapse as her legs buckled beneath her. What of seniors and juniors? When trembling, one might escort you to meet the king of hell. With that, a blade cleaved through the earth as if it were a watermelon, splitting it deeply in two. The burdens of the past months had rendered her frail body nearly incapable of enduring further strain, compared to the pretense of illness that would lead to chaos in the realm. Forcing her own brothers to rise against the Emperor Xiwan, this individual was truly one who cared for the state. Display it prominently in the hall, so all may recognize you as the true head of the family. The voice of Xiao Meinyang rang out in indignation. "Dada, how splendid that is! At last, our family has a glimmer of hope." The elderly matriarch clasped her hands in gratitude, offering thanks to the heavens, to the Bodhisattva, to Jesus, and to the party numerous times. The family of four found themselves weeping together in the courtyard. The dungeon door clanged shut, the extinguished torch releasing a smoky scent of grease that lingered in the darkness. Su Aifei felt a grip seize her arm, twisting it behind her, and a chill enveloped her wrist as handcuffs were fastened. Yet, if they were to learn that Wang Ying was merely 18 years old and had only been cultivating for a little over a year, one could only wonder what expressions would grace their faces. As for seeking help, he had never truly contemplated it, although he was facing away from the train and did not witness the explosion firsthand. The sheer force of such a blast could be surmised even with the faintest intuition. Within the entire Qinglong society, aside from the leader Shui Bailey, who instilled a modicum of apprehension in Li Sandao, the rest were no match for him. Not even the two vice leaders, Wang Yin and Wang Niao, do not waste my time with trivialities. What is it that you truly desire? What purpose does the expansion of this area for the confinement of survivors serve? Song Jiu incisively unveiled Liu Yan's identity, posing inquiries while her mind raced to process the implications. As she surveyed her surroundings, she noted that most wore expressions of bewilderment, with only a select few exhibiting palpable excitement. Chapter 51. The Abyss. Yang Feng inquired, does the Third Bureau possess the blood of 7 apostles? While not a significant number, it was nonetheless noteworthy. She turned to face the shaman. Sallyman, I hereby arrest you in the name of the Third Investigation Bureau. Sallyman, in disbelief, recoiled repeatedly, exclaiming, and no, I have not sent her away. I do not know where she is gone. Guyu's voice trembled with fear, and the parrot that had once perched upon his shoulder had long since taken flight to the rooftop. Its azure eyes observing the unfolding events below with an inscrutable calmness. Beside them, Xia Ling suddenly froze, and then a gem within her soared skyward, emanating a wondrous radiance. This seems rather intriguing, murmured Yuan Yumi. Her gaze fixed upon the sword-wielding Fujihara, her curiosity about the latter growing ever more intense. Yet, akin to Goto's thoughts, she resolved not to pry further. Thus, they hastily gathered their belongings and departed, continuing their quest for magical beasts. However, it was evident that the alluring elder sister would not allow the handsome youth to have his way. The crossbow arrows surged forth with a formidable energy, compelling the enchanting elder sister to swiftly gather her strength and erect a robust barrier of air before her. Yet, what Qingwei did not anticipate was that she believed she would behold a face of breathtaking beauty. Fu Fan paid her no heed, striding purposefully to the bedside, placing the talisman beside Fu Chen's hand. Lu Jing cleared his throat awkwardly, contemplating whether the boss merely wanted him to drive the vehicle out a little, then remain at the intersection like a stone waiting for its wife. Reflecting on the events that transpired in the private room, Gu Baiting had her perform for the enchanting birthday celebrant of the evening. Yu Haitang, in a desperate struggle, attempted to bite the fourth prince, who, unwilling to be caught, conceded. What rank of Dao Foundation are you forging? Long Yin, Wan Zidong inquired, noting the more potent aura surrounding Long Yin. The crimson golden spiritual energy erupted, entwining around the Lian Yin staff, with 54 spiritual patterns shimmering and subtly merging, indicating its extraordinary nature. Lin Feng grasped the Lian Yin staff, pointing it forward as if to convey an unspoken message. His voice was deep and resonant, his spiritual energy radiating, his garments billowing as if caught in an unseen wind. At that moment, each step he took seemed to leave a lingering shadow, the staff flashing with an overwhelming might as he swung it toward the wooden guardian. The strike tearing through the air with a resounding whoosh, bearing the weight of 1,000 June. When the lateral cut revealed its true nature, a gasp erupted from the crowd. The cut surface of the gamble material glimmered like a mirror, with uniform textures and a compact quality. Although no scars were visible, it could still be deemed a guaranteed profit. However, the astonishing news that the weapon was still located within the ruins of the Tianqing sect, as disclosed by a member from the Tianji Gate, was monumental. This revelation rekindled hope within Qin Feiyin, though its suddenness was both unexpected and jarring for Kongjin and his trusted associates. As long as they could secure their rear without incident, it would amount to a ready-made merit. Moreover, an instinct told him that Zi Fuling Yu's descent to Hunan was not merely to address the demon issues there. It likely also involved an investigation into the Qingzong's evidence collection. Regardless of the underlying intentions, for Shen Ning, the only requirement was to offer her unconditional support. Chapter 52. Eyes in a dim corner of the mine. A figure squatted, gnawing on something. The sound of weeping increasingly resembled that of a young girl. Luo Qinglong attempted to approach to assess the situation, but was abruptly seized by Shili beside her. Not go near. It is a crying corpse beast. The four were perplexed. Captain Chen, serving the people is my duty. You need not concern yourself. As he spoke, he struggled to sit up. Yet, the guards at the Crystal Palace's entrance, with their glistening blades, deterred them from advancing. Su Chaoshi slowly approached her, enveloping her in his embrace. Speaking before she could say anything, Meng Meng, if something troubles you, please tell me. Do not keep it to yourself. His chin rested atop Su Menglin's head, yet he could still feel the tremors of her body. Yilin Ran's eyes held a hint of confusion as he pressed his parched lips together, extinguishing the cigarette in his hand. Tilting his head back, he appeared somewhat disheveled. 3 years prior, he believed that accumulating enough tuition to enter the boxing academy would lead him down a broad path, where he would soar like a dragon meeting the wind. As for the few known to the material evidence department, He trusted that Su Qingyu would handle matters appropriately. Surely, they would not dare to speak out of turn. Fearless powder. Chao Zheng felt a chill in his heart. What did he represent in this person's eyes? Perhaps he was worth even less than a dog. Jiru gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Clad in a wine-red lace-collared knitted dress beneath her trench coat, the intricate lace artfully concealed her unsightly marks. Yet, while others might not perceive them, how could she remain oblivious? Shortly thereafter, Wei Qilong pressed one knee against He Quan's waist while reaching out with a claw-like hand towards He Quan's neck, seemingly poised to take a life. Yet, just as He Quan appeared doomed, he recalled something, hesitating before turning to look at his wife. Thus, she followed Jiang Xian's method, initially settling the group of helpers Jiang Xian had gathered in the Medicine King Valley, claiming they had come seeking medical assistance. Within the bedroom, Lin Zhejia's forehead furrowed with a series of dark lines upon hearing this. After several years apart, this individual's audacity had only grown thicker. Upon exiting, Fu Shiqin was indeed in the hall, clad in yesterday's attire, with the fabric sofa showing signs of having been slept upon. The dining table was adorned with an array of breakfast options. Upon exiting the hospital, she retrieved the business card of the lawyer, who had initially assisted her aunt in managing her estate, seeking counsel on matters pertaining to divorce. Suddenly, Adele's demeanor shifted, leaving Tian Xian somewhat perplexed. From now on, whenever you go out at night, I shall come to fetch you, declared Yi Li Sang, adopting the air of a patriarch and solidifying the arrangement, leaving AI, Xiao Qiao with no opportunity for refusal. Meanwhile, a cacophony of sounds emerged from the other end, resembling footsteps or perhaps the faint clattering of a phone being picked up. Having just tasted the dew of rain, and with no foreplay whatsoever, He Lin felt as though her body was being torn asunder. Observing the surrounding onlookers pointing and whispering, Han Yijuan felt a fiery sting of embarrassment flush across her face. That I in such a scene. Bolyong suddenly recalled the heart-wrenching pain of 3 years prior, a time filled with profound despair and helplessness. You are not pursuing me. You are commanding me, and the pressure is overwhelming. Su Xie found herself unable to acquiesce in such an atmosphere. It is merely temporary. Zhao Jinfeng gently caressed her father's back, offering a gesture of comfort. Outside the yamen, the group of examinees, upon hearing this, hastily halted their idle chatter, their demeanor growing slightly tense as they formed a queue to enter. With a furtive glance, she scrutinized the expression of the man beside her. Noticing his countenance remained agreeable, his handsome face subtly bore a hint of amusement as he shook his head in resignation. As summer waned, she edged closer. Chapter 53. Uncle. I retrieved a can from my backpack, intending to start a fire, only to discover Luo Qing and the others nestled beneath the great mushroom tree, blissfully gnawing on the stalks of mushrooms. Hey, is that even edible? I inquired, but the trio paid me no mind, engrossed in their feast. Sensing something amiss, I hurried forward to grasp Chen Xinji's arm. Not only did he learn culinary skills for himself, but he also sought mentorship, eager to master the art of gastronomy. If he lingered here much longer, I feared something unexpected might occur. Yang Suling gazed at her son with an expression of tranquility. The doorbell rang twice in succession, and as Yuan Yaoer approached the entrance, she was already poised to leap forward and open the door upon hearing footsteps. However, Zhang Shi maintained her reserve, waiting until the third ring. Hearing Yang Suling's words, Su Xiang felt a surge of quiet joy within him, an inner calm enveloping his heart. When the fourth sketch took form, a comparison with the first would reveal a marked improvement. Regardless, you must remember my words. They must not be allowed to spend time alone together. As time passed, the crowd swelled, and the once transparent barrier became encircled by a shield of bodies, mingled with blood and eyes affixed to it. Witnessing this scene, Gao Jiafeng finally succumbed to the anticipated fainting spell. Lu Yihua was taken aback by Hong Suanio's sudden advance, attempting to avoid a fall. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist, leaning back against the wall, ensuring her posterior pressed firmly against his groin. Alas, the first year of graduate studies is laden with foundational courses. While he was unafraid of grades, he still had to consider the broader implications. Upon hearing Chu Tianchu's calm and composed voice, the sudden burst of golden light took everyone by surprise, blinding them momentarily. Once the brilliance dissipated, they beheld my transformed visage, leaving them utterly astonished. Zhu Tong was not in an enviable position either. He held Yi'er in his arms that moment. Yi'er was so frightened that her complexion lost its color. Her eyes tightly shut, trembling uncontrollably. My immediate task was to deliver a compelling speech. To stir the hearts of those present. Haitao understood that Chu Tianshu would undoubtedly seize the opportunity presented by the established roles to cultivate his own power and forge his own faction. Naturally, he wished to witness Chu Tianshu's resounding triumph. However, having arrived at this juncture, Haitao felt that Chu Tianshu had acted rather recklessly, losing effective control over the situation. The crystal cores he had unearthed would undoubtedly attract unruly mercenaries, leading to a perilous confrontation where both parties would likely meet their demise. Why is it that her performance is so on point when she is acting, yet she struggles to find her rhythm when it truly matters? Requiring his provocation to awaken her instincts. His selfishness has shattered your home. Xiao Jinyu spoke with an expressionless demeanor, continuing to meticulously cleanse my body, with no hint of sensuality, simply ensuring that I soaked in warm water to stave off illness. Chapter 54. The giant flesh. I swung my blade at these mindless zombies, but due to the abyss's curse, they were impervious to death. A few of us, left with no choice, had to flee downward. Yet, the speed of these undead was astonishingly swift. What to do? They can't be killed, and I can't shake them off. Where have Mr. Karuchi and Mr. Benzimian gone? It seems I haven't seen Tang Ming. Someone remarked with curiosity. Aunt, why did you take so long to arrive? I'm scared. I'm so frightened. Father sent them all away, leaving only me behind, and I'm terrified. Upon seeing Aunt's son, Wang Xiujing could no longer contain her fear, clinging to Aunt's son and bursting into tears once more. Just as Yuan Shu had yet to react, he was captured by the crowd and tossed into the air, while Susan stood nearby, smiling at Yuan Shu's frantic shouts from above. Chen Imo chuckled self-deprecatingly. James, if you insist on causing trouble, then I shall not hold back in retaliating against your aged face. Duan Zijian bit his cheek, astonished by the strength of this seemingly unremarkable man. His hands felt as if they were grasping a boulder threatening to roll down a hill. I am Nagli, a member of the Heavy Hammer Pirate Group, eradicated by you over a decade ago, an elderly man said with a bitter smile. A.S. Wang Yizong lifted the curtain to step inside. He was met unexpectedly by Wang Xiuting's sharp rebuke. Who allowed you to enter? Get out. A steaming cup of tea came hurtling towards him. M.R.L. I may enter. Ahua, and I will wait at the door. The manager respectfully opened the door, welcoming Li Weidong as if he were a distinguished guest. It appears you deliberately lured me here, intending for me to meet my demise. Is that so? Li Tian scoffed, inquiring. Feng Xiaoxiao, before her grandfather, presented herself as a dutiful darling, her eyes clear and devoid of the previous melancholy and wariness she had shown in front of others. Yu Jingsong stood upon the celestial vessel, tears streaming down his face, and with both hands clasped in salute, he exclaimed loudly, Lu Baichuan, that cunning old fox, remains an enigma. Who can truly discern whether he has genuinely fainted or is merely feigning it? Nevertheless, I find myself indifferent to the authenticity of his condition. The barely 19-year-old Feng Xiaoxiao expresses her gratitude for Aunt Feng's 23 years of dedication, naturally on behalf of the Feng family. Upon hearing this, Charlie's grandmother was undoubtedly elated. Amidst the long-distance call, Julia relayed the dish names from the menu to her, as she assisted in placing the order. Instantly, the figures scattered across the earth wore expressions of sheer panic. Rendered speechless, frozen in place, memories of the past flooded my mind, rendering me incapable of acting. I yearn for ascension, yet Wang Lei's persistent treatment towards me leaves me with no choice but to administer a lesson. Regardless of personal desire or public duty, no one seemed to care that the alchemical endeavor had already failed, and now, the flames of fury, regret, and anguish engulfed the fiery spirit at this moment, near the volcano's mouth. The audacious members of the Flame Clan bellowed fiercely at the blazing sky. Deep down, did she not deem herself worthy of a fight? Was she to relinquish her aspirations so easily? Did she not often exhibit a strong demeanor? Consequently, his so-called dissatisfaction and anger magnified infinitely, resulting in an exceptionally cold countenance. However, in Yizhen's eyes, he appeared to be nothing more than a troublemaker. Chapter 55. The sealing curse behind the colossal flesh. Dozens of bloodied tendrils emerged, each tipped with a sharp spike. With a tempestuous ferocity, they lunged towards us, and instinctively, I and Shi Liha shielded Luo Qing and the others, our bodies pierced by the onslaught of the tendrils. I possessed the nine-dragon body, impervious to death, while Shi Liha bore a curse. Yet, even so, both of us found it arduous to withstand the relentless assault of those appendages. Look there. See, he was clad in a long, pitch-black robe, extending nearly 2 zhang in length, emanating an aura of mysterious darkness. Outside the window, the snow descended in a flurry, blanketing the courtyard in a delicate layer of white. And what of the second matter? Qin Ningjing had no desire to hear Qin Wangshu speak further. The more she articulated, the more likely it was that some undecided shareholders would waver in their stance. That he strained to rotate his eyes, attempting to pry open his swollen eyelids, only to realize that something was tightly constraining them. In his horror, he finally comprehended his predicament, acutely aware that he was bound to a stake, unable to move his limbs. De Ying was not of our Huaxia. Perhaps those individuals were currently yearning for your arrival. If all went according to expectation, your journey ahead would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Perhaps the vulture hesitated, refraining from voicing the remainder of his thoughts. The mountaintop plateau mirrored my recollections. Aside from a stone-carved altar, only a few scattered rocks remained. However, the view here was exceptional. Not only could the tribal villages be seen in their entirety, but even the undulating yellow sands to the north were clearly visible. That young master of the Ji family, the one who habitually tucked a handkerchief into his pocket? Uncle Wan felt a jolt of surprise. Trembling slightly as he hastily retreated, surveying the surroundings, I found an array of common herbs. Hisho Wu, Sanqi, Zhu Mingzi, and Ijiao. These Chinese medicinal herbs exhibited an excellent hue, yet upon closer inspection, it became evident that they were all artificially cultivated. While they were indeed medicinal, their efficacy paled in comparison to that of wild herbs. The young man before him uttered these words. His face bore an expression of unwavering resolve that left Xiaoguandu stunned. With a sweeping strike, he narrowly escaped death from a series of 3 relentless blows. In a moment of clarity, Xiao Mo discerned 4 specific terms. However, having triggered this event, one of them was undoubtedly correct, a certainty in Xiao Mo's mind. The thought seemed implausible. Surely, the gaming company wouldn't be so foolish. Regardless, his alchemical skills in Tianshui City were unmatched, as he could now concoct level 5 health potions, effectively on par with those available at the system's apothecary. The surroundings were illuminated brilliantly, resplendent in gold and glory. The 5-clawed golden dragon intricately carved upon the golden pillar came to life under the flickering candlelight. Lanziu, save me. I do not wish to succumb to darkness. The savior. You must possess a means to rescue me. Do you not? Mu Chengfeng's anguished voice was laced with desperation. Lanziu, destined to vanquish evil, surely had a way to save herself. If I am not mistaken, Kaima must currently possess at least one blue-eyes white dragon. Suddenly, Mu Yun recalled an important detail. It seemed Kaima had yet to shuffle his deck. Shun Shengze emerged from the fountain, drenched and disheveled. It was a state he had never found himself in before, and should word of this spread or be witnessed by other young masters, he would surely become a laughingstock. Chapter 56. The precious gourd. I remarked. The implications are significant. Over 1,000 years ago, during the Tang dynasty, there was no northern realm. The abyss of the Earth's telescope draws near Lake Baikal, which was referred to as the North Sea by the people of the Central Plains in ancient times. Have you heard of Su Wu herding sheep? That took place in the North Sea. Hence it is no surprise that the Tang people appear in the present-day northern territories. Thus, in the eyes of senior sister Wawa, Gao Yi had quite literally stolen her first kiss, albeit indirectly through chicken wings. Since he had taken her first kiss, should he not take responsibility for it? Just as I had anticipated, my companions remained in the living room, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Their spirits lifted considerably, at least not as somber as before. Upon seeing the sunflower, Xiao Ranmo accepted the flower and casually found a vase to arrange it. Consequently, synthesizing all the information she had gathered, she arrived at such a conclusion. After all, crashing an event like this without an invitation was only feasible for someone with military backing. Based on past experiences, anyone without an invitation would be forcibly removed regardless of their identity. Words could not be spoken, and paths could not be traversed, leaving them to endure in this dark and oppressive atmosphere. She raised her gaze to meet his, wordlessly. Next to them, Sister Lu's expression suddenly changed, tugging at Lien Sini's sleeve. She was not angry with Lien Sini for her harsh words. Indeed, she felt that Fong Yi deserved reproach for making them wait so long. However, how could a public figure behave so recklessly? What if reporters wrote slanderous articles? Nonetheless, Fong Yi was no mere facade, and she would not be easily subdued by Qin Wani's antics. Qin Wani, do not think that your theatrics before me, your ostentatious displays of affection, will move me to spare Jiang Zhou and allow you to usurp what rightfully belongs to me. Fong Yi retorted sharply. her tone icy and provocative as soon as Gu Jiangzhou departed. Upon witnessing Master adorned in an exquisite, antiquated robe by the stream, Gao Yi hastily sought to don an outfit, only to discover that his own garments had vanished from their designated spot, replaced instead by a robe akin to that of his master. Liu Changsheng refrained from delving deeper into the matter. At this juncture, with Gao Chong absent, he bore the full responsibility for his lord's safety. The opponent encountered by Liu Changsheng was an existence that transcended realms beyond 100 billion. I shall end your life, Su Enel declared, drawing forth her azure wooden sword, her expression cold and detached as she regarded Dan Tua. Upon hearing Zhao Kang's somewhat teasing remarks, the proprietor felt a jolt in his heart, his countenance shifting drastically. What is there to be thankful for? I fear the young master may disdain such a sordid place. Tarnishing his discerning eye, Gu Hengbo remarked with a hint of melancholy, "Do not be anxious. We are in a critical moment and must not err in the slightest. Please do not rush Sister Cece," replied Ling Ruoyan, her face etched with concern, rather than Cece herself. Furthermore, due to this avatar being forged from a lotus, akin to Nez's lotus form, it retained the potential for continuous advancement as time progressed and Qi Yun's cultivation advanced. This incarnation would undoubtedly enhance as well. An elderly man, nearly entirely swathed in white bandages, spoke in a deep voice. 3 months' time is sufficient for you to have recorded and mastered the vast majority of the water escape ninjutsu above. Mo Li was momentarily taken aback, her fair cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson, shaking her head helplessly as she leaned forward, her smooth visage radiating a celestial glow in the waning light. "Father, why do you persist in speaking such disheartening words?" Su Huiyin pouted, expressing her discontent. Chapter 57. Explosion. I queried. Is the Nuwa god truly deceased? Uncertain. In the next moment, a thunderous roar emanated from the passage ahead, the cacophony nearly rupturing my eardrums. Evidently, an explosion had occurred outside. The locust god Chen Xingxing had split. I suspected that He Lin must have other reasons for his reluctance to act against us, rather than the notion that he had yet to mature and did not wish to take my life so soon. Listening to Tian Ming, Feng Li's expression shifted once more. The hall of Yui Tower was enveloped in an eerie silence, as Shangguan Lingyu sat quietly, gazing at the silk handkerchief in her hand, lost in thought. Upon hearing the mention of Wudao Cliff, Li Gu suddenly shuddered, clearly having suffered considerable misfortune there in the past. The 8,666th player to enter was Liu, who, having delayed considerably, was likely late, probably missing a few batches of players who had already progressed to the second level of the event. It was uncertain in which batch he now found himself. This is utterly terrifying, Lin Yu thought to himself, feeling disgruntled that the old rascal had not altered his mischievous ways, continuing to play tricks on others. However, before Lin Yu could turn and unleash a torrent of invectives, he finally realized that the figure behind him was not the old rascal but another similarly aged gentleman. In truth, this was a question that Shen Choming had long desired to pose. But adhering to the principle that the more one knows, the greater the peril, he had kept it buried deep within. Yet the unseen emperor continued to express such concern for him, even discreetly revealing the examination questions. Was this not excessively audacious? Cease your futile speculations. Even if the second sister-in-law is a demon, she remains our second sister-in-law, for she harbors no intentions of harming us, and would indeed fight fiercely for us, affirmed Xian Fong with unwavering conviction. At this moment, Western nations, particularly in Europe, perhaps under the auspices of the United States, began to propagate the narrative of a Chinese threat. However, when they once more beheld Shangguan Lingyu soaring into the sky, their astonishment was beyond words. When Tong had previously worked on the script for a drama featuring Jiang Yizhu, and the director of that production was acquainted with her, it was he who had recommended Wen Tong to the role. Drawing the curtains and extinguishing all the lights, Jin Yeshuan activated the recording. As a series of images began to unfold on the large screen, he glanced at what he had taken out. Effortlessly wrapping one arm around Jiang Wan's waist and gently escorting her to the sofa in the suite, ensuring she was comfortably seated. Grandfather, is it not possible for you, with the technological prowess of your ancestral homeland, to manufacture a spacecraft capable of reaching Earth? Zheng Fei inquired, perplexed. Sima Fonglin hesitated to employ the great wilderness sword and its artifacts, uncertain whether they could withstand the gnawing of these insects, and thus opted to release these spirits, hoping they might fend off the creatures. While on the arena, the formation provided limited absorption of external spiritual energy, but now, with no barriers in place, she could draw in greater strength and essence. As the team commenced their movement, Zhao Hui rose, carrying her luggage to stand beside Li Jing. Lig had already led 30,000 troops of the Jinyang army to Jining, where they faced off against over 80,000 Khitan soldiers commanded by the Grand Marshal Yao Lihu and the Western Expedition Army leader Kelly along the banks of the Water River on the left flank. Punishments were, of course, inevitable. The original owner felt both aggrieved and powerless to prevent such occurrences. Pondering whether she had been cursed by someone that in her despair, she could not fathom a solution and ultimately took her own life. Chapter 58. The Birth of a Child. The flight attendant waved her hand in front of my eyes. Mr. Liu, what seems to be the matter? I shook my head. It's nothing. Could you bring me a cup of coffee? Just then, a thunderous noise erupted from the rear of the plane, causing the entire cabin to tremble violently, and the flight attendant fell to the floor in fright. He raised his hand, performing a habitual motion. One finger lifting Shu Qi's chin, his eyes narrowing slightly. After delivering his threat, he strode out with purpose, slamming the door behind him, leaving Wei Zhe alone in the hall, a picture of desolation. The man on the phone uttered something, but the noise from the range hood was too loud. Shu Qi did not catch it clearly and asked for clarification. After all, the queen of the color-changing killer bees, a mid-level intelligent boss of over 100 levels, was repeatedly falling for Ao Tian's tricks. It was unlikely she would become any more astute to avert unnecessary casualties. The queen promptly signaled for all the color-changing killer bees to maintain their distance. Meanwhile, all the blood had been completely drained, not a drop remaining, seeping into the unfathomable crevices of the earth. Yet, that accursed Long Mabai insisted on appearing gravely serious before Feifei, insisting he remain in the hospital for a full month. Dangling his arm like a fool, this hydrogen peroxide was not alcohol, but once applied, Shu Qi distinctly heard a sizzling sound, as if something were burning, leading her to wonder if it might burn a hole in her skin. After experiencing an unsuccessful wedding, Zhao Yuhuan swiftly traveled abroad for a year of study, the implications of which were already quite evident. Why not implement it in your own hospital? Liu Changsheng furrowed his brows. Observing Gu Yinfei peering ahead, after speaking, he disregarded the newly arrived junior disciple and strode away. Having served as an enforcer for quite some time, he was well aware of the captain's temperament. Mistakes were forgivable, but if one tarnished the reputation of the enforcement team, dismissal was inevitable. Just as Wu Fei and his companions were about to take action, a foreign soldier approached, gesturing for them to stop. Lydie exhaled a plume of smoke, her gaze suspiciously fixed on the sage, while Yu Jiao and Yi Kai also sensed something amiss. Although you claim I am foolish, even the most simple-minded can glean some understanding from your words. Besides, I am not entirely dim-witted, am I? Xia Yu said, looking at Dr. Demu, hoping he could illuminate the questions that lingered in her mind. However, Lin Ru did not follow his emotional lead. She forcefully pried Jiang Yuqing's hand away and took a step back. It's fine, the awakening ceremony can proceed as planned tonight. Let us hope for a successful awakening. You keep watching. I must take my leave, and with that, Yu Longhun departed. Furthermore, Emperor Hengchang had specifically inscribed the decree stating that one need not kneel before him, which instilled profound concern among them. Which emperor in history would exhibit such leniency towards their subjects? Faced with such a situation, with Chu Jingjing, Tang Zhan found himself at a loss for words. He wished to call himself a scoundrel but hesitated to do so. Thus he could only continuously console himself. He was merely a cad, capable of investing emotions but unwilling to offer promises. Luo Jiahui was at a loss for words, unable to find an effective approach, while the reporters present sensed Luo Jiahui's mood and awaited his concluding remarks, after feeling downcast for a prolonged period. He indeed required some exhilarating sustenance to fill his belly. Chapter 59. The Fox Assuming the Tiger's Might. The next day after work, I was once again cornered by Wang Kai and his gang on the road, enduring a brutal beating. Kid, you've grown some guts. Dare to fight back? Today, if I don't teach you a lesson, I shall write my name upside down. Wang Kai's anger surged, wielding a baseball bat with a menacing intent to beat me to death. At that moment, Zhang Yongsheng barely managed to intervene. Yin Zheng had not anticipated that Luo Gong's public lecture would last an entire day, and thus had not prepared meals in the military camp. This lunch was merely a hasty concoction that he feared that he might become the spark that would set off the powder keg that was Hui Yuanjin, potentially implicating himself as well. The Danzhong point, located at the center of the chest, was the focus of Qiu Li's offensive. Leaving his chest W in the shroud of darkness, I extended my hand to cover my mouth, fearful that I might emit a whimper. Terrified of being discovered by him, Merely a span of less than 10 centimeters away, I wept like a forsaken creature at this juncture. Mr. Bien's eyes glistened with a hint of redness, revealing the palpable distress of this father. Once everything was concluded, the two retreated to the shallows upstream, where they established a sanctuary, awaiting the dawn. Chen Mohan's cheeks flushed deeper. The young master embraced her and kissed her with abandon, oblivious to the time and place. Likely under the watchful gaze of the servants, Shi Mu Yang's tightly pressed, slightly pale lips suddenly relaxed, barely parting to reveal an almost imperceptible curve. Moreover, she harbored a profound aversion to Su Qingyao's gaze upon her, as if she were prey ensnared in his sights, exuding a raw sense of predation and aggression. The muffled voice on the phone resumed its murmurs, the device muffled beneath the quilt, rendering her words unintelligible. The aging president of the Alchemist Association moved with the vigor of youth, swiftly advancing to seize the elixir from Qiao Ruin's palm, tenderly placing it into a white jade vial. Only when the elixir finally rested in its rightful abode did he feel at ease. Anticipating Yu Fei's reaction, he chose neither to dismiss her nor to assign her agent to other artists, instead granting him a paid leave of absence. However, as a focal point of attention, Qiao Ruin, who evoked gnashing of teeth in others, spent her day in leisurely contentment. The translucent figure emerged from the imperial essence pearl, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the emperor himself. It was none other than Yuan Yuan, albeit a counterfeit version. This imperial essence pearl, while a forgery, wielded power indistinguishable from the genuine article. Stimulated, aggrieved with fury, the doctor elucidated the cause of her ailment, leaving everyone astounded and pondering what had transpired with Luo Chun to incite Liang Yuyu to the brink of unconsciousness. Wasn't her resilience typically robust? Qing Yin reluctantly rolled up the recently painted artwork with meticulous care, binding it with a slender cord and placing it in a pristine bag. After tapping her forehead lightly, Su Rongrong started the car, inputting the company address provided by Han Yuyu into the GPS navigation system, and proceeded to follow its directions. Chapter 60. The assassin. I was instantaneously bewildered. What was happening? What was he asking me to say? Who was I? And where was this? Jiao Qiu swiftly accessed the memories of the reincarnated individual, explaining. His name was Gui Qian, a professional assassin who, a month prior, had pilfered funds from the organization's leader, intending to elope with the leader's mistress. The two had arranged to meet by the seat, El Shirji boisterously declared. That was all in the past. The king of Qin now holds you, General Han, in high esteem and regard. Our brothers frequently praise you in his presence, which is why he specifically dispatched us to negotiate with you. El Shirji also took the opportunity to play the Good Samaritan. It was essential to first clear the air with Tian Dong, and Shi Qing conveyed his thoughts to Tian Dong. Were it not for the general today, Zhou Bo's life would have undoubtedly been forfeit. Zhou Bo expressed his profound gratitude for the general's intervention, kneeling on one knee. What exactly do you intend to do? Facing away from Man-Man, the ethereal figure could not perceive her expression. However, it easily discerned the timidity and fear lacing her tone. It could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of superiority, basking in its own self-satisfaction that in Shilin Harbor, even snow was a rarity, let alone the blood-red goose-feather snow. The estuary of the Shilin River was swiftly stained crimson, the ground littered with blood-red snow, reminiscent of the blood that had been shed during their massacre of humanity 3 years prior. The middle-aged man sat cross-legged, his movements seemingly frozen in time. Gazing up at Chu Fan with a faint smile. In that instant, Chu Fan was struck by an overwhelming sense of the vicissitudes of life, as if those simple 2 words carried only the weight of sorrow and bloodlust. Xingchen had intended to propose that Tajis refrain from opposing the Roland Empire, but to his surprise, Tajis himself suggested that should he lose, he would become his servant. This was fortuitous, for Tajis' strength was not to be underestimated, thus adding another ally to his ranks. The 5 elements body, since the dawn of creation, had known only the primordial ancestor. Now, with the emergence of Ruashi, it was likely a harbinger of impending calamity. Elder Wu suddenly uttered a statement that left both men in shock. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Teacher Gue paced the corridor, his head swiveling left and right as if he were scenting something. Su Shijue, shrouded in deep perplexity, sensed the gravity of the situation. After hanging up the phone, he immediately began making calls to investigate the matter. Days had passed in a stupor, and even Wu Huizue and the others had grown restless, beginning to worry about Su Qiong's predicament. Your Majesty, for individuals seek an audience. A guard rushed in, Kneeling on one knee and speaking respectfully, Zhang Mei's mother glanced at me, then nodded, divulging the entire matter to Bai Wuchang. In the distance, Su Wei, witnessing this unfolding drama, couldn't help but sneer. Those who suffer must have their faults. Zhu Laiwan's current plight is purely self-inflicted and well-deserved. Just then, the soldiers stationed outside suddenly surged into the villa. Yet something felt amiss, for although they were clad in military uniforms, their demeanor resembled that of thugs. Chapter 61. The Setup. Wang Kai's ruse was exposed, and he immediately fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. "Big brother, please stop. I was wrong. I was wrong." I let out a cold laugh. "Wrong? Where did you err? I shouldn't have opposed you, big brother." Then, she noticed the large wolf approaching. A fleeting thought flashed through her mind. And before she could ponder it, the figure was already upon her. The most terrifying aspect was not the reality of being kidnapped, but the agonizing weight and the interminable torment of despair. That was what truly tormented the mind. Thus, he could only hope to become the best of friends with her, and wished that Sister Xiatian would treat him sincerely. In the forefront stood a colossal spider, towering 5 to 6 meters high, its appearance grotesque, with 6 massive legs supporting its immense body, covered in several inches of fluffy white fur, while 2 gigantic forelimbs hovered in the air, glinting with a chilling sharpness. He glanced at the fallen subordinates who had been sniped. Just as he reached for the gun on the ground, a shot rang out from the heights of the night, striking precisely the weapon lying on the ground. The intricate entanglements between her and Li Jingting are not suitable for her to know at this moment. It would be prudent to reveal such matters only after she has severed ties with him. When Yaxing currently remains uncertain about the balance in her card, while she is aware of Hui Yuhong's affluence, their acquaintance is still in its infancy. What financial support could he possibly extend to her? What is amiss with her choice of such an old-fashioned undergarment? The type of intimate attire she dons bears no relevance to him. Zhaifeng also sensed the unexpected nonchalance of Li Hao, who, despite being handcuffed, displayed such audacity, especially as a peculiar warmth coursed through her body. Her cheeks flushed, and her eyes widened in astonishment at Li Hao. The allure that once characterized his narrow gaze had dissipated, replaced by the torment that had driven him to the brink of despair. He had long lost the charm and swagger of his former self, often succumbing to bouts of anguish that rendered him nearly lifeless. The veins on his pale forehead throbbed violently, a network of grotesque lines marring his complexion. "Aunt, there seems to be some misunderstanding between Jihan and me. I wish to clarify it." Pei Juanhao hastily defended himself. Li Ning, in a fit of rage, raised her hand and released an arrow. With a whoosh, the arrow sliced through the air, striking precisely 300 meters away. "Assistant Chun, my brother has come to see Juanhao." Liang Manru, still haunted by the previous incident, decided to bring Liang Jiaxi into the fray. "Bijou, go fetch Zio." Lin Hanshi felt that she could no longer remain passive. If she did not intervene, she feared that trouble would ensue. "Wanner, I have numerous matters to attend to. I cannot." Lin Hanshi's brow furrowed with pain. She understood how excruciating it would be to confront Ye Feng and utter those heartless words, yet she must depart. There were many unfulfilled wishes, and she could not resign herself to a life of lingering regrets. Moreover, there were several enigmatic elders whom no one had ever seen, rumored to be the high elders of the Mirage Palace. All formidable beings at the spirit refinement stage. Leah recognized that the obstacles before her were the Empress and a phone. Should they be resolute in their opposition, not only would her ambitions of reclaiming the harem be thwarted, but even becoming the Emperor's most cherished concubine would be a distant dream. "What do you intend to do?" Her words were sharp, and before Ye Feng, Lin Hanshi found it impossible to maintain her composure and tranquility. She had to admit that this man possessed an innate ability to provoke her rage. Chapter 62. Seclusion. "Brother Jun, are you all right?" Qing Tai slowly helped me to my feet. "That I'm fine. I was just robbed earlier, and in the heat of the moment, the assailant stabbed me, but thankfully it was not life-threatening." Suddenly, she recalled the day she helped her mother with a back injury. Remembering her mother's odd remark, Li Yunyang's eyes sparkled with delight as she clapped her hands in approval, exclaiming, "Really? That's wonderful. I shall go find Ernyang at once to share this news with her, so she too may be informed." With that, Li Yunyang set aside the mushrooms she was arranging for her mother and dashed outside. According to Phyllis's investigation, the people in this world were also fond of wealth and beauty. Thus, Phyllis intended to entice him with allure and riches. Dr. Yuan, what has transpired? Wang Ke felt that something was amiss and hurriedly approached to inquire. Wan Mushi stiffly gazed at the man, who was of similar age to Fei Cheng. struggling to believe his words as she fought to discern the truth from the deception. As he walked, an unsettling feeling began to wash over Su Hong, although he could not ascertain his origins. He was certain he had never set foot in this place before. The surrounding shops appeared significantly more desolate in comparison, and while the streets were not devoid of people, the crowd here was markedly sparser. Witnessing this scene, Wang Feng remained unfazed, refraining from any premature interference or summoning his teammates for support. Instead, he chose to patiently await Xian's reception of the ball, leading to a second clash in the paint between the two. Chun Bing felt a pang of sorrow as she listened to Yi Meinyang's words. She realized that while her mother seemed to criticize her mother-in-law, the true grievance lay with her father's inaction. With a sigh, Qin Bing glanced at Qin Xingzu, who remained in a daze, silent and unresponsive. That may not be the case. You will soon find yourself changing your tune. Chaozi took the jade ring, illuminating it with a flashlight. The ring became translucent under the light, and as he casually spun it a few times, he closed his eyes, only to have tears trickle down after a slight tremor at the corners. At that moment, Qi Chuyang surveyed the tranquil surroundings, and for the first time, the solitude he had grown accustomed to felt eerily cold. From the moment he fell in love with her, he had mentally prepared himself for the notion that this was not her first time. Yet experience now revealed a harsh truth. His words were abruptly silenced by Mu Shiju's stern interjection, leaving the queen unable to continue her discourse. She opened her mouth silently, ultimately exhaling a gentle sigh before bowing in resignation and taking her leave. Indeed, the thick clouds that had shrouded the sky for 2 nights began to dissipate, revealing a large expanse of blue with a hole in the clouds, through which the moon was faintly visible. Poised to emerge, after today's events, it was evident that Chu Yi would find it difficult to remain in Changfeng City, and the name of the Dark Assassins would no longer be uttered. In the evening park, though the air was somewhat sultry, occasional breezes brought relief, and the faint scent of flowers wafted through the atmosphere. Beneath the shade of the trees, people engaged in laughter, played chess, and sought solace from the heat. Morning sunlight streamed into the room of Liu Yushi, the pure white curtains billowing gently in the breeze. Is this a curse? She mused, her eyes widening as she gazed at him. In an instant, a gust of wind swept through the courtyard, rustling his garments as if he were an otherworldly being. Chapter 63. The madman. He held a cigar in one hand and a bottle of high-proof vodka in the other, his demeanor reeking of inebriation. What a day of misfortune, he muttered. It dawned on me that this was a case of drunk driving resulting in a fatality. The wealthy heir who had previously paid Luo Jun to take the fall was none other than this man. The same individual who had hired Qing Tai to orchestrate my demise. A few days prior, I had seen it in the newspaper. Ling Tian released his consciousness to survey the situation, realizing that the zombie virus had been thoroughly assimilated into the bodies of humans worldwide. With a commanding gesture, he instructed all his avatars to incite the outbreak of the virus. An hour slipped away as Li Hai focused on consolidating his energy, raising his head and stretching his limbs. He couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead, surprised to find it glistening, a sensation he had not felt in quite some time. The crowd was engaged in lively conversation when unexpectedly, Wan Shitong, always the center of attention, caused a stir by breaking his chair. Wang Nan was well aware of Pan Zi's temperament. If he did not speak candidly with him, he would undoubtedly not let me off so easily. Sun Gu, you must not touch Wang Yu. If you do, I fear you shall ruin my life forever. I gazed at Han Sun with a pleading expression. With this badge, Su Chun traversed unimpeded and soon arrived at the entrance of Ji Ye's chamber. The hunter seemed oblivious to the fact that someone had already locked onto him with spiritual awareness, continuing to approach the center with measured steps. Fortunately, with the innate Taiji Bagua, this life-bound spiritual treasure, a stream of clarity emanated as Yang Tian found himself ensnared, cleansing his mental energy and dispelling numerous distractions. Without its assistance, he might have remained lost for quite some time. Shortly thereafter, soldiers from the Xian army surged through the city gates, their momentum overwhelming, their morale high as they directly overpowered the soldiers of Ball City. Ding Tangzhu, there seems to be some misunderstanding in this matter. Su Yi did not intend to kill Zhang Yang. It was merely an accidental misstep, Lu Neng said to Ding Xiong. Though his conviction was lacking, the entire network of Huaxiao was thoroughly dominated by information regarding Qingwang Media and Sheiyue Studio. Perched on a branch, Zhang Machin discerned the strength of those around him at a glance. However, as he scanned the faces, a profound sense of loss welled up in his eyes, for the figure he yearned for had yet to appear. Thus, it could not contend with the overwhelming sword energy. only able to evade its sharp edges, weaving through the forest of swords to avoid the encroaching onslaught, not to mention cultivators of lower rank. Even those of the same level could only dodge its brilliance, unwilling to confront it head-on. You young ones should converse more. I shall take my leave. However, with Li Mukin and Yi Siua present, it seemed Yu Mu might not depart just yet. Once Zhang Qin arrived, she would feel secure in leaving. Unlike the journalists outside the International Conference Center, those inside practiced indiscriminate photography on anyone entering the hall. Unaware of this, Qin Zonglin felt a sense of helplessness upon hearing Lu Fei's unwavering words. In these past few days, Giacini Donamings had not missed any opportunity to meet with Secretary General Sage Ansi. The details of their discussions need not be elaborated upon, but Mu Yinshin too felt bewildered by the sudden outburst of sword energy surrounding him. Although he sensed that this energy was depleting his stamina, he could not control it, allowing it to drain his life force like leeches. That Jiu Qiao had adopted an ostrich-like approach, disregarding Long Mu's actions, knowing that it would ultimately be the emperor of the mortal realm who would bear the consequences. Nonetheless, he remained somewhat wary of Long Mu's earlier declaration that he could leave at any time. Chapter 64. Nemesis. 10 minutes elapsed, and Lu Hao began to feel drowsy, suddenly slumping onto the steering wheel. I promptly slammed the brakes. Lu Hao woke to find himself in a different seat. What is going on? What do you intend to do? I remarked with a smile while driving. General Lu, I have prepared many surprises for you. As the midnight chime faded, snowflakes began to drift down outside, heralding the first snowfall of the new year, a sign of good fortune for the year ahead. It is time to depart. If we delay any further, my heart will be unsettled. Should they truly take their leave, I would find it quite difficult to part with them. Ultimately, we two old souls would be left to guard an empty abode. And merely contemplating this notion fills me with discomfort. The aged visage of Lady Shan, lined with wrinkles, was tightly furrowed in distress. Otherwise, given Xiao Jing's fastidious nature, how could he have promoted this individual to the position of deputy general and maintained their close companionship? Once his breathing steadied, Si Kong Chun instinctively pulled Ren Wuxin into his embrace, cherishing the lingering warmth shared between them. Upon entering the gates of the blacksmith guild, he waved the glowing crimson sheet in his hand at the approaching registered blacksmith, who promptly ushered him to the designated area from his previous order. Before long, Li Jiu concluded his operation on the computer, closed the screen, and stepped into the corridor for a smoke. These rooms belong to the Apothecarist Sub-Association, and there must be at least 7 or 8 alchemical chambers here. Lin Huining was so infuriated that he could only laugh. After a moment, he finally spoke, leaving the others present utterly astonished. Xiao Ichio adeptly guided them through the side entrance of a building, swiping his card to enter the renowned underground city of Tony Star, subsequently issuing several commands via his light brain. Assign someone to keep an eye on him. If necessary, eliminate him immediately. Li Jing's voice was ominous, his eyes glinting coldly. Beside him, Chai Ernyang's face paled, her delicate form trembling as she gazed at Li Jing in horror, ultimately turning away to slowly retreat to the rear hall. Tang Yuan, as if understanding the situation, nestled against Luo Jinyan's leg, exposing its snowy belly. Luo Jinyan, finding this endearing, gently scratched it cannot possibly be erroneous. I have reviewed the data, and it aligns almost perfectly. A mathematician remarked, addressing Wang Kun. She has always been a feline, currently in the midst of growth, requiring sustenance every 2 or 3 hours. A developing body cannot be left hungry, lest it become anxious. All who partake of the ruler's bounty remain loyal to the king's affairs. After a considerable pause, Zhang Xiaochun's expression darkened, glaring coldly at Yang Zixing and Li Danu. The arrows shot forth by Sarah stirred a tempest, shredding the snowflakes. That a sharp pain struck Ivuo's brow. He hurriedly lowered his head as the shield bore the brunt of the force, the arrow piercing through it and narrowly missing his head, embedding itself deeply into a tree behind him. It's might formidable. In this regard, Qinshan and the sword sect are akin, for he has previously stated that should he wish to cease calling himself a Taoist, it would only be at the behest of the Tao ancestor personally expelling him from the fold. She glanced at her elder aunt, who still bore a somewhat sullen expression, seemingly engaged in conversation with her mother-in-law moments ago. After a moment's contemplation, she spoke. Chapter 65. Justifiable defense. At midnight, I strolled alone along the desolate street, when suddenly a young man dashed before me. Hand over your money. His countenance, replete with despair, clearly marked him as a drunkard. Upon recognizing his face, I let out a cold laugh. What? Has 1 million already been squandered? No need. Let's convene a shareholders' meeting first. The child will naturally depart. His eyes were heavy, exuding an air of calculated confidence. Although my uncle remained silent, those close to him informed her that she had already remarried. Hence she could not enter the ancestral tomb. No, I am the luckiest person in the world, for I am able to have her. Gu Yanbai smiled, a smile that anyone would perceive as the blissful expression of someone in love, and it was indeed a rare sight to behold. Young master who chuckled, you have been poisoned. Even if you survive, it will be of no use. With that, he pressed the blade to his heart and succumbed to death. The Huang Ke Taoist noticed his master, Lu Wui, looking at him with a questioning gaze. And he promptly nodded firmly, affirming that he had not watered down the truth. Wei Ming was indeed responsible for Li Xian's death. Huang Ke Taoist, you stole the secret scripture from our Mao Shan. Have you not sought an explanation from him? Huang Dali inquired. Old Dong, are your eyes blind? What? Is your mind also failing you? Just a moment ago, you clearly stuffed the money into your bag. Why won't you admit it? Wei Ming pointed at the Taoist bag on Dong Xiaozi's back. Su Yimo spoke with a light tone, having swiftly adjusted her mindset, not casting even a fleeting glance at Gu Yanbai, even if her gaze inadvertently brushed past him. It lingered not for a single second. On one hand, there was this. On the other, Alicia pursed her lips, contemplating the phone nestled in her pocket. Gu Yanbai, observing her demeanor, found himself inexplicably filled with a twinge of pity. Startled by his own sentiment, how could he possibly feel such compassion for Su Yimo? It must be her current state that evoked some sympathy within him. Yet, recalling Shen Ting's recent close interactions with lawyers, it was evident that her intentions mirrored his own, both seeking to examine Shen Ting's preliminary draft of the will, originally anxious, when Wan and the others relaxed when they saw Jiao Yi successfully navigate the first 5 tribulations and even began to discuss it. Shi Jinlei noticed that after Li Dan got into the car, he said not a word nor offered any explanation, merely gazing at him with unwavering intensity, which left him feeling inexplicably restless. Thus, unless Jiao Yi were to strike a fatal blow, Sato Xuanya would never resort to taking his own life. Lin Kellen was taken aback, recalling his earlier statements, realizing they were all undeniably true. And he had even made significant contributions to the military of Dahua. Yet how had he survived amidst the battlefield carnage? Dad, so this is what you were worried about, Luo Fan remarked with an air of nonchalance. Seemingly unfazed by Aligasang's concerns, the eldest madam addressed the third madam. Enough? What time is it? And you still utter such words. It is said that while it sounds quite simple, one must still consider one's fate. If one's fate is weak, malevolent energies will converge upon you, leading to dire misfortune. Zier, where are you in such a hurry to go? Su Lily asked as she passed by, blocking her path. This was the first time Ninshu had witnessed such tranquility in Qimyukin. His head resting upon her lap, she could see his delicate features, slightly weary, and though his eyes were closed, the moment she moved, his hand around her waist would tighten, leaving her feeling quite helpless. A muffled sound, a flash of crimson, and the blind old woman spat out a mouthful of deep red before collapsing to the ground like a withered leaf. Lin Shao shook his head. No longer pondering further, he would wait until evening when he met Princess Yao Rui, and then everything would be revealed. Chapter 66. The missing wife. 3 days later, Lu Hao was acquitted of all charges, while Wang Jianghe and I faced criminal prosecution for fabricating evidence to implicate him. Xiao Luo Gu, I truly cannot comprehend why a perfectly good recording has suddenly been reduced to mere fragments. Is it possible that Lu Hao is not only a debauched scion, but also possesses some arcane sorcery? Wang Jianghe's words, uttered in a moment of exasperation, nonetheless stirred my emotions. By the time she retreated to her room to change into her night attire and re-emerged, Si Yunxia had already donned her garments. A needle was inserted into her hand, connected to an 4 bag nearby. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, she turned her head, and the despondent expression on her face vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. Countless gun barrels were all aimed in her direction. With but a single command, Si Yunxia could be riddled with bullets. Thus, in the blink of an eye, Zhou Julian transformed from the perpetrator of her master's murder into the newly appointed leader of the Two Instruments sect. Only Liu Changsheng remained silent, uncertain of the future he could offer Yin Shinin and the children to AT. This moment, Magahurl, Torquia, and the foe Belial appeared to form a triangle, encircling Taiga and Ciro. Tinga was already prepared. The number of students on campus was dwindling, and soon a room check would commence. Today, Tingu had deliberately donned a camouflage outfit, quietly crouching in a grassy nook atop the hill, utterly still. Although the esteemed Han Yunjinren itched to march directly to Zhonghai to behead Li Cheng and reclaim his honor, the Lingyu sword sect was a formidable entity, ranking among the top of the lower 6 sects. Across from them, Lingyue beheld Xian Yunji sprawled on the ground, a hideous grin spreading across his face. Yet the Liuli mirror pulsated with a crimson glow, trembling as if it were consuming something. In the preparation area, the dreamers betting on Dalin gazed despondently as their dream points were deducted, while those wagering on Liang beamed with delight as they collected their winnings. He was the 13th descendant of Ishikawa Gomen, the noble thief of Japan's Azuchi-Momoyama period, renowned for his prowess. The slender monkey drew a signaling arrow from his bosom and shot it skyward. The arrow, accompanied by a whistling sound, soared into the heavens. And upon reaching a certain altitude, the fire at its tip erupted in a brief brilliance, blooming like a fiery flower in the sky. At this very moment, Shitzi and the others were re-establishing the city defense formation. The Demon Inspection Array and the Air Prohibition Array. Kwang Huijin nudged Zhang Yi at the waist, cautioning him not to speak indiscreetly in front of the patient, as the department's hysteroscope was solely for examination and could not be used for surgery. The slender monkey and Lu gave Liu Changsheng no time to react, pouncing upon him and pinning him to the ground. After a flurry of actions, they dressed Liu Changsheng in a new ensemble. The room, which had only housed a plump and a slender merchant from the Shirong, now boasted a handsome young man from Shirong seated upon the bed for the treatment of liver cirrhosis via interventional means. The optimal dosage of interstitial fluid is 40 million units per infusion. A deficiency would impact efficacy, while an excess could lead to cell aggregation and the formation of emboli. A month is still too hasty for Zhou Li. This time frame feels rather awkward, causing a 1-month delay in their journey. And what could one truly learn in a month while furtively acquiring skills here? Chiozi remained silent, continuing her actions. However, as she listened to her lordess' words, the corners of her mouth subtly lifted, revealing an enchanting smile. How shall this battle be fought? As my gaze wandered, I discovered that the other 2 chieftains were also facing dire straits. The mighty Farajiti mountain loomed as a strike aimed at the back of the king of Yuing, akin to the dark and timeless ascent of Haizhui Mountain, intent on reducing the king to mere pulp. Aware of the peril at hand, the king of Yuing dared not escalate the conflict and could only retreat in haste. This was a meticulously planned strike by Dou Shang, while Li Yun merely reacted in haste, compounded by Dou Shang's unmatched prowess, which surpassed all present, having reached the threshold of semi-respected status. Chapter 67. The foolish son. I was momentarily taken aback. You, Xiao Haimei waved her hand once more, and an inexplicably eerie force propelled me down from the lofty heights. That I sighed inwardly, lamenting my final unsuccessful reincarnation. It seemed that both I and Jochio would ultimately find our eternal slumber in the abyss below. Yet at that moment, a voice resonated within my mind that I beheld a figure rapidly spinning through the air, then swiftly descending. 8 armored soldiers wielding long halberds stepped forward with a commanding shout, raising their weapons high to strike at the heavens. An atmosphere thick with authority and oppression enveloped us, rendering the mood gravely serious. Zhou Lei retreated, and we divided into several groups to locate 2 vacant hospital rooms, where inquiries could be made of both parties. Just then, I recalled a task issued by the Mercenary Association, entailing the transport of supplies to the 3rd Legion. We should accept this task, as I believed many would join. Someone suggested. Jiang Feng sneered, realizing it was for the token. You did not intervene during the coastal battle, yet now you wish to seize the token. Jiang Feng had once granted Lan Zixuan considerable authority regarding the research and experimentation of dominance, enabling the mobilization of personnel below the rank of major to assist in the experiments. And Tanfeng was Jiang Feng's foremost recommendation. That I understood why he had come here, with a slight curve of the lips. Xiao Shuren squinted, peering through the dust and the night, able to discern the entire visage of the inn from this vantage. Life gradually receded, and my vision began to blur. A gorilla roared, accelerating towards the distance, seemingly with purpose rather than in chaotic flight. Indeed, the servant humbly took her leave. Although Chuanxi felt uneasy, she could not disregard her master's words. That moment, the immense consumption of spiritual energy was poised to drain the rotund man's power entirely. His face became a map of bulging veins. His eyes flashed like lightning. Beads of sweat had thoroughly soaked his front and back, while perspiration continued to drip incessantly from his chin. Originally, his supermarket was slated to close in 3 days. With advertisements reflecting such, it was evident that poor business was the reason for the closure. Would they still pursue it? He was neither a braggart nor a warmonger. On the contrary, he sought a peaceful resolution to the matter, making it clear to the Zhong family that he would not relent until his objectives were met, hoping to prevent Zhong Zhantian from tearing apart their relations over a German individual. For the consequences would be dire. Taisu armor, Kunwu sword, divine knife, demonic whip, ground spear, infinite ruler, night terror spear. These were the 7 most formidable ancient weapons from a bygone era. What is there to fear? If those celestial beasts, which merely hide within the divine punishment forest, were truly as formidable as the outside world claims, then why do they remain hidden deep within the mountains, if not due to their own inadequacies? Fire Cloud Fairy scoffed, her expression icy and somewhat feral. The cries of the infant, "Search, continue searching. They must be nearby," the remaining soldier exclaimed with a hint of excitement. Why? Manju asked in astonishment, unable to comprehend why Shiyu, who had so earnestly desired her company, later declared it unnecessary. The financial and manpower demands posed by the numerous landmines were staggering, to the point of shocking countless players. Upon finishing her words, Morong's eyes glazed over, as if she feared that uttering such a statement would lead to her losing everything. Chapter 68. Malevolent intentions. Are you suggesting that those individuals will not be rescued? Certainly not. Since we have descended into the depths due to that woman's machinations, I believe that if we can uncover her true intentions, there may be alternative solutions to this predicament. Do as you wish. After all, we have already managed to emerge alive. How we choose to stir things up is of little concern to me. He chuckled, claiming that accompanying his sister would undoubtedly be filled with amusement. And indeed, an opportunity for enjoyment had presented itself. At this moment, Xingyu was also rubbing his stinging cheek, having willingly endured the slap. After all, he had been accompanying Kongyu under a different identity without revealing his true self. So it was no wonder she was so incensed. The group was resting in Danang when news from Annan began to circulate. Reports of Madanjiang pursuing relentlessly. Let him enter, whether there is a sense of public duty or not. The judge will determine. At this moment, the great doors of the formation swung wide open, yet no ghostly figure was visible. Only a chilling voice echoed from within, sending shivers down the spine. Observing Huazin's self-destructive and contradictory statements, Ling Zixuan found it hard to believe. Upon hearing her voice, Xingzhui immediately opened his dark eyes, fixated on her, staring intently for quite some time. The chaos of battle abruptly ceased, for a fleeting moment. Everyone forgot their actions, simply gazing blankly at the sky. I was the second person, closely trailing behind Chen Tu. I glanced at Wu Shushu on my right. She was quietly organizing her equipment. I reached out to share the burden, but she rejected my offer with an impassive expression. I wondered what thoughts occupied her mind, recalling the warmth of the grip in the submersible. Mirror, where is my mirror? They continued to hold my hand, and I hastily withdrew it, searching for the mirror Yu Lang Qi had just given me. Upon hearing this, Ruan Tong and the others exchanged bitter smiles. Young heir, we have come seeking refuge with you. Do not think of us as overly loyal. We are compelled by circumstances to act thus. The 3 had always shared a deep bond, and they candidly revealed the true reason for their arrival. Particularly the captain of the skeletal pirate crew, who had been severely injured by Yin Yun half a month prior. He had firmly etched the latter into his memory as soon as his wounds healed. He sought out the captain of the Rose pirate crew for revenge, intent on slaying Yin Yun. It seems he had this planned all along. As Yangzhen spoke, his brow furrowed, and his unease only intensified. After a brief commotion, a figure resembling a head guard stepped forward, sternly questioning Feng Ni and the others. Following the force exerted by Huang Peiqi, Yokuang not only did not evade, but instead seized the opportunity to pull Huang Peiqi directly into his embrace. As for the outcome, he dared not contemplate it now. All would be revealed once the slave corpses were thrust into the throes of battle. Chapter 69. Punishment. The slaying of his father and brother could be deemed a pursuit of inheritance. However, subsequently, he had also extinguished the lives of many entirely unrelated individuals. Most of the troubles stirred up by Liu Hao could be resolved with money, yet there were matters beyond monetary resolution, such as the previous incident in the artist Fang Yang's basement, or the surveillance footage I possess. Ling Feng, what troubles you? Are you particularly sensitive to the term cold moon? Hey. It was only after Chiyue waved her hand in front of Ling Feng a few times that he slowly began to respond. The dragon throne, crafted from Wang Wali wood, was distinct from ordinary dragon thrones, featuring a grand dragon head on the backrest, while the dragon tail rested on the armrests, effectively creating the illusion of a dragon coiling around the seat. Enveloping the individual seated upon it, Guu waved his hand, saying, "Take it. Are you not in need of money at the moment?" Without regard for Lu Yun's willingness, he stuffed the money into her pocket. "As for this war, I scarcely know where to begin. However, it is evident that the Dark Lord is at a disadvantage, constantly retreating the front lines. The Dark Lord's sudden departure from the battlefield likely pertains to you." Qin Kai murmured, gazing at Shinfeng. Mu Lushu and the others found their respective places and settled comfortably, all eyes directed toward the couple, awaiting their words. Moreover, during the consumption of star souls, Shinfeng could also sense that within the second realm, the lightning attribute was likewise ascending at a delightful pace. Aided by the peculiarities of this place, his strength was maximally enhanced. The long-armed monkey and the red-bottomed monkey exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. Although they typically despised the Grand Elder and his ilk, it was solely due to the Grand Elder's overbearing nature, relying on his status as a three-term elder, dismissing even the Monkey King. "I shall fight you all," Mina exclaimed fiercely, delivering a kick toward Chen Feiping, and then followed in the footsteps of Luo Qiong, collapsing beside her. Gao Qing slowly opened the door, peering into the dark corridor beyond, which was shrouded in darkness. The sounds remained distant yet near, and after listening intently for a moment, Gao Qing discerned that the sounds originated from the depths of the corridor, approximately 10 meters away from his room. Upon hearing Lu Yu's command, the out-of-body expert manipulating the flying vessel promptly complied, extracting more spiritual energy from the spirit stones to infuse into the control formation of the vessel. Lei Chun turned his gaze outside. Despite it still being before 3 o'clock, the day had already grown dim, devoid of sunlight. Furthermore, the density of the ominous energy outside had escalated to a new level if this trend continued. The assault by spectral beings would occur much earlier than anticipated. One could only wonder where he found the audacity, as Yang Guoxiao boldly uttered such straightforward words in the presence of the mayor, leaving even herself astonished. Upon entering any room prior, he not only felt an unsettling sense of familiarity, but was also engulfed by a palpable, naked intent to kill. Such fear was impossible to conceal, for he had perished within this very building more than once. To quell public anxiety, the Municipal Public Security Bureau initially maintained secrecy and, with the approval of the Municipal Party Committee and government, decided to temporarily seal off the Hongshan area, publicly declaring it a special search and rescue drill to enhance the counterterrorism and stability maintenance capabilities of the police. Chapter 70, Tu Hua. The old gourd man lamented while revealing the details to the crowd. The so-called god of the mass did not refer to a singular individual or an ancient underground deity. It comprised 10 bodies, amalgamated into a monstrous entity with 10 faces, likely akin to the earlier Zhuofu. Song Wan'er, still in her confinement period, was unable to venture outside, and the 2 infants could not be held for long. Mere glimpses were all they could manage before being taken away by the wet nurses. Above the palace's grand entrance, 3 luminous characters shone brightly, exuding a proud arrogance that seemed capable of suppressing the ages. This was precisely the outcome Jiang Shen had hoped to witness, as it aligned perfectly with his expectations. At that moment, Xiao Ruyan was particularly sensitive. She sensed that Yi Yuan harbored feelings for her. Yet he remained utterly indifferent, fully aware that the martial arts contest for marriage was imminent while he secluded himself for cultivation. Li Lan, Huang Xiangzu, and the Empress Gu nodded in agreement. Upon unrolling the scroll, it revealed merely a piece of red paper, forged from the 4 droplets of fresh blood. These 3,000 heavenly extreme soulstones would require her to toil in the artifact workshop for a century to earn. It was only when Chan Tianlong finally turned his gaze towards Mo Yufei that an expression of anticipation graced his features, seemingly awaiting Mo Yufei's endorsement of his perspective. Nevertheless, Jiang Chun remained unfazed by Su Yan's mischievous intentions. Whether they existed or not was of little consequence. The Ming dynasty also adhered to the principle of silence during meals and slumber, yet this was only practiced within the confines of homes that valued decorum. One could not expect guests to dine in silence. Thus, casual conversation was customary during banquets. Sister Gue is right. Engaging in any endeavors now would be futile. It is better to wait here, remarked Inghua. The Hellhound clan, unexpectedly still in existence, had led Bai to believe they had long been extinguished. His tone was somber, clearly wary of this spiritual beast lineage. Schools cannot be entered at will. That if you wish to stay, you must be obedient. Kakashi stated with resignation. Confronted with the tremors emanating from the depths of their souls, the onlookers had little time to react. A series of resounding echoes reverberated through the recesses of their minds, completely occupying their thoughts. Similarly, his provocations and taunts thoroughly incensed the two demon kings before him. Yet, these two beings refrained from hastily striking, as they recognized Tong Yan's exceptional prowess and sensed a subtle threat. Before the old monk could utter a word, Modiai stepped forward, clapping his hands and declaring, "The honored one plucks flowers, gently gliding through clouds, formless as the wind. What a splendid flower-plucking finger!" Having long heard of the Shaolin Temple's Changsheng monk's formidable skills, today truly opened their eyes that it turned out that the old monk was none other than Master Changsheng, the foremost of the Dharma Institute. Where had Lin Yehua disappeared to? Ultimately, to what terrifying heights had his cultivation ascended? Leaving the world to speculate? At present, only Miyamoto TZ is present. Chen Feng could effortlessly eliminate Iki, and then proceed as if nothing had transpired. No sooner had the host's words faded than a thunderous applause erupted instantaneously. Tong Yin and Qing Ming exchanged knowing smiles, contemplating their departure from the venue. "You will not take action," he remarked, maintaining a serene smile. "The matter concerning Master Su is of great significance to both of us. The enemy of our enemy is indeed our ally, and it would be unwise to resort to violence." Not only was he devoid of ulterior motives, but his words also carried an old-fashioned gravitas. Chapter 71. The shaman Jiuqiu addressed me. "Young one, Tomu is one of the 10-faced divine shamans. Even if I were to regain my powers, I would not stand as her equal. At this juncture, the priority is not to eliminate Liu Hao, but rather to preserve your own life. You must find a way to conceal yourself, conceal myself. As the saying goes, as long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood." However, later on, I heard Ming Yuran mention that news of her cousin became increasingly sparse, and eventually, there was no word of her cousin at all. Zhu Shuangning sensed that Lin Baobao's insistence on her cultivating the eye of heavenly secrets must surely be for a compelling reason. "You wretched fellow, how could I have a master like you?" Zhu Meier gritted her teeth. Her eyes filled with ferocity. Liu Yinying seemed to chuckle softly, his laughter light and subdued, almost imperceptible if one did not pay close attention. "Well, I say, Mother Empress must surely agree." "Lu Tianyu said, playfully shaking the hand of Empress Qin. He shamelessly blushed at the roots of his ears, calling out husband several more times. There was no recourse. After all, it was her own folly that had led her here. And now she could only indulge in a little coquetry to plead for mercy. Liu Changsheng observed Su Fan, who wore an air of confidence and composure, and felt himself relax. After all, she had never let him down. Since she had spoken, it was certain she would deliver. As she settled into the bridal sedan, listening to the cacophony of firecrackers and the clamor of drums and gongs outside, her heart was shrouded in desolation. Hei Mu suddenly stirred, alertly scanning the surroundings. Yet this was merely a stretch of wilderness connecting the marshlands to the desert, relatively small and quite open, even if it were difficult to survey in its entirety. A tall temple could not possibly remain concealed here. Hearing footsteps descending the stairs, when Li Qing looked up, savoring his coffee while perusing an iPad, this man exuded an air of refined elegance from head to toe, akin to a top male model from a fashion magazine. She blinked a few times at the ceiling, taking a moment to register that she was no longer in the wine cellar. The scene was so beautiful that one couldn't help but wish to preserve it forever, cherishing this exquisite image deep within one's heart. What on earth is going on? And Luo Chu's face flushed crimson as she shifted closer to the car window. Gu Yangchun was undoubtedly a perilous individual. It was imperative to maintain a distance. What is this? Are you worried he might usurp power, or are you concerned you cannot contend with him? Huang Yuandu regarded Liu Changsheng, his expression a blend of amusement and skepticism. "Very well, Your Majesty. Please ascend to traverse this spatial passage. One must possess at least the prowess of a sword saint or a sage," Hao Fong simply stated. Though he did not directly assert that Qi Ju's current cultivation was too low to pass through this spatial conduit. Nonetheless, the implication was clear. Refuse? Why should one refuse? If I successfully become the chosen one of Ling Anfeng, would that not signify the completion of my task? Could one not simply depart, seeking to unravel their own sorcery with the assistance of Yasha? Could one not attain freedom, in light of Song Yiji's barbaric conduct? Qin Lan could only feign ignorance, for the relationship between her brother and Song Yiji was nebulous at best, and it was prudent to prioritize her own safety, observing that others had fathers while she did not. It was inevitable that he would ponder this, despite his silence, all for her sake. Xiao Ilua chose not to dwell on the source of the sound as he made his way toward the teacher's office. Suspecting it was undoubtedly linked to her homeroom teacher, Shiyang, this matter is between him and me. It would be wise for you to refrain from intervening, lest you find yourself harmed, with fury etched across his features. When Xian's eyes blazed with intensity, that Blackburn's Alonso had already reached the age of 1, necessitating a capable substitute for the position, and the 19-year-old Pogba was the perfect candidate at Arthur. Following Alonso's eventual decline, Pogba could seamlessly take over. Chapter 72. Fang Xiaomei. That I furrowed my brow upon hearing this. What transpired thereafter? It seems he did not manage to catch up with you, did he? Fang Xiaomei's expression turned somewhat grim. Just as a police officer approached and informed me, a truck driver passing by assumed an accident had occurred and reported it. Upon our arrival, Miss Fang had already fainted in the cornfield. Fang, Luan Long, let me make it clear. The gentleman inside, Mr. Lin, is not someone you can provoke, nor am I capable of doing so, Su Bufan stated coldly. The once vacant room fell into a hushed silence. As by Zimo's gentle brow furrowed with unspoken concern, his heart a tumult of emotions, that I failed to regard your safety and instead acted petulantly towards you, Pei Chingching mumbled. Hong Yu's gaze shifted to the next monstrous star, revealing a colossal black spider with 8 singular eyes, its appearance somewhat fearsome, and its 8 legs had grown increasingly erect and sharp over the past month, resembling bloodthirsty spears. Moving to your place has not been an easy endeavor. Modlila grumbled at the mention. The advantage of this pursuit was that even if Liu Hao possessed remarkable abilities, he could only eliminate a fraction of the green wolves by the time Liu Hao had dispatched those in his path. The others had long since fled, proving impossible to chase down. Hua Rong remained relatively unperturbed, having long anticipated the worst. What those individuals sought did not conflict with her own desires. As Grandma Wang stepped outside, Wang Ma, who had just displayed a timid demeanor, suddenly wore a venomous expression. While the current demands of the field might require at least a mastery level, there remained opportunities for engagement, did there not? As for Tom's inquiries, he did not directly propose any strategic-grade magic. Rather, he sought to retain some useful and compliant allies, for while companion players might be expendable, a few necessary subordinate players were indeed required. Although Liu Changsheng wished fervently for Liu Xiyu to find a worthy partner soon, she could not bear to see Liu Xiyu live with regret for a lifetime. That An Zisher pointed to his wristwatch, prompting Li Qin to notice the timepiece adorning his wrist. The commander of Wanqing remains Chao Round, the most adept defender of the Chao camp in contemporary times, although there are only 9,000 soldiers within the city. The majority comprises valiant troops hailing from Guangzhou. That he retrieved an object from his bosom, and as I focused my gaze, it was none other than the remarkable Song Dynasty tomb sword I had seen before. I must train with greater diligence. I shall not contact you again until I reach the battlefield of champions, Gong Gong declared. Jiang Yuan scrutinized the situation and ultimately resigned himself to this ability. For in light of the current circumstances, having it was undoubtedly preferable to being without. Even the Demon King began to compress its form, eventually transforming into an unusual black sphere, subtly contracting in midair. The demon. This demon belongs to the Yu clan, employing the most despicable and contemptible tactics during the ancient clan wars 2 decades ago. As Meng Sun spoke of this, his fist clenched tightly. Li Zongren took the lead, and the generals collectively petitioned the chairman for the release of Xiao Fei. Just as Zhang Chong had anticipated, Xiao Fei faced peril but emerged unscathed. Yet, would the military intelligence truly allow him to escape so easily? The glance that had appeared at the entrance moments ago was laden with complexity, restraint, and deep-seated regret. At 9:50, accompanied by enchanting background music, a middle-aged man clad in a tailcoat ascended the stage. The goddess's super son-in-law. Captivating synopsis. The young lady who never strives for progress. Captivating synopsis. The madam's disguise shocks the entire city again. Captivating synopsis. Yi Beichen. Captivating synopsis. A commoner from a humble background. Captivating synopsis. Gu Ronghong in April. Captivating synopsis.